Yup, we back for another one. Y'all know who it is.
It's the GOAT.
And I am
Cut, you killing them.
And we about to get on, man. Welcome. We're gonna have a good one tonight, y'all. Y'all gonna like this bill. But let's get busy.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it forget to be aberration. 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 Man, it forget to be aberration.
Actions ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about their name no more.
Man, it forget to be aberration. 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 I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. How you gonna refute that? Man, it forget to be aberration. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
That's right. Let's get busy. Old to us, new to a few. Let's get busy. Shout out to my nephew Payne.
Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, clocking niggas laying you down.
Now when we in the Central, I'm gon' keep it a buck. Niggas see you lacking and they fucking you up. Them little Fillmore niggas, not the niggas to trust. From Lane to the V, them little niggas a bust. My mama used to check if there's some guns in my waist. I'ma catch a body, I know niggas and snakes. Crosses on my face, pain, can't be erased. I miss my nigga Holly, hope he saved me some space. I miss my nigga Melly, got him locked in a cage. Crackers have a nigga like a mouse in a maze. Demons in my dreams, pain can't be erased. I tried to live right, but they ain't always the case.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, clocking niggas laying you down.
I probably sold crack in every spot that they had. Sherry was my mama, but the block was my dad. I know them niggas go, bitch, we was all that we had. Me and my AK looked like I saw them in half. 8 baby mamas, I was holding a lot. Raising 3 kids, but I showed them a lot. Man, I love my daughters, but I owe them a lot. And if she call me nephew, probably sold her a rock. Welcome to the Central, shout out Swami and Moon. This is not a place where it was safe to assume. Unless in this assumption there's some guns in the room. All them little niggas got some mud on their shoes.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, clocking niggas laying you down.
Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the kick. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the kick. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog, we ain't tryna integrate. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different kick. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep world, trying to keep awake. Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't trying to penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit, dog, you been a fake. Took her on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog, we ain't tryna integrate. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your truth. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your truth. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at?
Job Briggs. Hey. Wow, Indians up here. You know what I'm saying? We up in here.
Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy.
Hey, let them know. Hey.
Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your troops. Getting money, pull up stunting on them. Let me see your coup. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? You don't love your peeps. Family man, Ryan, feed your family, nigga. Fuck the streets, sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power, nigga, in the beef. For real, nigga, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aborigine. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the kid. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't trying to penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up nigga, you can get your benefit. I ain't buying all that real shit, dog, you benefit. To go on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog, we ain't trying to integrate.
Hey man, shout out to everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? Who we got? We got Eastside 1450, 15, excuse me, man. You got Louis Grassroots, Drake Cobb's music, you know what I'm talking about? He's always in the building. Grateful is always in the building, you know what I'm saying? We got Hawk School, I see my guy. All seeing, high flying Hawk School. Make sure y'all go subscribe to the Hawk, you know what I'm talking about? Keith Lamont, I see you. You know what I'm saying? Suzanne Thompson, I see you, sis. Hey, love, you know what I'm saying? Hey, we in here, man. We got a nice good build, man. You know what I'm saying? The hard evidence for Black Confederates, baby. Yeah, we're gonna be bringing that shit. You know what I'm saying? So let's get on with it.
You know the moves I had to make to get this cash. Whipping it all together just to make a bag. You mad? You criticizing cause you laying on your ass. Speaking up on my name, got some shit up in the past.
Mound City Mellow, St. Louis, Missouri, stand up.
Just to make a bag. You mad? You criticizing cause you laying on your ass. Speaking up on my name, got some shit up in the past. Sad, had one or nothing, need to a everything. Your mug on the block with the quill gang. Had one or nothing, need to a everything. Your mug on the block with the quill gang. Had one or nothing, need to a everything. Your mug on the block with the quill gang. Pick up a package, deliver this the hustle lane. To keep us in line, like a fucking freight train. We want it all, add up that loose change. This is motherfucking dope game, cause we gang. We's are different, cause we's not the same. Particular set of skills and a great aim.
big dog, motherfucking Great Dane. You little puppy, you say we cool, why you trust me? I'm a real shrewd dude, homes. I follow rules of the crew, home. Trip, get the ooze, home. You know the moves I had to make to get this cash. Ripping it all together just to make a bag. You mad? You criticizing cause you laying on your ass. Speaking up on my name, bought some shit up in the past. It's sad. You know the moves I had to make to get this cash. Ripping it all together just to make a bag. You mad? You criticizing cause you laying on your ass. Speaking up on my name, bought some shit up in the past. It's sad. Cut grass, I can see the snakes coming. Cop pistols, no, I can see the snakes running. They fast too, know the bullets, they gon' keep on coming. Against all odds, you know it since I was a youngin'. I need more, got to have, I started with nothing. I'm 10 toes to the ground, I'm standing on something. My back to the wall, you knowin' I'm throwing my punches. I ate sleep for dinner, knowing you know I'm a hungry. A conga line, cuz, knowing I'm ready to rumble. I tell your ass, I hustle through winter to summer. And when my nigga try not to let this bullshit become us. You know the moves I had to make to get this cash. Ripping it all together just to make a bag. You mad? You criticizing cause you laying on your ass. Speaking of
that's right.
some shit up in the past.
Mound City Mellow. I see y'all.
Whipping it all together just to make a bag. You mad? You criticizing cause you laying on your ass. Speaking up on my name, bought some shit up in the past. It's sad, it's sad.
It's the go.
St. Louis, stand up. You know what I'm saying? Let's take it to the top. Mr. Munchie and the Boogeyman, my brother, my nephew and my brother. You know what I'm saying? This is the latest slap on y'all, man.
I was going insane. Things change people too. The evil that men do. See through you transparent. I grew up with one parent. Fuck me up, that's apparent. Now I'm trying co-parent. I be without company. I just started company. Don't care if you don't fuck with me. Just don't try to comfort me. I don't do well with confrontation. Right now I'm on probation. Mom passed a decade. Go ahead and get much consolation. Money, that's my motivation. I've been soaking up game since an adolescent. A lot of trials and tribulations and learn lessons. You a snitch ass nigga, heard you been confessing. I ain't worried about y'all, it's all about progression. I grew up reading Genesis and Revelations. I've been going through a thing, I've been fighting Satan. Swear to pain, deep, dark thoughts in my head. Got a lot of love lost. I've been going through a thing, living day to day. Going hard in the pain, trying to make a way. Every day I pray, all the pain just go away. Feel like I'm going crazy. Too many snakes was in the grass, I had to cut them out. A few family members passed, I was going down. Nigga, I was in the deep end, about to drown. I was going crazy. Man, first, never put nothing up, but spending time with my kids, swear I love them. I was down fast, drunk up in the public. Quick to fuck a nigga up like rugby.
That drunk rap.
I wish she could hug me. A couple months passed by, I ain't seen mad. A lot of pain in my heart, I used to just laugh. Same clothes 2 days, I ain't took a bath. Spending life in a still hard to imagine. Still never snitch, you niggas should stop rapping. Not capping, y'all niggas just rapping. Everybody wanna be the captain. Too many snakes was in the grass, had to cut them out.
Had to cut them out.
Good job, you could find a better route.
Better route.
Nigga 15 with a paper route.
With a paper
I was
route.
stuck in quicksand, but I made it out.
He made it out.
I've been going through a thing, living day to day. Going hard in the pain, trying to make a way. Every day I pray, all the pain just go away. Feel like I'm going crazy.
It's the go.
Too many snakes was in the grass, I had to cut them out. A few family members passed, I was going down. Nigga, I was in the deep end, about to drown. I was going crazy.
Movie moments made through real life situations, nigga. That's what really made you. Never show emotions, got a pamphlet you could gaze through. Stay away from reckless bitches, partner, that's on page 2. Watch these funky helpers, they can suck it as skedaddle. I'm strategic with the feeding, ain't no eating eating mad cattle. I don't jump in niggas funk or fuck with dirty birds that tattle. Seen the biscuit niggas kill, seen a serpent nigga rattle. Sacrifice they own babies, throw them to the dogs for payment. Fuck with mine, I make a statement, leaving noodles on the pavement. And I give a fuck about it, I'm performing to the bullshit. Throw it in the air and hope the savior got a toolkit. Booger, he a bear and got a right that's like a mule kid. Family of gangsters more than men, I know that you fit. Showing them my true grit, focused on my mansion, building music. Such that it's too hard for them to fool with me. Too it's crazy.
I've been going through a thing, living days.
You killing them.
In the pain, trying to make a way. Every day I play, all the pain just go away.
That's right.
Like I'm going crazy. Too many snakes was in the grass, I didn't cut them out. A few family members passed, I was going down. I was in a deep end, about to drown. I was going crazy.
Beautiful nigga.
Hey man, come on, we beautiful niggas, man. Shout out to Stephanie Berg. I see you homegrown. He not Charles Clark.
Loving my life is so beautiful, look. All of this ice is so beautiful, look. All of my prices so
Charles Clark, man. You make sure you get on the panel today, brother.
beautiful. But no rap money though.
Yeah, man. Make sure you get on the panel, man. Hey, I appreciated you yesterday.
Loving my life is so beautiful, look. All of this ice is so beautiful, look. All of my prices so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, look how I'm living so beautiful, look. Look how I spit it so beautiful, look. All of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark and so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, I spit that gaming with beautiful look. I whipped the cane with beautiful look. I hit the motor day when I was young, cause they saw that thing, it was beautiful, beautiful. Bitch, I'm so big, beautiful look. My bitch so big, beautiful look. I'm in the streets every day and we dealing nothing but them good pharmaceuticals. Look. White girl, irrefusable. Reputation, irrefutable. Lifestyle, very suitable. Street cred, very provable. Beautiful. Army sergeant, I'm recruitable. OG Genie, you can Google them. Drop the top, it's so removable. Ain't no budget, ain't no moving them. It ain't nothing you can do with them. Beautiful bitch in a booty for. Watch how many tricks her booty pull. Titty nipples looking chewable. Heads turning looking screwable. Selling coochie in a can, count cat cornered in a cubicle. Ain't no telling what I do to you. Know that I do to do round and round and round and round like a hula hoop. DD, I banging out hits on the fruity loop. Look, loving my life is so beautiful. Look, all of this ice is so beautiful. Look, all of my prices so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, look how I'm living so beautiful. Look how I spit it so beautiful. Look, all of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, get on a beat and watch me catch a body like they throwing people. Look, them 10,000 cuss plants in Colorado, they we growing is legal. Sewing up the street like a needle, stacking chips and Pringles, Cheetos, Fritos, and a Dorito. We gon' go the opposite way the police go. She gon' throw on my finger, then I'm the freak over Pico. Watch how the story get deep though. Yes, I'm connected with Chico. It ain't me amigo, but we do nothing illegal. It ain't nothing free but a free throw. From Latino, a Pico, the guy over Rito, a Brandy, and I know Paquito, but that's how I eat them. Pockets so Danny DeVito, my new bitch is from Puerto Rico, Canadian chick from Toledo. She get all that medicine Frito, she said it and give it to me. That's Frito, that's Frito. I touch down and light up the street, though. I'm selling this game by the kilo. I'm ballin' like I just got chemo. Just holler my name if you need more. I keep people peeping through people. I hate one for silver for Tito. A key to the ghetto like
You killing them.
Loving my life is so beautiful, yeah. All of this ice is so beautiful, yeah. All of my prices so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, look how I'm living so beautiful, yeah. Look how I spit it so beautiful, yeah. All of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark and so beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey.
Damn, Blue Diamond, they know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. Told my little jig when they turn it up loud. Others that doubted me, where they at down. Blue Diamond, they know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. Told my little jig when they turn it up loud. Damn, Blue Diamond, they know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. Told my little jig when they turn it up loud. Others that doubted me, where they at now? On 635 and they bumping my sound. So I won't beat the eyes, look at me now. One motherfucker starring that shooting range fire. I told them I come with that heat, but they didn't believe me. Why would I come in here being conceived? And I want to hear this, please give me a reason. Get these folks something to believe in. I can't compete, baby, I don't play fair. You can't compete, baby, you don't compare. And all of my niggas aware, they gotta play fair. Yeah, you know I'm it. I am the pure definition the bleak. Capital IT, cause I'm that bitch. If I toss a bone, all the bitches gon' get. Move, bitch, get out the way. No, not a bully, but they come to play. Capital One, put the lock on the safe. I like that inside, now you calling me babe. When I'm on top, they won't believe it. Crossing the hands, I cut the fingers. Not an illusion, this the real thing. Booking a flight to an off for seasons. I'm turning up, it's Virgo season. Said I'm the one, they wouldn't believe me. Look at them now, they bought my single. I'm the hottest around. I told y'all that wasn't begging the soul to make them believe. I just keep writing until I start flying. And once I take flight, baby, you better get right. Blue came to eat and she won't leave a bite. What is the leftover? Bitches be leftover stages. It's rotten, it's leftover cheese. I'm a hard hater, producers agree. I got the juice, he tryna squeeze. I got the flow, and it's kinda ridiculous. Teaching these bitches like here is the syllabus. I am the one, baby, I do not miss. Told me it's rain when you know that it's piss. Once I find out that you lied, I'm cutting out ties. Can't hop on my train and get rich. So go to town, Blue Diamond, they know me, I'm coming around. I turn it up when they playing my sound. Told my little G when they turn it up loud. Others that doubted me, where they at now? 635 and they bumping my sound. So I won't beat the eyes, look at me now. One motherfucker starring that shooting range fire.
Shout out to everybody here, man. Hey. Bring it back. Hey, hey. Yeah, that's that shit right there. Let's see what we got out here. Ricardo D. You know what I'm saying? Of course, Hawk School. You know what I'm saying? Always in the building. That's the brother, man. Lou Eric Grassroots. Lady E, I see y'all. Trying to find me a nice little room that I can rap over. You know what I'm saying? Send y'all some shots out, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if you don't mind, the link is in the description. Go to DJ Kuttack 1 channel. You know what I'm saying? Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. Also, go to I Don't Give a Fuck. That's IDGA. You already know. Sports and news. Go hit the subscribe. All of that type of stuff, man. Don't get me on the alphabet right now. That's crazy. Let's get on it.
Every day, they say Jesus gonna save us, but I know we die if we wait. I know we die if we can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day, cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all the plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you was a slave, nothing before me. He himself only been free since 1840. Don't record it. I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, head straight from Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping rapping. I just fed the ink and I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, head straight from Canada, that's Israel.
Hey, that's for Hawk School, huh? What do you say?
No ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, head straight from Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping rapping. I just fed the ink and I'm digital. No ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, head straight from Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping rapping. I just fed the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy. Wear a lot of gold, cause my family history. I'm the guy that know what bring death to history. But we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us, but I know we die if we wait. I know we die if we can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day, cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us, but I know we die if we wait. I know we die if we can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day.
General peace.
Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Stand for something or you die a coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on fire. Police keep embracing cause they backed up by the nation. Nation ain't complaining cause the millions still hanging. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history in blackness. No reason for that chatting up when it's action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot. He know nothing new addition, finna hit him with this body. I can't shoot the shit, but 30 shouldn't miss. 54 races, 104 is clear. Anytime I'm present, they don't want the shit. They don't want the problems. Snitches get the stick. Talking all that hatred, end up running like a bitch. Quick to call the laws, quick to play the bitch. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if we can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know what we can't. Swear we gon' die every day. They say Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if we can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know what we can't.
Shout out to everybody, man.
It's the go.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what it is, man. We over here getting busy, man, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, we're gonna have a great show. I'm gonna play a few more cuts, man, and we just gonna, and then we're gonna get into it, man. Here we go. The hard evidence for the Black Confederates.
It's gonna be some trouble. It's gonna be some trouble.
Bury me a motherfucking chick. I'ma thug it out to the grave. I always got the hammer on me, nigga. I might as well take it to the grave with me. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave with me. Baby boy, watching my every move. Fake cell phone, walk around in my shoes. Fake love, talk about is you cool? If I wasn't, fuck you niggas gon' do, huh? Fuck a friend, put a 10 in the coupe, bruh. It's still real niggas left and I'm the proof, bruh. Growing up in the central, you keep your dukes up. Little nigga nickel bags on the school bus. 17 in the cabbie house. We was pulling caddies out just for shit to rap about. I used to slang that shit 3 for 50. Now every time I make a play, I gotta leave the city. They can't see the gun on me, they can see it in me. I'm surrounded by killers, but I still keep them with me. And I've been praying for some better days since I bought my first chop in the 7th grade. Bury me a motherfucking chick. I'ma thug it out to the grave. I always got the hammer on me, nigga. I might as well take it to the grave with me. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave with me. A little dirt don't hurt. Where I come from, niggas putting in work. I had a big family, now they all want a shirt. A bloody bandana, have some demons in the church. Last time I seen he was leaving in the hearse. Chopper on my chest, cover me with dirt. From ashes to ashes, from earth to earth. To resurrect the God, they gotta kill me first. I grew up with the shit from the central, I eat mers. Probably ate some pussy, but I never ate my words. Dropped out of school, boy, I never did learn. And if it ain't my turn, I took somebody's turn. Fucking call all the greats, tell them pistol said burn something. Bunch of ice on them, but they soul ain't worth nothing. The devil sleeping at your house like your first cousin. The reaper coming, I swear he visit me every summer. Bury me a motherfucking chick. I'ma thug it out to the grave. I always got the hammer on me, nigga. I might as well take it to the grave with me. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave. I'ma take this chopper to the grave with me.
Shout out to my nephew, CSG Payne. Yo, here we go, man. Still rolling y'all shit, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, submit your music if you want to start playing, for real, you know what I mean? We'll put it in rotation.
Dilly got it Socks roll the weed, just go crack the bottle. Cause ain't no guarantee we all gon' live to see tomorrow. You know the risk that we take come with fair time. We hustle like we tryna meet a deadline. A trip to LA, I'm on the red eye. If a nigga play with LA, he getting a headshot. And all it'll take is a head nod for me to put you to sleep like it's bedtime. But I ain't letting up, no, I ain't letting up. So I hit the streets feeling like I ain't selling enough. Blow yet, cause I ain't blow yet. Still ain't got the big crib, nice car with the boat jet. Ain't no diamonds in my chain, no rocks in the Rolex. So I'ma grab this pot, my soda, and both flex like a certified weightlifter. I'ma keep it straight with you. I'm in the kitchen, it's residue on your cake mixer. And I'm trying to make this play for a half. I'm in the field with this nickel on me, looking like McNabb. Niggas looking like they mad cause they favorite bitch ain't my favorite bitch. She just bad, plus she in a bag. If you ain't talking money, nigga, keep it brief. We ain't showing up in court, we hold court in the streets. And according to me, I ain't nothing like them. I was raised in that water, all I know is swim. Them doctors told my other brother he won't walk again. Damn, this shit just broke my heart again. Cause that cancer killing them slowly. To know him is to know me. Thinking about his daughters got me thinking about Kobe and his daughter. The good die young, work the meat lover. Hot ride too, rest in peace, brothers. And Mo, we praying for your recovery. Was just telling Raz how you and Zach came to fuck with me. And now I'm in the studio spazzing cause this shit fuck with me. Look, I don't wear my heart on my sleeve, but this shit fuck with me. Remy ain't easing the pain, I'm wishing Teresa was here. I gotta keep me a thing, I feel like the reaper is near. I had the key to my city before I had a key in my city. I pray for peace in my city, the shorties at war with each other. I tell them look in the mirror, see you at war with your brother. Nas once said it was written, we supposed to want more for each other. I'm so champagne like I'm on that nigga.
It's the go.
I'm 914 Bradley Park, nigga, 1985. Nigga, I'm 95, 98 country.
You killing them.
Trips out to Vegas. I feel like spinning the set, taking chances. Ain't scared to take a risk, cause that's what life is. And we only live once. I shake it up and roll the dice. Win or lose, I'ma get it back and take another chance. Whatever, I'ma pay the price. But first, I gotta roll the dice. Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll them in a circle of homies and watch me. Shake 'em up. Shake 'em up, shake 'em. Roll 'em in a circle of homies and watch me. I done gambled past my budget. Ballin' beyond recognition, so homie, what's the subject? I give a fuck what you niggas utter. I put a thump out my side and you can't get the stuttering. Keep my head high, knowing that these haters hovering. Loving how I move, yeah, but you fuck with cousin them. Cutting them can't be trusted, ain't nobody fuck with them. You hustling with the homie with the tilted brim. Yeah, you on the sideline, sit with them, homie. We in the VIP, sit with them, homie. So many places, different faces, taking chance in advance, so you know we made it. Spend a moment, trips out to Vegas. I feel like spinning the set, taking chances. Ain't scared to take a risk, cause that's what life is. And we only live once. I shake it up and roll the dice.
It's the go.
Win or lose, I'ma get it back and take another chance. Whatever, I'ma pay the price. But first, I got
Tasco, I see you, sis.
7-11, came back on the 7-11, 7-11, came back on the
Check it, we bought that stack dope. Safe is good and we bout to blow like sack smoke. And clean the house.
Big dog, Philly OG. Welcome, BJ. Welcome, my brother. Poor sister. Take off, Tyson. I see you, God.
Shit, homie, I got the glow. Oh, you never knew the blue flame is emerald blue. The reason why I'm choosing you. Pick a side, pick a side. You know the rules. You know it cuz shooting
Taking trips out to Vegas. I feel like spinning the sack, taking chances. Ain't scared to take a risk, cause that's what life is. And we only live once. I shake it up and roll the dice.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Hey, man, give yourself a round of applause. I appreciate y'all, man. Here we go. Yeah, that shit funky. I just wanted to hear that for a little bit longer. Hey, but the fact of the matter, shout out to everybody in here. Let me give y'all a round of applause for real, man. Lick some shots for y'all. We got the best community on this earth. Mound City Mellow, hey, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mound City Mellow in the mix. Drake Cobb's music, you know what I'm saying, in the mix. You know, Trey, you know what I'm saying? You know, everybody, Job Breaks, you know, I spend everybody. So shout out to those brothers as well. Hey, man, we week apart. Hold up. Hey, man, they figured out the science, man, before us, man. And that's just real, man. That's just what they did, man. They figured out the science before us, man. We are weak apart, stronger together. So in that vein, we know they can't touch this. Shout out to my OG.
Khalil, you going crazy.
It's the go.
Yeah, get back.
Can't touch this.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Shout out MC Hammer, man. Real gangster. Hammer time beat, I'ma crush this. Tell your favorite rapper, look, bitch, can't touch this. Look, Pat came in, I'ma bust this. Down with the team, tell everybody flush this. Look, bad little bitch can't suck dick. Told a hoe just like this.
Can't touch this.
Take my time, can't rush this. Big Drake in my lap, can't touch this. Got stopped by a cop, but I didn't get shot, cause I'm legal and you know they can't touch this. Heard your new bitch got me on a crush list. If she bout her money, I'ma give her this much dick. See my ex-hoe. What's up, bitch? Can I get a hood? Hell off.
Can't touch this.
Broke water faucet, too much drip. Seen her with a new nigga, still wearing truck fit. I'm a nigga that they really can't fuck with. I ain't even really gotta say it.
Can't touch this.
30 years, get my dick and my nuts licked. Never ever ever have a bitch got a butt licked. Any shit is way too much shit. Tell a nasty bitch real quick.
Can't touch this.
Really got it out the street, no luck shit. I ain't never had to be on no fuck shit. No, bitch said she love the way the truck sit. Just got it washed.
Can't touch this.
Hey, hoe really wanna do the duck sit. Got her in the truck quick, show her how to duck quick. Eat it up good, too much spit. When you get done,
can't touch this.
Let my dick go, bitch can't cuff this. Bad bitch, no man can't trust it. This hoe wanna see my gun, knowing goddamn well.
Can't touch this.
Never let a bitch touch your gun. You can't touch it, baby, I'm the owner. You gotta go if you're not buying the Rona. No longer am I just applying the corner. Look, fuck a virus, bitch, cause I am Corona. 10th floor, getting high in the sauna. Just out of school, I could buy a diploma. Take it from me, you can try if you want it. You can have it, you can die if you want it. It's gonna be alright, but you can cry if you want it. Take it from me, you can try if you want it. You can have it, you can die if you want it. It's gonna be alright, but you can cry if you want it. Yeah.
Can't touch this.
Shout out to Mr. LV. Yeah. Scooby, baby.
Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. First of all, hey bitch, don't do me. Say she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. Say
Said she heard about me and she heard I got a whole lot of groupies. Tell them folk don't worry about me. First of all, hey bitch, don't do me. She liking the way I put it on, and I think the cologne kinda made her juicy. Asking me what I got on. All this that gon' ahead, give me that coochie. I'm so goddamn classic, might fuck a ratchet while I'm in a two-piece. This that grown man shit, you don't know about this. Going shop in a two-tees. Been doing this, you a newbie. Money is the only thing move me. Nigga ain't talking about shit if it ain't about a lick. You remind me of Pootie. Pouring up drink in a liter, counting up money while I'm hitting it reefer. Kicking my shit like FIFA, rocking up a door, killing shit like Jeeper. Man, what stylist? I don't even need 'em. VLB sharp on the tip of a needle. Boy, hell no, I don't need no help. Stay feeling myself, no need for a sneaker. I put it on even though it's in me. Won't hear me never putting on an image. I swear these hoes eat it up like Dennis. I'm automatic with it, not a semi. I can get flavor out, I got plenty. I wear that heat on me like I'm Jimmy. Since I've been counting up, I've been envy. Cause I ain't counting nigga like a scrimmage. I put it on even though it's in me. Won't hear me never putting on an image. I swear these hoes eat it up like Dennis. I'm automatic with it, not a semi. I can get flavor out, I got plenty. I wear that heat on me like I'm Jimmy. Since I've been counting up, I've been envy. Cause I ain't counting nigga like a scrimmage.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
I try. Let's get the God voice off the bucket. Salute to everybody out there, yeah, man. Let me turn that down. Shout out to everybody. General peace, man. You know, like I said, Hawk School, man. You know what I'm saying? We out here, man. As you can see, I'm going to get started. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't going to hold y'all for real. I ain't going to hold y'all. You know what I'm talking about? So let's get on to it. So what is it, man? We hear the hard evidence for the black Confederates. We about to stand on some stuff. So keep on building on that. Big Chief, fuck you crackers. Y'all know what I'm saying? I see you, Wakandi, I see you. You know what I'm saying? Sean Apples, Juan Torres, I see you, God. Yeah, we about to build on that, man. The hard evidence for the black Confederates, man. You know what I'm saying? Got a couple things for y'all, so we're going to get on that. Yeah, let's pull this up and get it cracking. Here we go. Fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
The American Civil War was a divisive time that is very often misunderstood or misconstrued when viewed through the lens of modern society. Within the scope of this view, we are apt to miss the nuances of what led the individual man to march off to war. Oftentimes, when we speak of what caused the country to go to war, we are speaking to the intentions of the governments and those states, and not necessarily to what drove the common Southerner to war. Aside from the fact that more than half of the Confederate Army had been conscripted into service, there were a great many Confederate soldiers who joined the Confederacy in an effort to exert their right to defend their homes against an invading force. One such demonstration of this nuance can be found in the African American soldiers who joined with the Confederacy and fought to defend their communities. While there are numerous examples of this, one of the best documented is the case of Henry Brown. In Darlington, South Carolina, there is a marker dedicated to Henry Dad Brown, a local resident and free black man who served as a veteran in 3 American wars: the Mexican-American War between 1846 and 1848, the American Civil War between 1861 and 1865, and the Spanish-American War in 1898. Known affectionately as Dad, Henry Brown was born near Camden, South Carolina in 1830, and while he was a free black man, how Brown came to obtain his freedom varies by account, with some holding that he was born into freedom, and others saying that he purchased his freedom and that of his wife, Laura Cannon Brown, who was one of the founders of the Macedonia Baptist Church. Prior to the war, Brown made a good living in Darlington, South Carolina, as a reputable brick mason, and owned a great deal of land, with holdings of more than 500 acres. Brown believed in spreading the wealth, apprenticing young masons, and offering financial help to those in need, regardless of their race. Perhaps owing to his sense of community, Brown willingly enrolled as a drummer with the Darlington Guards in 1861 and followed his fellow citizens into danger, fighting for the Confederacy when the Civil War broke out. Battlefield drummers played a key role in communication during the war, as verbal orders could easily be obscured by the sound of battle. During the war, Brown served as a musician, fighting in several battles on the line with the 8th and 21st South Carolina Infantry Regiments, including the 1st and 2nd Battle of Manassas, the 7 Days Battle, the Battle of the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor, Sharpsburg, Chickamauga, and Gettysburg, to name a few. During the Battle of Manassas, on Sunday, July 21, 1861, Brown captured a pair of Union drumsticks after his original drumsticks had been damaged, with one account saying they had been shot out of his hands, and he used those Union drumsticks for the remainder of the war. At the close of the war, Brown's reputation drew him into public service, and he was elected the coroner of Darlington County. However, his term of service was ended in resignation after Brown grew frustrated by the pervasive corruption and crooked dealing that characterized much of the Reconstruction period. Brown also went on to serve again as a drummer in the Spanish-American War in 1898. Henry Brown died in 1907 and was laid to rest beside his wife Laura at Cannon Cemetery, a small family cemetery. His funeral was attended by Darlington residents, both white and black, as well as the former Confederate veterans that Brown served with. His casket was covered in a Confederate battle flag, and members of the UCV acted as his pallbearers. These excerpts from the following articles mention the life and service of the Confederate veteran Henry Dad Brown from those who knew him personally, followed by a news account of his funeral. General W. E. James, on the occasion of Henry Brown's death, wrote the following. There was a funeral in Darlington Sunday afternoon, which whites and blacks attended in almost equal numbers. There were many ladies in the church, and the pallbearers were 12 of the leading white citizens of the town, headed by the Honorable C.S. McCullough, Mayor. The Darlington Guards acted as an honor escort, and the Reverend D.M. Fulton, pastor of the Presbyterian Church, conducted the services, assisted by the Reverend J.J. Jefferson of the Colored Presbyterian Church. A large representative concourse followed the remains from the humble little home to the grave, and when the last words were spoken, the bugler of the Darlington Guards sounded taps, and the soldiers fired a volley of 3 rounds over the still form of the newly made grave. And this, in brief, is the story of the funeral of Henry Brown, a black man who in his life had been true to all, white and black alike, and when the end came, there were many sorrowing eyes who were saddened at the death of a good man whose name has always been a household word for generations in Darlington. Henry Brown, familiarly and affectionately known as Old Uncle Dad Brown, died at his home here Saturday evening. His life was an example to his race and others, and his death, even though he had added nearly another score of years to the allotted span, is felt as a loss by the entire community. For Henry Brown, simple in his creed, untutored and modest in his sterling worth, accomplished in his devotion to principle, was above all things a man. He fought a good fight when men were needed to do the fighting, and he kept the faith amid reluctant and faithless ones upon whom the flames of service rested. Henry was never a slave, but came to Darlington from Camden when he was quite a little child. For more than 80 years he lived his life here, and his character and his deeds proclaimed in no uncertain tones that the Spirit animated him. The record of his years brought him to the respect and esteem of all, even as it reflected honor upon the unobtrusive man who always was equal to the promptings of conscience and to the calls of duty. Henry was a veteran of 3 wars, and he had more to say concerning his experiences on the field than in other things. But his best work was not done when he was a follower in the Mexican, Civil, nor Spanish-American wars. He had a hard battle to fight for principle and right, but his honest old heart was as brave as it was true, and he never faltered for one moment. He was as fearless a man as one could find. He did not know mental or physical fear in the honest simplicity of his true but rugged manhood. Fear of any kind was meaningless jest to him. As a businessman and citizen, Henry was of unusual worth. A brick-mason by trade, he had all he could do,
Shout out Big Chief Funky Crackers and General Peace, man. Appreciate the donation, brothers.
He went to Charleston in 1861 with my company, the Darlington Guards, and served as a drummer throughout the duration of the war. He captured a pair of drumsticks at the Battle of Second Manassas, and it is doubtful if anyone had enough money to purchase those sticks. He was a member of the Darlington Guards until the day of his death, and accompanied this command on every journey except the last to Jamestown, when in failing health he followed them to the station in a last vain attempt to keep step with his comrades to the rhythmic tap of his own drumbeat. In writing this, I must recall how I once saw Uncle Dad do something which will better show what stuff he was made of than I can with any words. An old ex-Confederate soldier asked me once, some years ago, where Henry was, saying that he had promised to meet him at that place at 12 o'clock. I told him that Henry was working on Mr. Hewitt's stores and that it was not 12 o'clock yet, but a few minutes after 12, old Uncle Dad, 6 feet tall and with his bright eyes kindling with affection, met his old comrade of other years, and after a conversation lasting more than an hour, they parted, but not before old Uncle Dad, who knew not that someone was watching, had slipped a bill into the trembling hand of the old soldier, who took it most reluctantly. They parted, with old Dad looking affectionately with tears in his eyes at the tears streaming down the face of the old soldier. It was a $20 bill that Henry had given him, and not the first one, as the old veteran told me. He said that the old drummer was helping to keep this old soldier and comrade out of the poorhouse. Henry would not discuss the subject when it was mentioned, but promptly ordered this friend to not say anything, no matter what he thought he knew. And both men are dead now, and so the story needs to be told. He has gone to join the great majority of those who marched to the tap of his own drum.
Hey, don't block don't block the brother BJ, man. I ain't listening. He's out here out of control, man. BJ, man. Man, you knew, man. I ain't seen you before, man. Be cool, brother. Or sister.
And we, too, shall soon follow. If you enjoyed today's video and would like to
shout out to
be sure to take a shot.
Shout out to OG, man. Peace, everybody. Peace, peace, peace. You know what I'm saying? Here we is again. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see what it's about. Let me see here, man. I guess y'all don't really see what it's really about. Let me go ahead and show you what it's about. In fact, I got to get rid of this, but I'll get rid of those in the meantime. And what it's about is this right here. Boop. The hard evidence for the Black Confederates. As you can see, we just seen one video, you know what I'm saying, I thought it was really good, you know what I'm saying, I thought it was a great thing to share. You know what I'm saying, we're going to go into video number 2. Hopefully Chief will be in by then. After video 2, you know what I'm saying, we'll get some discussion and stuff like that, review of video 2. Then I got a third one as well to follow up that one. So shout out to everybody here. Like I said, give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are awesome. So without further ado, I will bring you another film. Fair use. Fair use.
Confederate flag represented has been
Read the description.
rather
Fair
misinterpreted
the
and
fuck
misunderstood. It's taken on a meaning through the
use.
years that it did not originally have.
Bitches.
We're human beings and we have a history. And history should not be eliminated.
When the wars.
Let's see. Hold on before we even get started. What's going on? Check your sister situation and see if it's correct. Check yes.
Testing. Mic check. 1 2 1
Sound
2.
great. Sound great.
Go. DJ Kuttack.
That's
How
right.
you feeling, brother?
All well.
That's what's up, man. I want to say peace to all American Aborigines. It's the GOAT, DJ Kuttack Talk Mix Show.
That's right.
Hey, man, just getting started out, man. I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel. Shout out to Big Chief Fuck You Crackers.
That's right.
And, General Peace, salute. Appreciate you, brothers.
Shout out
appreciate
to
all the support, man. Shout out to Only Builders, man. You guys want to be a part of the Only Builders group, man. Only Builders 2022@gmail.com.
That's right.
Get some information. You guys know Friday it's the GOAT DJ Kuttack movie night, man. It's going down, man. Friday night, 6 Eastern, man. So you guys want to be a part of that. Information will be in the chat room for that as well. Your member, tap in. Your non-member, tap in as well, man. It's gonna be interesting, man. Double feature, man. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna have a good time, man. We got special guests gonna be coming through. I'm gonna be dropping some stuff, man. So yeah, man, y'all stay tuned, man. We're gonna have a good time. Cut gonna be on the 1s and 2s.
That's right.
Quest, everything, man, is going down, man. Old school, new school, man. Everything in between, man. So y'all tap in, man. So shout out to everybody tapped in, man. Do us a favor, man. Share this on all the social media platforms, man. Tell a friend, tell another friend that you tuned into the grace of all motherfucking time.
It's the GOAT.
DJ Kuttack Talk Mix Show, man.
Cut, you killing them.
Best to do it, man. Let's get it.
Yeah, man.
Did
you happen to check that little short video about the Confederate drummer brother? Oh, his name was Uncle Pop or Uncle Dad. Oh yeah.
I absolutely missed that.
It's not a problem. We moving on to video number 2, which is what's the name
Uncle
of that?
Dad, though. That nigga sound like he hitting his sisters.
So it was a brother. Yeah, he was a Confederate drummer. You know what I'm saying? He went down
Uncle
with
and a dad.
Damn, he had whites and blacks. Yo, hit the like button, man. Act like y'all like brothers, man. Come on with it, man. We got 2 short videos, then we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna get into a 3rd video that's gonna be real enlightening. So this one right here is Behind the Enemy Stars, but better yet than that, fair use, bitches. YouTube bitches. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm explicit. Cuddy, what's wrong with you? Damn.
Oh my God.
I'm tripping for real. All right, here we go, man.
When the war started, there were 250,000 free black men in the South. And they didn't have the same social status as white people, but they were free, they weren't slaves. But they did own slaves. 10% of those freed black men owned slaves. And the largest plantation in Charleston, South Carolina, when the war started, was owned by a free black man with 200 slaves.
My name is Nelson W. Winbush. I'm a member of the Jacob Sumner Camp 1516, Sons of Confederate Veterans. reason for joining the Sons of Confederate Veterans after the NAACP declared they would destroy and remove everything Confederate in 1990. I decided that I would do all I could to make sure that people understood what the Confederacy stood for.
What the Confederate flag represented has been rather misinterpreted and misunderstood. It's taken on a meaning through the years that it did not originally have.
I fight for the Union as a reenactor. I have as much respect and honor for the rebels as I do for the Union people. I think those people were just, even at that time, were just as honorable as we are. They were fighting for a cause just like we were. They might have been different causes, but we were fighting for a just cause. And it wasn't slavery.
There were several black soldiers.
What was it then, if it wasn't
fighting for the South?
fake slavery?
And the one difference is the Confederates treated their black soldiers better than we did. They almost mutinied, and General Grant had to threaten to hang an entire regiment because they refused to fight next to a black regiment. Where in the Confederacy, their black soldiers got the same food, they fought side by side, they got the same weapons, they didn't have the same problems we had in our army.
My grandfather, Louis Napoleon Nelson, was a Confederate veteran. Company M, 7th Cav, Tennessee. He rode with General Nathan Bedford Forrest. He saw action at Shiloh, Lookout Mountain. This is a 1921 Tennessee reunion. It's the original picture and frame at Lookout Mountain. My grandfather's over here. Another black gentleman named Mr. Buchanan from Memphis is over here. This is a copy of my grandfather's application for pension in 1920. It was accepted. He was number 32, colored man pension, state of Tennessee. And what he had to do is he had to verify the fact that he did serve. So did black Confederates fight? I think this, I rest my case with that.
The Confederate flag that we are most familiar with, which was known as the Southern Cross or the St. Andrew's Cross, was actually a flag of the military. It was never a flag of the Confederate States government. This flag was reserved for the military forces, the Army, the Navy, etc. Again, it was not a United States government flag. Therefore, it never flew over a slave ship. It was not a representative of the Confederate government. It has been misinterpreted over the years that have, since the 145 years of the Civil War that have gone by, other groups have used it in ways that it should not have been used, and it often became perceived by this misconception as, well, that stands for racism or slavery. The truth be known is that Confederate battle flag never officially stood as a representation of the Confederate government or any kind of slave power itself.
You know, if the war had gone the other way and we had lost, then it would probably be the same sort of thing going on. You know, it's just the hatred against the Confederate flags is due to basically an ignorance of what they really stood for.
The red represents Christianity, Southern God-fearing people. You have another religious symbol, the St. Andrew's Cross, the blue for purity. And spread along the cross, you have the 13 stars representing the 13 states that seceded from the Union. The star in the center is most significant because it represents the state of Maryland. And its significance being that when it came time for the Maryland to vote, President Lincoln had the governor and the Maryland legislature locked up so they couldn't vote. A lot of people, even today, do not realize that Maryland is a southern state.
This is a war that anything that happened in American history, regardless of who was involved, it's all intertwined. It's a heritage that all of us Americans can claim and should be honored for. You know, our ancestors sacrificed their livelihood. they shed their blood for it. This is something that we all try to remember out here. This is a part of a heritage that we all can claim. And it's something we should all be proud of, to remember those who have gone before us and the sacrifices they made, the legacy they left us, and the path that they've guided us on that lies ahead for us.
Yeah, man. So shout out to them and that right there. Shout out to them and that right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was one, huh? Wasn't it, Chief?
Well, yeah, I seen that, of course. I don't know if we played that or not, cut, but you know, you see something different every time, man.
Right.
You know, and they said it wasn't about slavery. Then tell us what it was about, then, because we were never told what ultimately what y'all was abolishing. Then, if you wasn't abolishing anything but our family structures, our family businesses, and taking our land. Now, said it was over 250,000 free black men fighting for the Confederate Army. Now, according to their documents, we were the majority during this time period. That's why they had to have the 3/5 compromise, not the human clause. The 3/5 compromise, well, out of 5 votes, you only count 3, but you tax for 5. So ultimately, that's what a lot of secession was about, you know, according to the narrative and things like that. This is about slavery, but slavery means a house, a family. Family means a house of slaves, a house of servants, our family dynasties, a thing that we have to get back to, but they cursed it. Now we'll rather leave our house, leave our family structures, even our extended families, and go out and build other people's shit. Because they teach us to be the root for the abolitionists, right? Root for the Confederate. Even this movie with Will Smith called Emancipation, once again, they're not going to break that down. They're not going to tell you what that's really about. They're going to be like, it's about slavery. It's not about slavery. It's about family and family lineage. When they say, oh, you guys were born in perpetual slavery, they're never going to be able to show you anything but that meaning just being born into a family. You're never going to be able to be out of that family because that's your bloodline, unless you go somewhere legally and get emancipated. Now, you don't have to do that because on your 18th birthday, now that's when you become legally emancipated. Now, before that, say if you want to do it at you was 15 and stuff, then you have to go to court and be emancipated away from your parents who could have been abusive, could misappropriate your funds. You understand? Gary Coleman, didn't he get emancipated? Get away from his parents so he can.
I think he did. I think he did. Yes, he did.
I think he did. But y'all get the point what I'm trying to say, right? That in order for he didn't have to say if he wanted to wait till he was 18, you know, he couldn't wait till he was 18. He was like, fuck that, I'm gonna do this before that. So the point being is, I'm trying to say is that the Emancipation Proclamation has nothing to do with Kunta Kinte, chattel slavery and all that dumbass shit. That's fake. That's a movie. We go back and forth on this all the time, but it's fantasy out. Real talk. So, It was what else? I mean, like the reenactments are just really interesting. Here's a just cause, and we had a just cause too. Well, what do you think the Confederate just cause was, right? And then once again, we talk about the flag and stuff. You guys, shout out to Tayshawn, the Confederate Don. You guys know Big Aboriginal Power, yeah, Tennessee. That gonna probably be coming through, man. We're gonna have to get into this Confederate flag a little bit tonight, man.
Yeah.
When we talk about them taking our symbols from us and making us hate our symbols and our power structure.
That's
Once
right.
again, that's our shit. We are the Confederates, you guys. We are the Confederates. Please get that through your heads.
That's right.
Real spit.
All
So
right. We got
that's
this,
it.
we got this
Yeah, you got it
third
right.
video, man. So you know what I'm saying? I could
What is this? Which one is this one right here, brother?
this
What's
is
the name
the
of it?
second video you sent on the email. I already played the first one, and I played the one I had with the drummer that went, man, he went down with Confederate stripes. He was loved by white and black alike.
That's
That's what the lady said. Black alike.
terrible.
So
Terrible.
anyway.
Hey, shout out to everybody that's out there, man. Do us a favor, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Real talk. Don't do it back.
Sister
Yeah,
Betty,
man.
we
Hey,
see
man. If
you.
y'all haven't signed that petition too, man, please sign the petition, man, and share it if you already signed it, man.
That's right.
Once again, it's important, man. That we focus on certain things. Once again, it was crafted. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to It's Miss Me 13. Shout out to Anthony L. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody, man, that working behind the scenes, man. We definitely appreciate you guys, man. When we talking about um, uh, um, the petition, man, it's just something simple, man, for us to break certain things down. You know, not to be too wordy. You know what I mean? And it's just once again, it's a social construction, or we are reverse engineering things that have been constructed, right? They've constructed certain terminologies. Like we were having that conversation over on Big Aboriginal Powers earlier today. We're talking about just the construction of black, for instance, or whatever. Okay, well, if it's in this construction, we know these are descriptive terms that people are calling us. But once again, somebody calls you something that puts you at the bottom of their construction, then you got to figure out, okay, well, the first thing in a psychological warfare is stop using the words that they're using against you as weapons. That's simple. Don't use the words that are being used against you in a psychological warfare. Pretty simple. And if they're words that they're hiding them for a reason. They're hiding these words for a reason because they know they empower you socially, politically, economically, lawfully, legally, and every other type of ways that you can be empowered. This is the final Infinity Stone. And I don't understand why people don't understand that. But you will. You're going to learn today. So, like this video right here, like I said, it's a lot into this, man. It gets into the Confederacy. Once again, it's more of us. We own more land. We've been here for generations. And so within those generations, people are cultivating the land as well as procreating. There's no Trojan man out here. There's no Planned Parenthood, all that type of stuff, man. It's not a lot of these distractions. You know what I'm saying? People was procreating because, being fruitful and multiplying is what we were doing until they came and abolished that. I stand on it. I don't care about the slave narratives. That shit is fake. I don't give a fuck how many slave narratives that you come up with yours for your family. That's what you should do. Don't come up with one for me and everybody else on this platform, everybody else listening. Come up with yours for everybody else. Don't come up with Kunta Kinte's and all this other CIA ass shit. Come up with your family telling you in your slave story. That's what you do. And then you're going to find when you're looking into your documentation, your genealogy, when you're searching your genealogy, you're going to see that, damn, these are unpaid laborers that have the same name as these people that got the land married to these people now.
All right, so it sounds like we got Chief
under these
over here fizzing in and out on his telecommunication. He's scat, bat, voodoo, that, doo-doo, that.
His wife.
Hey, don't even try, man. You about
the servant.
Hey. Yeah. Chief Holiday, my brother, man, your service went in and out. You sounded pretty bad. You know what I'm saying? Unmute yourself real quick, my brother, so you can dig back in for real. Dig back in. Shout out to Carlos X, Darvis Blaylock, Richie Taylor. I see you, Sister Bethy. Smoke Signal. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all of y'all. We in here. Chief Holiday, unmute your mic, my brother. And let's see what's up. All right. He not with it. There you go.
Yeah, what'd you say, bro?
Yeah, you was going in and out real bad, so I just muted your mic so you can unmute and go ahead and go back in. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, no, I was just setting up the video. This black
Pay attention, folks. Pay attention, folks.
Man. So we're gonna get into this, man. It's
Diamond King, I see you, my brother. I see you, God. Who is that? Free Papa? I see you, Free Papa, man. I can't believe I ain't Yeah. Yeah, we gotta, I think, they over there trying to force Chief Holiday to upgrade his phone plan or something. They like, they trying to make sure they like, man, make it hard for him, for real. We'll get it right, though.
They really are.
I know, I see. But hey, man, what I'm gonna do is go. Oh yeah, man! Shout out to the Lakers playing tonight. You know what I'm saying? Hope we can bounce back. As you can tell, I'm a Laker. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, here we go, man. You want me to cue up this here video? You want to say something about this here video? All right, well, let's get it cracked right now.
What's up?
Fair use.
Hello,
all
and
information
welcome to my
in
channel.
the description.
If you are a subscriber to my channel, welcome back and thank you for your interest and support. If you aren't a subscriber but you'd like to see more, please like, subscribe, and click the notification bell so you don't miss any new interesting videos. The purpose of my videos are to rediscover the true history of people of color throughout the world. By understanding that truth, hopefully all people will be able to heal. I truly believe that remaining in ignorance helps no one, except for those individuals that thrive on deception, power, and dominance. One more thing before I get started, and trust me, you don't want to miss the rest of this video, but this has to be said. The word race and what it's supposed to mean is not a real thing. It was created to divide and conquer. It's a social construct which was scientifically debunked long ago, yet we still use the term day in and day out. Now, I realize that I've used the term race in some of my videos, but that was only because it's a term that people are most familiar with when trying to make sense of different skin tones. I will be producing a video addressing the peopling of the world in the near future, so please stay tuned for that. I produce these videos not to divide people, not to say one skin complexion is better than another, but to write the historical record, so we as human beings can move forward out of ignorance as a cohesive group, no one better than the other. All right, so without further ado, this video is titled The Black Southern Confederacy. We have been given 120 plus years of propaganda that the South was controlled by white men, and the few black men that fought for the South did so on behalf of their masters. This, of course, is a lie. In this video, I'm going to show you that the American Civil War was fought by black men and white men on both sides of the conflict. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. For those of you that don't know, the Confederacy included the states of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Regarding the hierarchy of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis was the president and Alexander Hamilton Stevens was the vice president. The Confederacy was formed in 1861. However, on April 9, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered his Confederate troops to Union General Ulysses S. Grant after 4 years of a costly and bloody war. All right, so I think this first article will blow your mind, so please pay close attention. I'm going to start off right at the top with the president of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. Okay, so this article is from the newspaperarchive.com, Philadelphia Evening Telegraph newspaper, dated October 6, 1886, page 8, column 1. All right, so the title of this article is The Davis Family, the Residents in Canada, How the Members Live. So the article starts, Ottawa, CW, September 27th. After the late war, the Davis family, excepting Mrs. Davis, went to live in Canada, and they still live there. At the head of this family is Mrs. Howell, the mother of Mrs. Davis, and with her is a younger sister of the latter who is unmarried. The Davis family consists of 2 boys and 1 girl, all young, the eldest, a boy, not being over 14 years of age. With Mr. Davis, there's a young child not included in the above list. Mrs. Howell is a tall, stately old lady of about 60 years of age. She has brilliant black eyes, good features, and looks a little sallow from her age. Her hair is gray and still thick, and she wears nothing on her head. This gives her an air of dignity and simplicity. In manner, she is very affable and plain. Miss Howell, whose first name is Margaret, is a tall young lady of about 20 years of age. She has dark eyes, good features, and a clear olive complexion, with dark brown hair. In manner, she is pleasing, and there is a strong resemblance between her and her mother. The looks of both ladies are quite Southern. Master Jefferson Davis is a fine boy of about 14 years of age. He is tall for his age and well made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. He is now in college in Lennoxville, Canada East. Miss Margaret Davis is a girl of about 8 years of age, with eyes black as, I can't read that word because it's missing part of the first letter, and brown hair and good features. Her skin is a rich olive, like that of Mrs. Howell, her aunt. She is now at school in the convent of the Sacred Heart near Montreal. The last of the family to notice is Master William Davis, who goes by the name of Willie. He is a boy of 4 years of age, with gray eyes and light hair, and features promising to be aquiline like those of his father. He is deaf, so that one has to shout at him in speaking. All right, so this is where I'm going to stop reading the article so we can go ahead and analyze it, although I must admit the rest of the article is very interesting. So let's break this down. Mrs. Howell is mother to 2 daughters, Mrs. Davis and Margaret. Mrs. Davis is Jefferson Davis's wife. As I mentioned previously, Jefferson Davis was the president of the Confederacy. Okay, so the Davis family consists of 2 boys, 1 girl, and 1 other child. We saw that Mrs. Howell is listed as being a tall, stately old lady of about 60 years of age. She has brilliant black eyes, good features, and looks a little sallow from age. Remember, sallow means a yellowish complexion. Her hair was iron gray and still thick. Then there is Miss Howell, whose first name is Margaret. She is listed as a tall young lady of about 20 years. She has dark eyes, good features, and a clear olive complexion, with dark brown hair. Then the article says that there is a strong resemblance between her and her mother, and also that the looks of both ladies are quite Southern. So how I interpret the phrase looking quite Southern means many Southern women at that time had dark eyes, dark hair, and complexions that are sallow and olive. Sallow meaning yellow and olive meaning brown. All right, so let's get to the other children. The article says Master Jefferson Davis was a fine boy of 14 years of age. He is tall for his age and well-made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. Folks, is that sinking in? I'm going to go ahead and repeat that last part, like that of all his family. So let's go ahead and look at the next child, which is Miss Margaret Davis. She was a girl of 8 years of age, with eyes black as unreadable, and brown hair and good features. Her skin is a rich olive, like that of Miss Howell, her aunt. All right, so let me reiterate what I just said. I said a rich olive, okay? They didn't say regular olive, a rich olive, which means it's an enhanced color, a darker color. All right, so looking at the last child, Master William Davis, he is 4 years of age with gray eyes and light hair and features promising to be aquiline like his father. He is also deaf. Wow, right? Weren't we taught that the Southern Confederacy was basically all white? Weren't we all told that only white people were in charge of the South? Aren't 99% of all the photos and paintings that we're shown in regards to the Southern Confederacy of white people? I'm not making this stuff up, folks. But there is a reason it's been left out of the curriculum. What I'm showing you here is that Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, had a black family. Let that sit with you for a minute. Remember, when I read the description of Master Jefferson Davis, the 14-year-old, it says he has a rich brown, not a light brown, not a sallow, a rich brown complexion like that of all his family. Please remember, words are key. That's why I'm emphasizing these important descriptive words, so that it really brings home what this family looked like. Folks, this war was not about black and white. This war was a fight about cultures, money, and power. Southern black men, black women, white men, and white women were fighting for their way of life. Of course, I think it was disgusting to fight to keep the institution of slavery. These people and that part of their culture were sick, but that was part of the Southern culture at that time. What I'm saying to you is, we have been lied to regarding who these people were and who had the power at that time in history. The reality was, the South was full of families of color that were wealthy plantation owners, statesmen, bankers, doctors, preachers, teachers, soldiers, farmers, etc. This is not to say the South was not overrun with Negroes that were enslaved. However, as I will explain later in the video, and I'm sure I've touched on it in prior videos, Europeans of color at this time were not to be confused with American Negroes, aka Indians. I have over 25 articles of accounts of wealthy colored people and families in the South and Midwest, and that's not including wealthy families of color in the northern and western parts of the country. I will have to do a video on those wealthy families of color in the very near future. Also, these photos we are shown today are not legitimate. These photos we are shown have been substituted by photos of white people. I think some folks watching my videos believe the photos and paintings of white people that I present are of people of color passing for white. That is not the case. The reason I show you these photos are to highlight and emphasize the contradictions between the descriptions that are written and the photos we are given representing these various historical figures. I believe the original photos and paintings, etc., have been destroyed or hidden away. Maybe that's one of the reasons why many southern states passed laws against Negroes learning to read. I just wanted to clear up this issue about photos I'm presenting going forward. Okay, I'm going to move on to another article, and this one is about Verena Davis, the wife of Jefferson Davis. This article is from the Army.mil website. Basically, it's the U.S. Army's website. Anyway, this article was published on January 30th, 2015 by Eric Durr, New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs. All right, so this article reads, Saratoga Springs, New York, October 8th, 2014. A university professor who is also a former government codebreaker and a retired college financial aid director teamed up to transcribe and decode the secrets in a 150-year-old Confederate diary discovered in the collections of the New York State Military Museum in Saratoga Springs, New York. The Military Museum is administered by the New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs, the state agency which oversees the New York Army and Air National Guard. Written in 1863 and 1864 by Confederate Army Lieutenant James Malboom, an officer in Company B, 6th Virginia Infantry, the diary records information about soldiers in his unit, items he's bought and sold, his African-American slaves, the faithfulness of other officers' wives, Confederate deserters, women, and military movements. You know, before I go forward reading this, I just wanted to comment where it says African-American slaves. Obviously, back in 1863 and 1864, the term African-American obviously was not used. But it also indicates that these folks writing the story want to portray that the people of color at that time were all from Africa. And that is far from the truth, as we are witnessing by all the videos that I'm producing, as well as other videos being produced that pertain to the same subjects. In essence, it's a way of disassociating European people of color from their heritage and American Negroes / Indians from their land. To keep some of this private, Melbone used a code of letters and symbols. Among that coded information is Melbone's speculation about race of Verena Davis, the wife of Confederate President Jefferson Davis. Encoded in his diary, Melbone recorded that he saw her and that she was dark-complected and had a very, very brown skin, dark eyes, and high cheekbones, wide mouth. This was undoubtedly a reference to African-American features and possibly ancestry, said Dr. Kent Boecklin, who broke the code. Again, you can see that reference to African-American. All right, so it goes on to read further. In the slave-owning Confederacy of 1864, these musings would have been explosive statements, said Boecklin, a Queens College associate professor of computer science and National Security Agency trained cryptographer. Boecklin, who has decrypted other historic documents, said people used codes in their diaries to keep military information, gossip, and ruminations about sex a secret from prying eyes. Melbone's diary contained a little of each. So I'm not going to read the entire article. I just wanted to read the section on Verena Davis because the first article I read to you didn't specifically describe her appearance. But now you know how her children got their looks. All right, so back to this article. Do you see where it says Melbone recorded that he saw her and she was dark-complected and had very, very brown skin, dark eyes, high cheekbones, and a wide mouth? Now, they're saying that this was a reference to her African-American features and possibly ancestry. However, I hope if you've been watching my video series, you realize that she probably came from a European family of color. There is also a possibility that she was mixed with indigenous American blood, aka Indian blood. So let's take a look at what photos Google has for Mrs. Davis. Let's see if they portray her with this very, very brown skin. These photos aren't even close to matching the description. So let's take a look at the Davis family children. I sure don't see a rich olive or rich brown skin on any of them. Maybe it's just me, but do you guys see it? All I see are very pale complexions. Let's look at a painting of Verena Davis in a pendant from the Smithsonian Museum. Again, do you see a very, very brown skin? How about a brown skin? How about a light brown skin? This is what I'm trying to reveal to you. These paintings, photos are all bogus. All right, so let's look at one more example of what Mrs. Jefferson Davis looked like. This page comes from the book, The Davis Memorial Volume, Our Dead President, Jefferson Davis, The World's Tribute to His Memory by J. William Jones, D.D., copyright 1889. All right, going to page 313. This page goes on to read, Mr. Davis was received here with distinguished honors, and quarters were assigned him at the Spotswood Hotel, which then stood at the southeast corner of Main and 8th Streets, but was destroyed by fire December 25, 1870. Here speeches were made, welcome after welcome extended, and crowds pressed forward to be introduced to Mr. Davis and the members of his family. Mrs. Davis was thus described. She is a tall, commanding figure with dark hair, eyes, and complexion, and strongly marked characteristics which lie chiefly in the mouth. With firmly set yet flexible lips, there is indicated much energy of purpose and will, but beautifully softened by the usual sad expression of her dark, earnest eyes. Her manners are kind, graceful, easy, and affable, and her receptions are characterized by the dignity, suavity, which should very properly distinguish the drawing room entertainments of the chief magistrate of a republic. So again, we can see that the author describes Mrs. Davis as tall, with dark hair, eyes, and complexion, 3 separate categories regarding her appearance. Well, there are many more written examples of what Verena Davis looked like, but now I want to move on to some more Confederates of color. All right, so let's look at the Vice President of the Confederacy, Alexander H. Stephens. And this article comes from the Athens Weekly Banner, dated January 24th, 1908, page 3, first column. This article is titled Civilian Leaders of the Confederacy by John Good of Virginia, sometimes member of the Confederate Congress of the Virginia Session Convention of the Congress of the United States and President of the Virginia Constitutional Convention of 1901-1902. The article subheading reads Alexander H. Stephens, And the article goes on to read, "The first I ever saw of Mr. Stevens was on the 22nd day of April, 1861. He had been sent as a commissioner by the government at Montgomery to negotiate a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I had the honor to represent the convention as a member of the committee appointed to receive him. It will be remembered that Virginia was, for a short time, an independent nation. She had seceded from the old nation, but had not accepted the new one, nor could she do so until a vote was had by the people upon the ratification or rejection of the ordinance of secession. Mr. Stevens impressed me at the time as a most remarkable man. In personal appearance, he was very slender, his complexion was swarthy, and he weighed less than 100 pounds. He had a metallic voice of far-reaching power and a wonderful penetration." All right, for the sake of time, let's just get to the heart of it. Of course, this account takes place before Alexander H. Stevens becomes Vice President of the Confederacy. So John Good, the author of the article, states that he met with Mr. Stevens and he described his personal appearance as very slender and his complexion was swarthy. In my opinion, the author didn't mention his hair color or eye color, but went right for the distinguishing feature, which was his complexion, aka skin color. All right, so let's look at a photo of Alexander H. Stevens. This one was found on Google. Not seeing the swarthy complexion? Don't you all find it weird so far that these descriptions are published in many sources, but as I mentioned in previous videos, no one talks about these people's descriptions, only their deeds. Although, if they did happen to mention their descriptions, for some reason, and I say this facetiously, they generally talk about hair color and eye color, failing to mention their complexions, skin color, or hue. Maybe it's just that they don't want to get into a discussion about it. All right, I'm going to take us away from these articles for a minute, so I can show you real quick that Mr. Stevens' swarthy complexion, and basically all swarthy complexions, generally refer to complexions assigned to people of color. Let me show you real quick what I mean. Again, I'm going to preface this. I'm not speaking about white people with tans. There's a huge difference, and as Judge Judy says, let's not play with each other. Now, I have plenty of viewers commenting on various videos stating that swarthy complexions are not assigned to people of color. They believe that swarthy complexions refer to either white people with dark hair and dark eyes, or white people that have tans from being outdoors. I'm not blaming these commenters for believing as they do, because they have been subject to the same rewritten history we all have been taught. However, I'm going to debunk that false narrative right now. I'm going to go through a couple examples real quick. Let's look at this article from the Indianapolis Journal dated July 12, 1895, page 4, 5th column, under the title, About People and Things. Beginning in the third paragraph, it states, Mrs. Anna R. Woodby of Omaha, described as a swarthy colored woman, has been named by the Prohibitionists as one of the candidates for the regents of the state university. Now, this next article is from the Indianapolis newspaper dated September 10th, 1891, page 2, 4th column. The title of this article is The Asphalt-Colored Hands Demand $1.75 per day for their labor. So the paragraph begins, at 1 o'clock today, about 100 swarthy Negro laborers employed to lay concrete work on the Virginia Avenue asphalt pavement threw down their tools and quit work. Okay, moving on. You'll love this one. This article is from the Savannah Morning newspaper dated February 21st, 1904, page 30, second to the last column. The title of this article is The Romantic Story of the Douglas Family. I'm going to skip down to the 5th paragraph where it reads, being desirous of seeing the one who had done so signaling a service, the man was pointed out to the king by his color or complexion. In these words of the Gaelic tongue, Sholtol de Glass, or Behold the swarthy colored man. Hence he was named Sholtol the Douglas. The king royally rewarded him with grants of land and created him Lord of Douglas. Well, that was interesting, don't you think? Keep in mind, this is a major southern newspaper in Georgia, and it's 1904. Okay, so this next article is from the Durham Daily Globe, dated October 23rd, 1893, page 1, 3rd column. The title of this article is People Who Come and Go, Brief Brevities of Interest to All Readers of the Globe. Skipping down to the 3rd paragraph, it reads, Solomon Justice, another swarthy African, was charged with violating a city ordinance, but was not found guilty, so went on his way rejoicing. Again, this is another southern newspaper, this one from Durham, North Carolina, in the year 1893. Here's the last example I'm going to share, because I want to get back to the main subject of this video. This article is from the New Albany Daily Ledger, dated May 19, 1860, page 2, second column. This short article reads, "It appears that the contest for vice president in the Republican convention was between Hannibal Hamlin and Cassius M. Clay, and the former succeeded. This was natural, we suppose. Hannibal of old, in whose honor Hamlin was named, was a swarthy African, while Cassius was nothing but a Roman and a white man." So let's look at this. According to this editor, and I've read this before, Hannibal Hamlin, Abraham Lincoln's vice president, was named after a swarthy African. Why would you name a white man after a black man? Well, if you've seen my prior video, I assert that Hamlin was a black man. You also saw where the editor states, "This was natural, we suppose." I believe he made that statement because Hamlin was black, but also because black men were numerous in the Republican Party at that time. So basically the editor jumps to a conclusion thinking that Hamlin was only voted in by the Republican Party at the convention because he not only is a black man, but he has a black man's name, where his opponent was named after a white man, so of course they're not going to choose him. So why would this editor have this sarcastic view? Well, here's an interesting fact, and I did a little digging. According to the Carnegie Center for Arts and History, they state that this newspaper editor sided heavily with the Southern cause, yet he still assigned the term swarthy to an African man. So my whole point here with these particular articles is to point out that the term swarthy was used to describe dark-skinned people, whether they be Africans, Europeans of color, or any dark-skinned individuals. Okay, as always, I have plenty more examples of the term swarthy describing people of color, but the video must go on. Okay, so let's move on to the next article. And this one is from the Cincinnati Daily Commercial Newspaper, dated October 20th, 1865, page 2. The title of this article is Alexander H. Stephens, the ex-rebel vice president, and John H. Reagan in the Metropolis, Mr. Stevens' appearance, future movements of the party. This article starts out, Alexander H. Stephens, ex-vice president of the Confederate States, accompanied by his brother, Judge Linton Stevens, who remained 6 weeks imprisoned with him in Fort Warren, and ex-Postmaster General John H. Reagan arrived in this city last evening on the 8 o'clock train and put up at the Astor House. Okay, I'm going to skip down to the next paragraph that reads, John Reagan, his companion and fellow sufferer in the same cause, in appearance is the real type of true Southern gentleman. He is tall and commanding in form, we should say 6 feet in height, with an uncommonly well-built frame, and head well balanced on shoulders that Apollo might envy, with dark brown hair within a shade of black, a full beard and mustache of the same color, a dark complexion and flashing black eyes that set off admirably by their brightness their dark surroundings. Reagan is what the world would call a handsome man. Unfortunately, this article describes Alexander H. Stephens in every way except his complexion. Fortunately, we've learned that his complexion was swarthy from the previous article. And might I add, we have now confirmed who swarthy pertains to. Okay, so what I've gleaned from this article is that John H. Reagan was the Postmaster General for the Confederacy under Jefferson Davis. We also see that he is described as the real type of Southern gentleman. So in my mind, that means he looks like the typical Southerner of that era. So let me get back to his description that makes him the real type of Southern gentleman. The article describes John H. Reagan as tall and commanding in form, 6 feet in height, uncommonly well-built frame, head well balanced on shoulders that Apollo might envy, dark brown hair within a shade of black, a full beard and mustache of the same color, a dark complexion, and flashing black eyes that set off admirably by their brightness, their dark surroundings. Reagan is what the world would call a handsome man. Now, look at the photos I found for him. Where is the dark complexion? How are his eyes set off by the dark surroundings? What I do hear is that Southern gentlemen have dark complexions, something that I was never told in school. Now, there is one more person in the article. His name is John Linton Stevens, Alexander H. Stephens' brother. He was a Supreme Court Justice for the state of Georgia. Let's take a look at his description. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Judge Linton Stevens, brother to the late Vice President, is a very fine-looking man of full habit and ruddy complexion, and the last man who would be taken as the brother of Alexander. One would take him to be a well-to-do New England farmer rather than a Southern gentleman of leisure, with plantations by the 100 acres. All right, so looking at this, Judge Stevens has a ruddy complexion, who apparently resembles a New England farmer rather than a Southern gentleman of leisure. Okay, real quick, ruddy is a reddish-brown color. I think that in modern times we have been led to believe ruddy complexions are of white people with some rosacea issues. That is not a complexion. Look at this photo of what I mean by rosacea. And remember, the term complexion denotes the skin on your entire face and generally your body. I had several people comment on previous videos regarding the definition of a ruddy complexion, saying it was like a reddish brown color. I would tend to agree. However, just like the word brunette, the meaning was unofficially changed in the early to mid 1900s to validate the rewritten history we were all taught. Now, I hate to go off on a tangent again, but I feel like we're going to have those same commenters that believe white people are swarthy use the same rewritten history to say that the term dark complexion always pertains to white people. Let me quickly dispel that notion. So this first article comes from the Milledgeville Confederate Union newspaper dated September 6, 1864, page 1, second column. The ad states, "Stop the runaway. Runaway from Macon, Georgia on the 14th day of July instant. A Negro boy named Charles, aged 20 years, 5 feet 10 inches, dark complexion, flat nose, and weighs about 165 to 175 pounds. I will pay a suitable reward for his delivery to me at this place, or his confinement until I get to him." All right, so this next article is from the Augusta Weekly Chronicle and Sentinel, dated March 5th, 1856, page 6, last column. The title of this ad is Public Sales, Burke Sheriff's Sale. And as you can see, it's a long list of Negroes for sale. I'm not actually going to read the whole list because that would take too long, but feel free to pause the video and you can read the list for yourself. All right, so it goes on to read, will be sold on the first Tuesday. Unfortunately, I can't read that part because it's messed up, but it picks up in said county within the legal hours of sale. The following property, to wit, one Negro man slave named Stephen, about 25 years old, of a dark complexion, one Negro woman slave named Viney, about 22 years old, and her 2 children, all of light complexion, one Negro boy slave named Gus, about 11 years old, light complexion, one Negro boy slave named Boston, 9 years old, dark complexion, one Negro slave named Fanny, about 25 years old, dark complexion, one Negro woman slave named Harriet, about 30 years old, and her 3 children, names and ages unknown. Bill, a boy about 8 years old, Carter, a boy 6 years old, both of the last mentioned of a dark complexion. Charles, a man about 32 years old, dark complected. Aaron, a man about 45 years old, light complected. Abraham, a man about 45 years old, dark complected. Nicholas, a man about 45 years old, light complected. Millie, a woman about 44 years old, light complected. Harry, a man about 34 years old, dark complected. King, a man about 30 years old, light complected. Western, a boy about 5 years old, dark complexion. Clay, a boy about 12 years old, dark complexion. Taylor, a boy about 10 years old, dark complexion. Doc, a boy about 8 years old, light complexion. Nick, a boy about 6 years old, light complexion. Moselle, a girl about 1 year old, light complexion. First of all, this turns my stomach. This is what we refer to as human trafficking today, but a lot worse. Unfortunately, history is filled with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, so looking at this list, we can see 2 main complexions attributed to these people referred to as Negroes, dark complexions and light complexions. Do those complexions look familiar? They should, because they mean the same thing, black people, aka people of color. I want to bring your attention to another point that's quite obvious to me now. After researching for several years and listening to other researchers, generally, when I see the word Negro in literature from the 1600s to the late 1800s, the term Negro was assigned to the indigenous population of America, aka Indians, or the indigenous population of the Caribbean. Most often, Negroes were given first names, or they assigned themselves a first name. This is how you will most often see them referred to. They generally did not have last names. They obviously had indigenous names, but of course those were probably too hard for Europeans to pronounce. Plus, psychologically, I'm sure it was an attempt to break them mentally from their culture. So, in my opinion, to facilitate that mental break, they were only given first names. I will tell you this, Europeans generally felt that the indigenous, aka Negroes, were savages, no more than animals. Of course, there are always the exceptions to the rule. There were plenty of marriages that occurred between the 2 cultures. However, this loathing Europeans had was evident in the countless literary works published over the centuries. Europeans would never give Indians their last names. This was a ridiculous notion. Europeans prided themselves when it came to their family names and family crests. When you do read about a Negro with a first name and last name, generally it was because they were a runaway, posing as a freedman or a European of color. Often when seeing runaway ads, you will see it say something like, runaway Negro calling themselves, insert first name, insert last name. Or there were plenty of instances where free Europeans of color were kidnapped from a non-slave state and forced down south and sold into slavery. So please, wake up and smell what's cooking. The reason this propaganda was put into the rewritten history was to again validate why so many black people have European names. All right, I hope you start understanding the sheer magnitude of this research. All right, are you saying WTF to yourself yet? If not, you might after this next article. Let's take a look at one of the most exalted Confederate generals, Robert E. Lee. So for this gentleman, and I say that loosely, we go to the United States of America Congressional Record. It's titled Proceedings and Debate of the 90th Congress, Second Session, Volume 114, Part 7, March 28, 1968 to April 9, 1968, by the Government Printing Office, Washington. Okay, so why did I read you that long title? I read it to you because this is the Congressional Record, an excellent primary source, and they are discussing Robert E. Lee's family line. So on page 8727, they are speaking about Richard Lee, who was the first Lee in America. He was the sixth generation ancestor of Robert E. Lee. Now, turning the page to 8728, it goes on to read, Richard's descendants prospered through the following century until the time of the Revolution. There were no more illustrious names in the annals of the new republic than the Lees, except that of Washington himself. Such Lees as Richard, Henry, Arthur, Thomas, William, Francis, and Lightfoot were men of station, ability, wealth, and integrity. Two were signers of the Declaration of Independence. The list of members of Congress, governors of Virginia, and other holders of public office was endless. Young Robert E. Lee grew up in the midst of this tradition. Robert E. Lee decided on a military career at a very early age. In fact, as a young boy, he decided he would go to West Point. He finally ended up there when he was 18 in 1825. When he entered West Point, he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, he was 5'10", and weighed 180 pounds. Robert E. Lee was the son of Henry, Light Horse Harry, Lee of Revolutionary War renown. It was he who coined the patriotic phrase with reference to Washington, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. So we can see here that Robert E. Lee was described as having dark brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, and he was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. So we can see that he is described with three main categories: dark hair, dark complexion, and gray eyes. That said, looking at photos of General Lee, where's the dark complexion? I don't see it. The real question is, where are all the real photos of all the people that I'm presenting? As I've said in other videos that I've made regarding people of color, Robert didn't develop this dark complexion on his own. It was obviously passed down by his father, mother, or both. All right, are you guys ready to continue down the rabbit hole? Here we go. Now, let's take a look at Alfred Lee. This article comes from the Chicago Tribune dated July 20th, 1868, page 2, column 4. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Alfred Lee, the wealthy colored man who lately died at Georgetown, D.C., was the half-brother of General Robert E. Lee, the leader of the rebel armies and the president of Washington College. So, did that get your attention? Not only was this man colored and wealthy, he was General Lee's half-brother. The Civil War ended approximately 4 years prior to his death. Folks, I'm trying to tell you something here with these videos. The information is right in front of us. We have been lied to. I know it's hard to digest, but it's in black and white. No pun intended, of course. Okay, heavy stuff, right? So let's keep going on to the next Southern Confederate of color. All right, so this article comes from the Philadelphia Inquirer, dated August 23rd, 1889, page 4, column 5. And this article goes on to read, a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion, registered at the Lafayette yesterday with his wife. The name he signed was James All Chalmers, Sardis, Mississippi. General Chalmers is pretty well known to the people of this country. He was a Confederate brigadier and a fire eater of the old regime. His connection with the Fort Pillow massacre is historical and has often been a subject of congressional debate. General Chalmers represented the celebrated shoestring district of Mississippi for several terms as a Democrat, though the white voters were outnumbered by the colored 5-1. When he was left out by his old party, he managed to get the Republican nomination. He claims to have been elected, although his opponent got their certificate. The general will contest. So this article is describing James All Chalmers, who was a Confederate brigadier general from Sardis, Mississippi. The article describes General Chalmers as a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion. Okay, so this man had gray hair and beard, yet his complexion is still brown. I hope you're hearing me. Again, he had a brown complexion, not light brown, not tawny or sallow, brown. Okay, there was one other thing in that article that I thought was very important. It mentioned that white voters were outnumbered by colored 5-1. To me, it sounds like a real motive for white supremacists to try to take over, because guess what? Colored people had the right to vote after the Civil War, and they were going to get outvoted every time. So what do you think they did? And this outnumbering in Sardis, Mississippi was not exclusive to them. It was all over the South. So in response, they formed the White Leagues and the KKK. Now, unfortunately, I can't get into this right now, but I will be doing a video addressing this very issue. All right, so let's keep marching on to the next Confederate general. All right, so this article is from the Cumberland Daily Times, dated May 18th, 1887, page 3, column 5. This article is titled General Joe Wheeler, His Reminiscence of the Fall of the Confederacy. And the article starts off, I had a chat with General Joe Wheeler the other day. He now represents one of the northern congressional districts of Alabama in the House of Representatives, and he is one of the most striking characters in the South. He is short and slim, nervous and wiry, and he does not weigh, all told, over 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and a full black beard, into which the gray is fast creeping. He dresses in dark clothes and wears his Prince Albert coat buttoned tightly around his little frame, making it look smaller than ever. He apparently does not care much for dress, and he wears a soft hat which he now crowds upon his head, now sticks in the pocket of his overcoat, and now carries about under his arm. He is a very popular man among his fellows, has nothing of the snob about him, and is as pleasant a conversationalist as you will find among public men. So, as you can see, General Wheeler was described as a short and slim, nervous and wiry. He weighed 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and full black beard. The author was very descriptive. Black hair, dark complexion, black eyes, and beard. Note that complexion is in its own category. All right, so this next piece of evidence comes from the book A Long Shadow, Jefferson Davis and the Final Days of the Confederacy, page 38. This book was authored by Michael B. Ballard, and the paragraph reads, Judah P. Benjamin, the only cabinet member who had not been at church services that morning, was probably the first to arrive at the meeting, for he was already in his office, only a few feet from Davis's, when the president arrived. He had spent most of the previous evening packing documents to be shipped south in case of an emergency. Adjutant General Samuel Cooper, who considered the threat to Richmond no matter of levity, had been outraged to find Benjamin singing and whistling to entertain those who worked with him. The Secretary of State had an irresponsible sense of humor and a keen mind. Now 53, he had had a successful legal and political career in Louisiana before the war and was the first professing Jew to be elected to the United States Senate. Benjamin had served the Confederacy as Attorney General and Secretary of War before becoming Secretary of State in 1862, and his actions had often been controversial. Yet there was probably no one in the government that Jefferson Davis trusted more. Benjamin was short, swarthy, and stocky. Well, we can see a few surprises in this selection, right? First of all, Judah sounds like he was Jefferson Davis's trusted advisor. However, he was also his Attorney General and Secretary of War. Secondly, he was a Jew. Now, some of you know that Jews in literature are always being referred to as being black in the past, prior to the 1900s. I have had several subscribers ask me to create a video on black Jews, and I plan to do so. And finally, we can see that Judah Benjamin was described as short, swarthy, and stocky. Actually, there's a fourth element I want to highlight. Isn't it ironic that the president of the Confederacy's closest confidant was a black Jew? Just saying. Because aren't the white supremacists today always hating on blacks and Jews? We've been misled, folks. Alrighty then, moving on. Now I've shown you the black leadership of the Confederacy. I hope you don't think the troops they commanded were all white. So let's take a look at some of the troops. All right, so this article comes from the Daily Intelligencer, dated December 25th, 1862, page 4, column 5. This article talks about the 1st Virginia Volunteer Infantry by company. It goes on to read, "The following soldiers are reported absent without leave. They will return immediately to duty, or if arrested, they will be treated as deserters. Major and Provost Marshal General for Virginia." And just as a side note, I like military roles because they tend to be very descriptive. As you're going to see, the soldiers that deserted are described in detail. Why? Because they want to know exactly what they look like, especially their complexions. Obviously, you could have 2 or more people with the same name, so telling them apart is much easier when you know their complexions. Have you ever noticed in modern times, government driver's licenses, IDs, passports don't have complexion as a descriptor? That's because they have color photos now that show someone's complexion. Okay, so back to the article. These soldiers I presented thus far in the video are all of European heritage, some colored and some white. Some of these soldiers may be listed as having a light complexion. That's different than a fair or pale complexion. Light complexions, as you've seen, refer to people we call light-skinned black people today. Remember, it's all about the complexion. All right, so under the first company, Company A, we have William Maxwell, private, age 34 years, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, height 5 feet 9 3/4 inches, occupation a mariner. Under Company C, the first soldier is white, Henry Brooks, private, age 22 years, eyes brown, hair black, complexion fair, height 5 feet 11 inches, occupation farmer. So from this point, I'm only going to read off the soldiers of color. All right, so still in Company C, we have Samuel Chase, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Samuel Stillwagoner, eyes blue, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Henry Stillwagoner, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation miner. Those last 2 are probably brothers. Both have dark complexions. All right, moving on. Company D, George W. Howard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion light, occupation farmer. Martin Birch, eyes black, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company E, Benjamin Ryan, eyes gray, hair dark, complexion dark, occupation steamboatman. Perry Baldwin, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Patrick Aho, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Thomas Gardner, eyes black, dark hair, complexion dark, occupation farmer. David Householder, eyes gray, hair light, complexion light, occupation laborer. James Cahoe, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Henry Farnsworth, blue eyes, hair auburn, complexion light, occupation cooper. Company H, Jeremiah Ney, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. William Shepard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Joshua Hickok, eyes, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Jonathan Barker, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Abner Minor, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company I, William Bednell, eyes dark, hair dark, complexion light, occupation coal miner. Company K, George M.V. Pierce, eyes blue, hair dark, complexion dark, occupation laborer. William Kirkland, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Okay, that took a little bit of time, but as I mentioned, complexion tells the story. There were 34 soldiers listed in this article. 21 of them are men of color. That tells me something. These soldiers were from Georgia, and a majority of these men were of color. That gives me insight into how many soldiers of color were fighting for the Confederacy. Again, please hear me. The Civil War was not about oppressing people based on complexion. It was about culture, power, and money. All right, let's take another look at a list of soldiers. And this list was published in the Athens Southern Banner newspaper, dated January 14, 1863, page 7, column 3. This article reads, $990 reward, headquarters, Camp of Instruction, Camp Randolph, Decatur, Georgia, December 9, 1862. A reward of $30 will be paid for the apprehension and delivery at this camp of any one of the following named deserters. For the sake of time, I'm just going to go down the list faster than I did on the first one. I'm going to read off the name and then their complexion. All right, first we have James Massey, dark complexion. James S. Ayers, dark complexion. Lewis Walker, ruddy complexion. Thomas B. Powell, pale complexion. Michael Spain, dark complexion. Thomas Townsend, ruddy complexion. J. Madison Brownlee, dark complexion. Michael Hoynes, dark complexion. Michael Sullivan, florid complexion. Thomas E. Ballou, dark complexion. E.B. Ridgway, dark complexion. J.N. Johnson, dark complexion. William G. Cannon, fair complexion. James D. Walker, ruddy complexion. Hannes W. Fuller, dark complexion. James W. Dooley, ruddy complexion. William Bennett, dark complexion. James P. Shirley, light complexion. Azara Fuller, light complexion. F.M. Eaton, dark complexion. Alexander Ugly, dark complexion. Andrew J. Apington, light complexion. John Webb, fair complexion. Neil McCannon, dark complexion. Benjamin Franklin, light complexion. George W. Arnold, dark complexion. Michael Conway, ruddy complexion. George Sullivan, light complexion. James Cummings, light complexion. John Briggs, dark complexion. David Norris, dark complexion. J.W. Rucker, dark complexion. Okay, so we have 32 soldiers listed. Of the 32 soldiers, 17 have dark complexions, 6 have light complexions, 5 have ruddy complexions, 2 have fair complexions, and 1 has a pale complexion. And then there's another one with a florid complexion. So that means of the whole list, only 4 of the soldiers were white. Now, you might say to yourself, these soldiers of color were deserting in much higher numbers than the white soldiers. They must have been afraid to fight. If that was the case or not, the numbers were higher for them because they were the majority of the enlisted soldiers. Okay, so now I'm going to make a comparison. Stay with me now. Keep in mind all of the soldiers' complexions that I read off to you. I have just shown you the same complexions assigned to enslaved people from the same state, the state of Georgia, at approximately the same time period. Why am I showing you this? It's to prove to you that these complexions assigned to these soldiers that rewritten history has told us are white is BS. These soldiers with the same complexions as Negroes were black, aka colored people. Something else that stood out to me while researching these Confederate soldiers was that we were all taught, as I mentioned previously, that people of color were regulated to fight in their own separate units, and I'm speaking exclusively about the Union soldiers. When it came to the Confederacy, we were taught that there were very few people of color that fought for the Confederacy. However, the few that did so at the behest of their slave masters. This, of course, was another lie. Okay, so let's quickly look at these 2 ads regarding Negroes from Georgia. All right, so this first ad comes from the Atlanta Weekly Intelligencer newspaper dated February 10th, 1859, page 7, column 4. The title reads, Fulton Mortgage Sheriff Sale, and the ad begins, will be sold on the first Tuesday of April next before the courthouse door in the city of Atlanta between the legal hours of sale, the following property, to wit, a Negro woman of dark complexion by the name of Isabel, about 16 years of age, and her child, a boy, named John, about 10 months old, of dark complexion. Now, as you can see, both the Negro woman named Isabel and her child, John, are listed as having dark complexions. All right, so moving on to the second example, and this one is from the Augusta Daily Chronicle and Sentinel, dated November 6, 1860, page 2, column 5. All right, so the title is ad is $20 reward, and it goes on to read, Runaway from the plantation of the late Edmund Beaudry of Columbia County, 2 Negro boys, Henry and Gary. Henry is about 20 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches, well built, and is very active, of a dark complexion, is probably lurking about Augusta. Gary is about 16 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches high, rather slender in his build, and of a dark complexion, no other mark recollected. So we can see 2 Negro boys, Henry and Gary, both listed with dark complexions. As I always say, I have many more examples. However, I'm doing my best to condense these videos down to a digestible amount of time. All right, so I hope you're seeing what I'm trying to explain to you regarding dark complexions, light complexions, swarthy complexions, and ruddy complexions. These are all complexions that describe people of color. Okay, so let me wrap up this video with some quick insights to help you get a better understanding of where I'm going with my video series. All right, so I'm going to give you the 1,000-foot view of this video I've produced. The United States of America prior to the late 19th century meaning the late 1800s, went into high gear with white supremacy. This was not by coincidence, this was a plan. There was a white supremacist group called the White League, which formed starting in Louisiana, along with the Ku Klux Klan that sprang up and started taking hold all over the South. Why? Because many whites were poor and tired of people of color running things. Now I realize if you haven't seen my other videos leading up to this one, the statement I just made regarding people of color running things will not make any sense and may even sound foolish. But that's only because you haven't seen my previous video. Please do me a favor before you start commenting saying things like, this guy's crazy or this guy's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. My videos build on each other, so go check them out. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Because of Reconstruction, not only did Europeans of color retain power, the other people of color, i.e. the Negroes, meaning the indigenous and the indigenous from the Caribbean, now were able to vote, acquire land, sue white people in court, and have protections under the Constitution. People of color outnumbered whites in many of the southern states. You might be asking yourself, how could people of color outnumber white people? Well, it was the combined populations of Europeans of color and Negroes, aka the indigenous populations. Because of these large majorities, voter suppression tactics were developed and utilized. The poor white people did not plan this takeover. The wealthy white people did. The poor whites just executed it and provided the muscle. They used violence, intimidation, and corruption to make it happen. The white elite no longer considered white a status. Now it was all about skin color. If you even looked like you had the blood of a colored person, or you were known to have come from a family of colored people, you were colored and considered the enemy. This takeover happened over a 25-year time period. Based on news articles, I estimate the timeline to have occurred towards the end of Reconstruction around 1875 to approximately 1924. This takeover included the reclassification process that was spearheaded by Walter Plecker in Virginia with the Racial Integrity Act, categorizing into two categories, white or colored. This way of thinking was pervasive and spread among the states. I will be producing some videos on the creation of the White League and the KKK in the future so that you can see that I'm spot on with my theory. Of course, as I've mentioned in previous videos, Woodrow Wilson and his administration put the final nail in the coffin for people of color. If you've seen my video called Prominent Americans You Assumed Are White, towards the end of that video, I touched on some of the damage Woodrow Wilson did to millions of U.S. citizens of color. I also showed how Princeton University remarked on the serious and long-lasting systemic damage Wilson did to people of color in the United States. I personally believe that historians at Princeton and other institutions of higher education understand to what extent Wilson and his sycophants went to suppress not only black people as a group, but their wealth and their role in European and American history. If this is the first video you've watched on my channel, please check out my other videos so the information will make more sense to you. One last thing, I didn't cover all of the Confederate leadership and soldiers of color in this video due to my own self-imposed time constraints. Also, I'm sure many of you are wondering, what was the deal with the Union Army and did they have any generals or soldiers of color? The answer is, of course they did. If you study the Civil War, you will come to understand that frequently there were members of the same family on both sides of the conflict. I'm going to produce a video on the Union Army in the very near future. I encourage you to start conducting your own research. Now that I've explained to you which complexions are attributed to people of color, you will start to understand who people of color were and the huge role they played in our history. Well, I would like to thank you for watching this video. I have many more coming your way, so please like and subscribe to my channel so you will not miss any of my new videos. And thank you for watching.
Yup. Plenty to digest there. Plenty to digest, to say the least. So what I'm going to do is, as you can see, there's the link out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna play probably 2 songs, let y'all come on in, and we're gonna go on ahead and build with it. Yeah, that's what it is.
No, hell no, we ain't cool, I'm acting brand new. Yeah, cut them niggas out my circle, they not in my loop. I just might shoot to the loop, I be on the move. Yeah, I'm a nigga with an attitude.
St. Louis.
You can get smacked, in your face tattoos. Mad cause your bitch eat nut like cashews. Yeah, you don't know me like you say you do. Still knock a nigga out at 192. Ooh, I be all about them Great Lakes. Bad bitch say
Shout out John Davis. I see you, brother.
niggas still posting the jakes. We on now, I don't care about who next. Sorry said she live her best life. Yeah, we hopping on and off of first.
Y'all hit that link.
Ooh, do it big, great white. And every time I eat, boy, I say grace. And every time I eat, boy, I say grace. A nigga still here by the grace of God. I done went through hell trying to win. Probably go to hell, commit too many sins. Yeah, oh nah nah nah. Oh nah nah. Oh nah nah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh nah nah nah. Nah 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 nah. Oh nah nah nah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I be shaking how I wanna move. I do. Give me the ball in the clutch, we not gonna lose. See the hate in your face when I look at you. Probably hating cause you miserable. Yeah. Every time I wake, boy, I thank God. And every time I eat, boy, I say grace. I've been smoking so much, I'm stone faced. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I done been through hell trying to win. Probably go to hell, commit too many sins. I was on a binge, I was going nuts. Yeah, oh nah nah. I'm with a bad little mama, got that ill nana. She come over to my crib in her pajamas. I'm giving out smoke, come get these free bananas. Where I'm from, you can dial with a bandana. And every time I eat, boy, I say grace. A nigga still here by the grace of God. I done went through hell trying to win. Probably go to hell, commit too many sins. Yeah, oh nah nah nah. Oh nah nah. Oh nah nah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh nah nah nah. Nah 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 nah. Oh nah nah nah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I was down on my luck, I had fell off. Had to get out the mud, now I'm well off. Yeah, bitch, I got bond money. You might not want me, but your best friend is fond of me. Yeah. Oh nah nah nah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I be in and out your city, I cross state lines. Got that thunder on me, bitch, don't try to take mine. And every time I eat, boy, I say grace. A nigga still here by the grace of God. I done went through hell trying to win. Probably go to hell, commit too many sins. Yeah, oh nah nah nah. Oh nah nah. Oh nah nah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh nah nah nah. Nah 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 nah. Oh nah nah nah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Spell it for you, hear me? Pyrex gang, check this out. Look. OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, she key. All eyes on me, bitch. GTV. Yeah, go get it, gang, bitch. GGG. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, top tier talent, bitch. TTT. Who am I? Danny Dope Dick. DDD. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, who see me, she gon' key. Ha ha. OPP, no PPP. Hey, who see me, she gon' keep. OPP, no PPP. Hey, who see me, she gon' key. Ha ha. She wanna see that BBC. Big plumber lay pipe, no PVC. OPP, no PPP. Hey, who see me, she gon' key. Ha ha. She wanna see that BBC. Big plumber lay pipe, no PVC. Plus I ball every summer like CP3. Thanks to COVID-19 and the CDC, I got 3,200 on my EBT. So as Big King Crabs when I eat AT. I'm one of the best like B.I.G. or P.A.C. Look, R.T.N.O.C.A.P. In the streets, I got a motherfucking Ph.D. See my piss in my blood full of T.A.C. You can see it in my skin like a T.A.T. When I put it in her throat, she gon' G.A.G. I ain't with it if it ain't about a B.A.G. Yup, like P.A.T. Paper, power, and prosperity, P.P.P. Potent plants and parakeets, P.P.P. Pretty pussy poking, P.P.P. Plenty prostitutes provoking, P.P.P. Black educated intelligent, B.E.T. Treat every bad bitch like a P.E.T. I'm a dog, I ain't never seen a V.E.T. When you talking about hustling, I'm a V.E.T. They need to let the real niggas out of T.D.C. Cause the kids out here stuck like P.C.P. The old head stuck in the past like a D.V.D. Need some A, B, C, D, E, F, G's, H, I, J, K, elemental P.I.P.s. No J.O.B.s, no G.E.D.s. $1 million made off D.O.P.E. B.P.D. couldn't see O.P.E. From the E.S.K. to the O.G.P. We sold to the black and white like an O.T.V. I just A.T.E. Big tomahawk steak from H.E.B. O.G. King Kong, big A.P.E. I do a trail ride show on the ATV. Been rapping since 1983. My favorite color purple, G.R.A.P.E. A.O.P.P. no P.P.P. Sold to the black and whites like an O.T.V. O.P.P. no P.P.P. O.P.P. no P.P.P. I just A.T.E. Tomahawk steak straight from H.E.B. O.G. King Kong, big A.P.E. Do a trail ride show on an ATV. Been rapping since 1983. Color purple like a G.R.A.P.E. Blowing shots, I know CBD. All my youngsters train to go, bitch, T.G.
Yeah, computer bugging out a little bit here. Fuck it, it's all good. Grab us a beat here. Grab us a beat here. See who we got in here real quick. Yeah, Smoke Signal. I see you, my brother. I see you, Smoke. Welcome, my guy. First panelist of the night. Smoke Signal, aka Ref, the referee.
Salute.
Salute. Shy Apples. Oh, snap, we got the all-seeing, high-flying Hawk School in the building. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. Yeah, I know y'all got a lot to say about that. Yeah, man, them was 3 videos. Like I said, the topic of the night, you know, the hard evidence for the Black Confederates, the Golden Kuttack discussion. Hey, shout out to Smoke Signal. Shout out to Hawk School. You know what I'm saying? Yo, got the OG in the backdrop. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's a lot to look at. Plus, we're gonna go ahead and hit off on that part 2 of the reparations rally as well. You know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, in between time, what say y'all? Smoke, you can go first, man. You got the floor. What you think about what you seen thus far?
Well, seeing as how I've already viewed a portion of this material, I don't find any real objections to any of it so far. But if there are those who do, then I'd like to hear their opinions. Okay, well, good talk. Carry on.
That's right. What you think about that, Hawk? He said that was a cap show. Shout out to Free Papa. He said that was a cap show. Great segment, DJ. Hey, thank you very much, Sister Bethy. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of trying to put the information out there. You know what I'm saying? It's all pretty much about the hard evidence for the Black Confederates. You know what I'm saying? We want to have a discussion. A discussion. And then we'll move on to, of course, part 2 of the Reparation Rally. You know, we only played half. We'll play the other half of the Reparation Rally so we can go and properly be turned black. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Y'all heard her. Hey, Tasco said just hit the link. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, what y'all afraid of tonight, man? Y'all must be busy. Shout out to Big Dog Philly OG. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what Free Pow Pow say? Yeah, clickbait is a drug. Hit the link. Hit the link. Hit the link. Your breath stink. Hit the link, nigga. Come on in here, you got some smoke. We ready? Come on in here, you got some smoke. We got smoke signal in here.
Know ye of a surety that all adversity is welcome in my presence. Carry on.
That's right. Come on, Free Pow Pow. I'm going to put it out there for you again. Hit that link, my friend. Put it on out there for you again. What you talking about? Clickbait is whatever you said, corny in the chat. Typing with your tood. He typing with a tood. Yo, they're typing with a tood. Hey, grown tripping. Anyway, yeah. Y'all see what it is. That third video, my man laid it out. The second video was all about the brother, what was his name? Uncle Dad or something like that. They called him in their community, you know what I'm saying? White and black. They kept saying white and black. You know what I'm saying? He was the Confederate drummer. You know what I'm saying? I guess he was high ranking in the drumming field, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to Uncle Dad or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Hope we ain't shouting out no kind of funny business. You know what I'm talking about? Uncle Dad, what's that craziness? Shit. You know what I'm saying? Matrix glitch. I see you, brother. You right. Let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Yeah. Yo,
Got a question?
Don't forget. Hit that link Chief Holiday just put out there, the petition. You know what I'm saying? Stop anti-Americanism. Come on, man. What is anti-Americanism? Anything that tell us we can't do what our grandmamas and grandpas could do. Anything against the Constitution. Anything that is just not within, righteousness. But okay, hey, Smoke, man, what say you, my brother?
Got a question for you, Cut.
Oh shit, let me put on the right music for Smoke. What has he got on his mind? Okay. Am I ready for a smoke signal challenge? Cuddy, are you ready for the smoke signal challenge? Yeah, man, I'm ready, man. Go ahead, man. What you got? Fire away, Smoke. I'm ready for the smoke. What you got?
If it is being insinuated that the niggas in the Confederate Army or Confederation, however you want to coin the phrase, were rank and file in leading this expedition, what was the function of the white soldiers in the Civil War, in your humble opinion?
Hey man, I mean, I'm sure they held all different types of positions within that Confederate Army as far as hierarchy goes. You know what I'm saying? And as far as the black soldiers, you know what I'm saying, I'm sure they were relegated to their own type of, you know what I'm saying, little regiment or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that went, man. I don't know, man. But I would imagine that, you know what I'm saying, if they had their way, and if history, you know what I'm saying, if I can go back on history and the things that they've done and how they used us, I'm sure we was the first to get in, the human shield, so to speak. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
Okay, well, that would lead me to believe that further investigation is required. Good talk. Carry on.
Shy Apples, I see you, my brother.
Salute, big bro.
Shit, chilling, man. I'm at work. You know what I'm talking about? At work. Bringing it in, baby. What you need? You need some of these motherfucking blunts over here. Some of these lottery tickets all everywhere. Lottery tickets here. Got the blunts over there. Got Ciroc, whatever. All these knockoff chips down here and shit. Whatever you like. Fucking with y'all. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Who's this? Darvis, man. What's up, Darvis? I see you, my brother. Yeah, the topic of the show, of course. Where's it at? Boom. The hard evidence for the Black Confederates, the Golden Kuttack, of course. The discussion. You know what I'm saying? That's why we here, brothers. You know what I'm saying? So Hey, hopefully you guys was able to see some of the presentation that we brung 2 small videos, then a nice little lengthy presentation. Hope y'all enjoyed that. You know what I'm talking about. But yo, shout out to the panel, man. We got, you know what I'm saying, Smoke Signal. We got Hawk School, Shy Apples, and we got Darkest Blaylock in the building.
You killing them.
Oh, I'm not trying to. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what we got here. Sagittarius Jones is in the building. I see you. Tayshawn, the Confederate Don. You know it's about to go down, man. Putting something together, brother, on the back. You're going to love it, brother. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, you know, here where we at. I'm going to go over here.
So Hulk and Smoke, and for the panel, I got a question for y'all regarding the video.
Let's go.
Now,
okay.
Well, let's do that. Can we screen share, or is that all you cut?
Yeah. Go ahead and pull it on up, and I'll share it for you, brother. Pull it on up.
Well, not me. I'm gonna see if Hulk can do it to somebody. Look up the etymology to Confederation.
I got you out.
Okay.
Sir, are you attempting to pull a Jedi mind trick on us this evening?
Just dialogue with the guys. This is a good one for y'all. I got something for y'all.
I see it, Hawk. Now we big.
All right, I'll read it. If nobody want to read it. Where we at? Confederation, early 15th century, act of confederating alliance agreement from Anglo-French Confederation, Old French Confederate. I don't know how to pronounce that. Forgive me, y'all in chat. The late Latin. Well, basically want to pull up that. Look, we're gonna look at Confederation and then let's look up Union and see the similarities between the two and who benefited. Let's pull up Union next, Hawk School. It's like Coke and Pepsi here.
Wait a minute, we didn't get the full definition of Confederation.
Yeah, let's rewind it back. Let's go back to Confederation. Let's go down to the let's go down. Let's keep going down.
Isn't it interesting what words are related? Because, you know, you got Confederation as a noun, and then you got Confederate, which is an adjective, and then you got, it just randomly jumps down to Powhatan, United States, Creek.
Wow.
It's just funny how the robots work. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Funny how the robots work. Let's see what the related entries are.
We all feed off that. It just want the. I was just studying
that
Union and Confederate. I'm like, this shit go hand in hand.
Yeah. like the black side and the white side of the chessboard.
That part.
That's what it was.
You hit them with the Union next. It's all pledges and allegiance and team and cooperation, man.
Well, then you stay typing in the chat room like a mad secretary.
That's caca. That's free caca.
Yeah.
Man, pull it, man. It's probably goddamn. It got to be a motherfucking European or a kid. Why you ain't pulling up?
Skirt.
We don't be doing that, man. That ain't real, man. I can't deal, man. They be talking all in the chat, man, but ain't even man enough, you know what I'm saying, to just speak your mind. You know what I mean? We OG status, man. We ain't used to even being on the internet, man. We like to pull up, talk to you.
I'm just gonna be real, man. A lot of these people, man, be on some anger displacement, man. Frustrated.
Weirdos.
Ain't no bitches in they. I mean, no female company in their lives and things. They get on the internet they're like, man.
That's right.
No, I'm just poking fun, man. I don't know if you got any females in your life, man. That's your business. That's your business.
I think the etymology of Union Jack is very telling.
Bring it out.
Well, I was just checking it out. It says Union Jack, 1670s from Union plus Jack. It says properly a small British Union flag as the jack of a ship, but it has long been in use as a general name for the Union flag. Introduced to symbolize the union of the crowns of England and Scotland in 1603. Formed of a combination of the cross saltire of St. Andrew and the cross of St. George. The cross saltire of St. Patrick was added in 1801 upon the Union Parliaments of Great Britain and Ireland.
And Hulk, were these people swarthy?
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh man, I got some bills coming up, bro. I've been really digging into these people's history, dog. These people ain't who they say they is, man. You know what I'm saying? Where is them pictures at, man?
Oh, that's my boo, Sophia.
This is what I was spent all day reading. You gotta look at the pictures. Those are swarthy, Holy Roman Emperor. Holy Roman Emperor. See, they swarthy. Holy Roman Emperor, third wife. 1356. This is a very interesting German tapestry dating 1400 AD. Depicting black soldiers defending a black king and queen in the windows from attacking white men. It's called by the whites wild men and Moors. And that's a whole tapestry.
You gonna have to do a build on that, Hulk. That's
it's on the way. Check my nigga out right here. That's swarthy.
This what Tariq Nasheed wasn't giving.
Oh, let me show you what swarthy look like.
What up, big brother Almighty Smoke?
That's what swarthy look like.
Yeah, I'm watching the presentation. Carry on.
That look like Nipsey Hussle.
No, it does.
Look at the architecture.
Hey, and look, the sky opening up, and look at the demons fleeing. And you ain't got nothing but all black monks down here.
High science.
You know what it is. The Hours of Etienne Chevalier, one of the most famous and lavishly illuminated manuscripts of the 15th century, was painted for the treasure of France by Jean Fouquet. Archduchess Margaret of Austria, Princess of Austria, and Duchess of Savoy. Habsburg Netherlands. She was governor of the Habsburg Netherlands from 1507 to 1515, and again from 1519 to 1530.
So now, what age was that considered?
1500s. What's that? Is that the Renaissance or no? Now I'm a little late. I'm a little early. I mean, 1500. I don't know what they call it, man. The chat know all these smart ass niggas.
The Reconquistador period.
Yeah, I know 1400 because this 1480. Her age would say 1480 to 1530. Her father, Emperor Maximilian, named her governor of the Low Countries and guardian of her young nephew Charles, the future Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, in 1507. In 1501, Margaret married Philibert II, Duke of Savoy, who died 3 years later. This is Duke of Savoy.
It just made me think of the Bronze Age because I'm looking at what they use in the materials and stuff.
With the rise of the Christian Empire or the church.
Whoa, go back up.
16th century cameo ring, probably Italian Venice, sardonyx and gold, formerly of the Milton Whale collection.
Look like one of the medicines.
Oh, that's who it's all about. That's who it is.
When I heard what they did to them, man, I said, "Oh man, they been getting us."
Yeah, that's what I'm going in on.
And chat for you slow niggas in the back. This ain't pre-made. This how you flow in dialogue. And you open up the doors, and it keep getting deeper and deeper.
Yeah, because then when you start to get to Martin Luther, you know what I'm saying? That's when he was on some old uprising shit. Yeah, see, he was a German priest, Martin Luther. He was the one that started trying to, writing his own translations of the Bible and teaching salvation and all this old shit. But really, he was on some old motherfucking albino takeover shit, low key. But they were just trying to water niggas down. That's the Princess of Denmark, Prussia.
And boy, this is with the Catholic Church. They were trying to separate themselves from the Catholic Church, the Protestants.
Yeah, but the Catholic Church was niggas though.
Right.
Yeah, the Protestants were
too.
Everybody was niggas.
Yeah, the Order of the Brothers.
Where the fuck did these white people come from?
What's it say? Orders of the Brothers of the German House of St. Mary in Jerusalem. The Teutonic Knights.
Original Jerusalem, so we know where they from.
You already know what time it is. But look, it's so much shit, bro, to read. Like I gotta break this shit down into pieces and sections, and then do some cross referencing and shit.
For classic build.
But see, this how they start whitewashing them. You know what I'm saying? But you can see, they call it the Habsburg jaw. But then they started interbreeding, so that's because they wanted to try to stay white.
And it was illiterate.
Actually, the next bill, look, the Inca King list, bro. So this is an actual artifact in Peru, I think. Yeah, painting in the Larco Museum.
Flag on the play.
Tribe.
I've seen that a couple of times.
You took the words on my mouth.
Flag on the play.
Charles
Flag on the play, man. Hey, man, what is this we looking at here, right here, man? Make that. What is this we looking at, brother?
It's showing of all the Peruvian kings.
That part.
Wow. Flag on the play because y'all left the Cuddy behind.
My bad, Cut. I thought you was stocking up your shelves, man.
Hey, man. Hey, yeah, I'm over here, man. You know, man, they trying to run out of here with these cookies and shit, man. Hey, I'm like, man, what am I supposed to do?
Now, if you notice, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V Carlos Quintos, they showing him as the 15th Incan emperor.
Wow.
That's when the Inca Empire fell to Christianity. He was the last one.
El Dorado.
Hey, now tell me this though. Did this link up? Because I was going back and forth with the music, got it kind of locked in. Did this link up from the Confederacy, brothers?
Well, we were talking about Britain and Europe.
Oh, okay.
We was talking about, well, what happened is we looked up Confederate and we looked up Union, and when we found Union Jack, which was a British flag. And, you know, it was funny that the Union Jack was the original British flag. And then you got the Union, and we know really Britain, it was a coup to take the motherfucking land from us. You know what I'm saying? And so I just saw Union Jack, and from British, you know what I'm saying, we got to here. And you know, I was just scrolling through.
Hey, man. Hey, carry on.
We got some bills. We got some bills coming up.
Hey, man, go back up to that brother, man, with the green background. Yeah. Oh, come on, Buck.
Napoleon, right?
Man, that look like my Uncle Junior.
No, that was the king, baby. The Roman emperor. Back when they were black.
See they talk about that Habsburg jaw shit that you see now. Them white people be showing them pictures. Look at this nigga jaw.
Jawline niggas.
You done seen a few niggas with that jawline. And see, what's that? The modern scepter, orbit, imperial crown of Austria. You know what I'm saying? But then they talk about the 30-Year War. And they were talking about Napoleon. Seemed like he was the one that was trying to wipe niggas out. You know what I'm saying? That's when it really started to white out with Napoleon. But you see, he got his hand all in his pocket, so you know what time he on.
Yes, sir.
Here go his father, hand all in his pocket.
So then what year was Napoleon then?
Ain't that like it said the question of when did the Spanish begin to write blacks out of history appears answered by the reign of Joseph Napoleon Bonaparte, 1768 to 1844, Civil War time.
Yep, Reconstruction period. So that is the question.
He was the elder brother, it says, appears answered by the reign of Joseph Napoleon Bonaparte. He was the elder brother of Napoleon Bonaparte, who made him king of Naples and Sicily and later king of Spain. So Napoleon's big brother, Joseph Napoleon Bonaparte, they saying he started the whiteout. Yeah. It said it's known that Napoleon Bonaparte hated blacks as evidenced by his attempt to destroy the Great Sphinx in Egypt. So one should never use wiki as a primary source, is often inaccurate and on racial matters often lies in support of the albino falsifications of history, but it does not provide a general view of the times of Napoleon. Of particular interest is that Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, in his portrait appears to have been swarthy. They say mulatto, but you know, these are these descriptions they giving of these swarthy people. Here they talking about the study of the haplo group, determined that Napoleon's male line descends from an African.
Yo, Cut, I'm about to take my 15-minute lunch break. I'll be back.
That's right. Hey, man, shout out to you, my brother. Yeah, man.
See how Hitler appears swarthy in his youth? Dark Europeans,
Olin boy was black. He was German. The Germans were black too.
Like the niggas was some octoroons that hated they fucking self. See, this the Medici. See, this A4, he was the Grand Maestro of Florence from 1492 until his exile in 1494. See, that's the overthrow. Pier di Lorenzo de Medici was the eldest son of Lorenzo de Medici. And Clarice Orsini, an older brother of future Pope Leo X, called Piero the Unfortunate. He was the Grand Maestro of Florence from 1492 until his exile in 1494. His daughter, Catherine de' Medici, became queen consort of France, while his son, Alessandro de' Medici, is the daddy. Oh, shit. Look like that nigga been inbreeding. Come on, man. Don't start that bullshit. Now look what happened. After these niggas exiled and shit. Queen of France, 1547. Well, you can tell they inbreeding. Look at that nigga, man. Something wrong with him. King of Spain, son of Charles V, the Holy Roman Empire, and his consort Isabella of Portugal. That jaw. Portrait of a wealthy black man, either Flemish or German, circa 1540 in a private collection.
Washington, D.C. to
Hey, my bad, Hawk, man. I was getting the next video ready. But yeah,
oh no,
man,
you good, brother.
I didn't mean to even do that for real. I was just trying to put it in the studio and it knocked you down. So you can go back to that anytime.
For sure. Ain't no pressure. I don't want to get off topic. You know, I'm down the rabbit hole.
No doubt. We about to go ahead and
I got some photos of some Confederate soldiers for you later.
Okay, all right, no doubt. Let me get on to this Reparation Rally. I think we
What
was.
about
I'm listening.
what about photos of some Union soldiers?
Well, we're gonna have they gonna
I
have
did
plenty.
put
They gonna
some
have
up.
plenty of them smoke because the Union, you know, when you're dealing with that, when you start doing the research on the abolitionists, I believe her name was Mary Beecham, who had they got the Freedom's Crossing here in St. Louis, where she used to take the niggas across the Mississippi River because Illinois was a free state, and her husband had the Freedom School that he had the steam boat on the Mississippi River, and they used to, and she was also a nurse. But when you do the research, you'll see that the abolitionists, they would only help Union soldiers, so they wouldn't even help the Confederates. You know what I'm saying? So that'd give you a little sign of something. But you're gonna find plenty of history on all the Union soldiers because, you know, they was the enemy.
Hey, an interesting question though. If the head of the Union Army was a nigga, who was the head of, the Confederate Army was a nigga, who was the head of the Union Army?
I
was a
wanna
nigga too.
I wanna pull it up
Abraham
because
Lincoln.
they actually
And
had
he was a nigga.
they got Russian soldiers in the Union Army, Russian nobility. And I'm gonna pull it up and I'm gonna find it before it's all said and done because somebody challenged me on it the other day, but I know for sure I read about it because it blew my mind. So I know where my mind is going.
But they mainly all been black. There were a couple of white boys. There were a couple of white people that was in the military too. Most of them boys just came here as immigrants and looked at the military as a way to make money.
Well, you know,
some boys got paid in land.
When they talk about the submarine, they say everybody on the you know, it was actually submarines during that time, and they say everybody on the submarine had an accent because they were all foreigners. See, the Union was all foreigners. The Confederate was the Aborigines.
Yeah, the Union was also the Aborigines.
Yeah,
they had a lot of people coming in there.
Traders.
Yeah, they had a lot of people come inside there. And, you know, they were doing business with different nations, and they started allowing them boys to set up factories more and more in that area. They start donating cities to them boys, and they start building them up in the north. A lot of people from the south went up there and looking for jobs or whatnot who didn't want to work in the farms no more. They went up north and found jobs and whatnot there. Raised family.
Here we go, a Confederate soldier on the screen. So what you trying to see? What the colors of? Because it's from what I've researched, the colors was kind of mixed up on both sides.
Yeah, well, that's
saying that was mainly most of the people that were fighting inside the Civil War were all indigenous. Most of them were indigenous.
Right. This is what I'm trying to. Trying to wrap my mind around like some who's who type shit. Even though niggas is down in the rabbit hole, shit still look very black and white to me on both sides. Like,
well, if you can see the black and white, then you can see the big picture. They're just playing a game of chess, and these are their pieces.
Which is giving me no inclination as to who's really calling these shots behind the curtain. Like,
the South was at issue with the North.
See,
it had a lot of trade and whatnot.
What is this hostility? What is this hostility really? What is the hostility really centered around?
Around trade. See, we were sending all our goods from the south to the north. Their factory, they got the needleworkers to deal with the goddamn cotton and a lot of the tobacco, whatnot. A lot of things we shipped from the south up north, and they held them in factory and they trade throughout the world with them. The people in the south wanted more of a cut because we produce more of the work. We produce most of the goods, and we wanted to deal directly with, say, England or say France without going through the middleman or the north. And so it became a problem. We went to war behind that shit.
All right, wait a minute. Hold up. We're going to have to. Now, if you know this, if you know this for sure, we're gonna have to pull up some receipts on that, bro. Shit ain't really adding up to me, right? Shit ain't really, because if we was trading, if we was trading the whole time for centuries upon centuries, it still doesn't explain where the hostilities came from. Certainly the hostilities would have developed long beforehand if it was just
man,
centered
hold
around
up.
trade.
Hey, Smoke, go back up to the top to them. Hey, man, I ain't even gonna front. Them two white boys will snatch y'all niggas up by y'all motherfucking neck.
Man, I drop kick them long ass white boys.
Look how close together their shoulders was, player.
Question: where did they come from? You know, they came here as immigrants and they found opportunities like these wars. They got in these wars and they fought. The soldiers got paid for it.
Wait a minute. We already down one rabbit hole. Let's not jump down another one before we come up with this wascally rap. We want to know. Yeah, we want to know.
Okay, that looked like a boss right there.
Yeah, he a Confederate.
Is that a white dude? Is that a white dude?
It don't look like. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
That's what I'm saying. Shit starting to get tricky. Can you pull him up a little closer?
Yeah.
Because he don't look all the way niggerish to me.
No, he definitely don't.
He probably ain't dark.
He don't look like my nigga right here. He look like my brother in Atlanta. Yeah,
and he got his pistol on his hip.
And that's why I show that picture. Niggas want to talk this slave shit. My nigga taking goddamn little Boosie pictures.
Hey man, that picture right there is hard as
That's
hell.
power right there, bro. That says a lot.
Is hard.
I tell you a lot about so-called slavery and the Confederacy.
No, I don't look like that nigga's too worried about going home to a plantation to be worked all goddamn day.
Hey, hold up. Go back to his eye. Go back to his picture, and I want y'all to look at his eyes. Man, he looking dead in that camera, man. He looking dead in that. And you got to understand, it wasn't just no camera. It was a big-ass box with fire. And he did not blink.
See, I would love to see some pictures or some actual footage of the conflict. All these still shots, this shit misleading, bro. You gotta, this shit saying 1,000 words at one time, and nigga, I can't decipher that.
Smoke, well, they didn't have CNN, brother.
But bro, I'm talking about nigga, they can still do the real quick snaps, right? The real quick snaps, and we can start painting our own damn video. But these isolated
know who the bosses is,
isolated
that's
ass
high
still
ranking
shots,
right
dude.
there. Hey, that's a high ranking brother right there, man. He got his, that right there is symbolic of high ranking. He put his hand.
Nigga, that's Sam. Nigga, that's what's we call. That's Sam. I mean, not Sam Houston, but
Samuel
what's dude's name?
Samuel
What's dude's name?
Brown. Henry Brown.
No, damn, I forgot that damn that nigga
I hope
name.
you ain't about to say Samuel L. Jackson.
Nah, not no damn Samuel Jackson. No, that's John Hanson, bro.
Oh, that's John Hanson?
Nah, no, I'm just making shit up as I go along. I reserve the right. I reserve the right.
This nigga smoke crazy. He said, that's John Hanson. Brother look like the cook from a different world. Nah, man, he's dark though. He's dark. You can look at his hands, see dark, but that's a white man right there.
Wait a minute, hold up. Let's roll him back down real quick. Roll him back down.
Hey, hold up, Hawk School, that all-seeing Hawk School, boy. He was
roll him back down, Hawk.
Bro.
Yeah, dude, right there. Yeah, that nigga suspect, bro.
Hey,
Damn
man.
close suspect.
Hey, go on back up to him, dog. I ain't get to look at him. Is that a white man? That
I'm
was
about
a
to
white
go.
man.
I'm going to the source and see what it gives
Okay,
us.
I got you.
CivilWarTalk.com. It says, can anyone tell me if this
Man,
truth
he's dark.
Yeah, he missing some phenotypical characteristics. You feel me? This nigga missing several phenotypical characteristics. Yeah, but I'm gonna let y'all work that one out.
Oh, well, this Library of Congress, now we done got to the source. You know, we really do this shit. Unidentified African-American soldier in Union Infantry Sergeant's uniform and black mourning ribbon with bayonet in front of painted backdrop. So, you know, just for all you niggas who think we don't know what we looking at, this ain't Six Flags, it's the Library of Congress. Fuck, boy, do some research. You gotta search again, nigga.
Shots fired.
Straight from the Library of Congress.
I'm conflicted by this man.
He looked like a gypsy, like one of them Russians.
Yeah,
for real.
yeah, like a gypsy.
Hey, bro,
I
found
can see
some,
the thickness in his hair, though.
bro. I saw some pictures. I saw some pictures of some Russian motherfuckers y'all don't even want to see. It's gonna fuck up your whole brain, man.
Yeah, that nigga, man. I'm man from now on. From henceforth, that nigga ain't gonna be known as Black G.
Hey, man, that brother had a long ass Jerry curl.
It's Black Jesus, bro.
Oh, here, look at this Russian. He look kind of like that boy we just saw, right?
Hey, man, that look like my Uncle Herbert.
Hey, bro.
Oh, shoot. Rest in peace to Uncle Herbert.
That nigga look like he about to rob the dice game.
He said
that nigga look like he robbed the dice game already, Smoke.
He said that nigga's where?
He told them niggas don't put back up on him.
That nigga ain't even down. That nigga better not be down the street. Hey, but this brother right here, that's a cavalry soldier, man. That brother he looks like he's very nice. Very.
I could show you a nicer nigga. You want to see you think that nigga nice? Here go a nice nigga right here. I just saw. Where this nice ass nigga go?
Oh shit!
It's the nicest nigga I done seen yet.
Oh shit! He was straight. He was submissive. He said, "I have no fight."
Here go bow legs.
Defeated.
Black Confederate.
Defeated.
You see it. You see what happened. He gone. They white now. His ancestors ain't even niggas no more.
God damn.
This what be happening.
Whoa, all in one family. Ooh. Ooh, this is wow. That's crazy.
That's pimping right there, man. That's straight pimping.
Niggas don't know history, man.
What did you say, Smoke?
He said that's
pimping.
pimping.
Straight pimping right there.
He's straight pimping.
Josiah Hall's family portrait. The fuck is this? Oh, I gotta put them in the Humber file. He in the Humber. He look like that's his mama and daddy. We found his mama and daddy, Smoke. We found that nigga mama and daddy.
Damn. That's crazy as hell. Oh man, that's a man. That's family right there. Wow.
You know what that is? That's power.
Hey, but hold up.
This is who was losing all their property in that war.
Hold up.
This who was losing everything when shit got blowed up.
Bethy got smoked. She says Photoshop all day.
This right here, I'm sure we could get to the source of
I
it.
don't know, man. That's some
That ain't
damn
no
good
Photoshop.
Photoshop right there. That's some damn good Photoshop.
This ain't Curie Mayo, boo. These are let's see what we got.
He had them pictures on there though.
Got them people driving the Mercedes Benz in a straight Maybach. Talking about it's real.
Okay, motherfucker. Oh my God.
He is not the father.
You see that? You see I try to pull up? That baby ain't light skinned. That baby right skinned. Oh, they're trying to lock us up, dog. Hold on, man.
You gotta pay for that shit.
Okay, eat a dick. We'll find it somewhere else. I could Google search the internet for any image and find the origin of it. Robots is fully active.
Let's see what you got down here.
We back to them. She said it's Photoshop. Come on, man. Chill out.
Hey, but that looked like a brother though, for real. Kind of a weird faced brother.
I do this shit.
He's missing a lot of the phenotypical characteristics though.
I know, but he got that round face like old
possibly-
buddy from Hustle and Flow.
Yeah, similar features, but the phenotype is not present. Like this nigga may be octoroonish or some type of shit.
Oh, he definitely mixed. That nigga definitely mixed.
Like he at least twice removed, bro.
Unless that nigga one of them motherfuckers related to them Italians from Europe we just saw. One of them niggas. Cause he got that hair. He looked like a Puerto Rican I just seen.
He looked like an Indian. Or the new Indians.
Take on Afro-Puerto Rican scholar known as Sherlock Holmes of Black history, Arturo Alfonso Schomburg. Puerto Rican with a German father.
Put to the riches.
Well, yeah, he look more like a nigga than that last nigga did.
Yeah, even though the picture's washed out real tough, you can tell he a nigga.
Facts, even with that hair and that mustache.
Yeah. He look like a nigga I spotted on Harlem Nights or some shit.
Yeah, he looked just like a nigga on Harlem Nights. Where the other shit go? Where we go, man? Let me see. He look like this nigga. This nigga don't look like no nigga either. I need to make it, get that bigger, man.
Believe it or not, man, A lot of pale people came up under that race or that status, African American, in those days.
I see.
That's who was coming from Africa.
It's a Union soldier. White boy. Union. Soldier in Union uniform, Union. Look at this. Wait a minute. Flag on the plate. Unidentified soldier in Union uniform, Solvay Fez in New York buckle with a cap box, musket, and U.S. model 1862 Solvay sword bayonet in front of a painted backdrop showing a military count. Wait a minute. That's a Union soldier? Anybody want to explain this white boy with this fez?
Yeah, he a Moor. Moors wear fezzes. Shit, what's understood need not be explained.
I'm just glad to be here. We need to find some more of them. What's it called? Zouvé. French Army. Serving between 1830 and 1962 and linked to French North Africa, as well as some units of other countries modeled upon them. The Sauvets were among the most decorated units of the French Army. It was initially intended that the Sauvets would be a regiment of Berber volunteers from Zawa, a group of tribes in Algeria. Oh, shit.
So that's the way Africans look.
African Sauvets. It's saying in the 1860s, Sauvet units arose in many other countries. The Papal Sauvets were organized by Louis Jachalk de whatever the fuck, a former commander of North African Sauvets, while the former Sauvet sergeant Francis Rauschenberg organized the Polish Sauvets of Death, who fought against Russia in the January uprising of 1863 to 1864.
Hey, hold up. Are you trying to say we just done found the first white African Americans?
They ain't the first one. They've been coming by in groves in the 1800s.
Come again, bro.
In the 1800s, they've been coming here in groves.
Sauvet units were then raised on both sides of the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, including a regiment under Ellsworth's command, the 11th New York Infantry, the New York Fire Sauvets. The distinct uniform of French and other Sauvet units was of North African origin. Then there included short, open fronted jacket, baggies and trousers, sashes, and a fez. Oh, we caught them.
The Moors, just like Sister Bethy said.
We caught them.
Oh my God.
North African.
They ain't Moors, but they wore a fez though.
Hey, what Free Pow, he said the Zouves is really from Atlantis. Oh man.
Yeah, he got timed out for them.
Oh, he did.
We'll see you in a minute, Free Papu.
I wouldn't all the way disagree with that shit.
I'm not really knowing what he's talking about. So
Obviously, you don't know who the citizens of Atlantis are.
I need to go on here and tune in, man, for real. I be on the go so much.
We were doing a lot of shit out there in Atlantis. Creating people too. And that thing connected the place they call Africa to the place they call South America. It was a landmass that's still there today, up under the Atlantic Ocean.
What you saying? A bunch of islands connected Africa to South America?
No, it's not a bunch of islands. It's a landmass. One landmass.
It used to be. What he's saying is it used to be not submerged.
Exactly.
No, but Atlantis still existed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and that's the Rock of Gibraltar, and that's where the Moorish motherfucking headquarters is, right there, Algeria, Morocco, and shit, right there at the Straits of Gibraltar. It's really Gibraltar. Is it really what is it? Jibril al-Tariq?
Yeah, I hear you saying. A lot of people say the name of the Greek gods or whatnot, but different cultures name the same different things.
Gibraltar is Gibraltar. Jib al-Tariq. Jibril al-Tariq is what it is. It's the Rock of Gibraltar. Those are the Moors. It's Arabic.
Cool. Pull it up on Google.
Atlantis. Okay. Atlantis existed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which is beyond Gibraltar.
Man, you in Atlantis.
You ain't got to tell me, nigga.
One time this place was called Atlantis.
No, it's called Atlantis right now. I'm broadcasting live from the Republic of Atlantis as we speak.
Cool.
Gibraltar. Jabal Tariq. Mount Tariq. Honoring Tariq ibn Zayed.
Jibril's altar? Is that what that translates to?
Possibly. We can look up the etymology.
Like Jibril may be an altar. I mean, Jibril may be a person in his altar or whatnot. I don't know.
Well, I know Jibril is
some Greek gods call him, and some Hebrews call him Gabriel.
The angel of revelation.
Call him Gabriel. The Hebrews call him Gabriel.
Yeah, that's
but different cultures have different names for him.
Angel of revelation. That's who they're talking about.
I don't know about the angel of revelation. I understand what you mean.
That's who Jibril is. It's from the Quran, brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's also from the Bible. He's one of archangels. Angels.
We talking about this right
now.
War
Cloud said it's Gabriel's gate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pillars of Hercules, also what they call it.
Exactly. It goes back to the Greeks.
All right, this the question I got now.
But the ancient Greeks didn't exist. That's a stolen false history, bro.
Yeah, they were us. We went over there. We were talking about us.
This is the question I got. This is the question I got before y'all go any further. How is this one word opening up like 7 different motherfucking magical portals?
Because you're dealing with the etymology of it.
I told you Arabic, Jabal Tariq, Mount Tariq.
You understand what I'm saying? But like I was saying,
Arabic, honoring Tariq ibn Zayed, who captured the peninsula on 7/11.
King, but I know I understand what you're saying. But at different time periods, it represents different people. Before that particular language, I can't say before the language Arabic, but the Greeks also called it the Pillars of Hercules. Different cultures named different things during different times. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the niggas right here named it because they controlled it. The Greeks never controlled it.
Yeah, they controlled it at one time. They controlled it at a particular point in time. During that Moorish Empire time, they had control of that area then. But before that time or after that time, they didn't have control of it. Whoever had control of the area got a tendency of naming it. You get what I mean? So when
wait a minute. How close proximity is Greece to this Gibraltar?
Right down the water.
The Greek Empire.
That's plausible. That's plausible.
But he talking about the descendants of Carthage that was driven out of Greece. Those are the niggas. And these are the same niggas who end up on the other end of the water after that war. Correct? So now we found
let's deal with the root.
We found a pale-faced North African Moor with a fez on, fighting in the Union Army.
They did not say it was North African Moor.
It said the Suveys. That's who the Suveys are.
Cool, but they didn't say they were
Bro,
Moors.
we just read the whole history on the Suvet.
You said they say were Moors. King, you ain't hear that.
Bro, niggas was saying they was Moors. They ain't Moors no more. Well, look, they come from. He got a fez on, and he from North Africa.
They was the French Africans.
That's the qualifications for every other.
They were French Africans. They wasn't Moors.
One mic.
It's too much heat.
Hold on.
Well, tell you what. Go back to it. And if it says more, then I apologize. I'll catch up you $10 for my apology. But if it don't say that, if it doesn't say more, then we keep on building with that in mind. They did not call them Moors.
Wait a minute. Hold up. A picture.
Everybody called them out as Moors.
Hold on. Let's make some sense out of it. A picture says 1,000 words. Nigga, it was at least 763 of them that said exactly more, bro. Like it was 763 of those words was just more. Now you got like 300, you got like 200 something else you can go with, but as far as them 763, them all say more.
Calm down, King. I understand. There's no need to argue. We can easily go back and look at it again. If it's wrong, if it says more, then I'll apologize. We ain't gotta look at it again. We just looked at it. We just looked at it. Let's go back. And it did not say more.
Hey, look.
You seen the fan on the head.
It had all the qualifications for every.
Man, you don't understand what the qualifications
If he was a nigga, you wouldn't be having this contention. The only contention is we just saw a pale face from North Africa.
Man, they described themselves. I say they were white people coming in groves in that place they call Africa.
What they got to do with the garb he had on, though, bro?
Man, just because you wear that hat don't make you a Moor. Because you wear a British cap don't make you American.
Let's weigh the evidence. Let's weigh the evidence. Let's weigh the evidence. Can we weigh the evidence, sir? Right?
Oh, shit.
We'll compare.
Bring it up. Bring the evidence.
Hey, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's get it on with right quick. So like, smash this conversation right quick, man. We move on. I want to talk about what we showed on the video, but we can bring a little Kenny God question right quick. We can get it over with right quick.
What is it? Ain't nothing but a little bit of kindergarten library of the Congress motherfucking primary sources. You know, just some little kindergarten shit.
Cool. Let's bring them up then. Let's get over it. So we get back to the bill. What's the question, Smoke? All right, there you go.
I don't think you really want to have this conversation because
man, everything right there, man.
See what I'm saying? You can't refrain. You can't refrain from interjecting. So there's no way we can build like that, bro. We're gonna let that one go. Maybe we travel on down the road. Maybe we can find something we can agree upon. We're not gonna agree on that. So I'm saying it's a more. You saying it's not. You can't control your emotions from that stance, and we're just gonna bypass that. Let's move on.
I don't have no motion. It's okay. You brought it up. It's up there now.
I know.
It's up there now. Let's read it. Let's read what it says.
Hold up. Now that I mentioned it, you may not. But beforehand, you were very adamant about defending your stance. We're going to get past this, sir. We're going to travel down the road and see if it's something else that we may agree upon. Let's get it.
Just read what it says. And if it says more, then I'm going to go and cash up you the $10.
$10. Well, ain't nothing but we ain't $100 niggas up here. Hundo business at least.
Hey man,
I'm not gonna do that anyway, cause I'm gonna fuck the money off on a fat bitch at the Bandos and Cheetos. So keep your money.
You know what's more at? And you can go ahead and pay me in Bud Homes.
They're a regiment of Berber volunteers from Algeria, North Africa. All right. You know where Algeria is? You know where North Africa is?
Man, honestly, yes. Yeah.
Original name of the Cavalry Berbers recruited for the French service. All right.
Cool. I agree with that. That wasn't the question though. The question was where did they use the term Moor at to describe that person?
Infantry Corps for Muslim troops changed the basis for enlistment of the Suvet battalions. Most of the remaining history, Suvets became an essentially French body until 1956. A new policy of partial racial mixing was introduced amongst units of the Army of Africa. Okay, so it wasn't even until 1956 that niggas was even in the motherfucking regiment. So that's interesting. And Initially constituted as battalion-sized units, the Souvets were reorganized as separate regiments in 1852. First Souvets were linked to Algiers and Central Algeria. Second Souvets, Algeria. Grand Souvets, Second Italian War. Algeria.
My bad, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. You can build. I'm just reading.
All right, cool. Now, like I was saying, now, I understand it was inside that area. You gotta understand a lot of things that happened over in that area they call Africa. Now, they didn't describe the people as Moors. During this time right here, the Moorish Empire already done fell. These were the Christians under the crown. They were leading those movements, and they were bringing people inside the area that they call North and West Africa. They divided land up amongst the church and people that was a part of the church. They divided that place up Africa.
Well, you're going to have to tell the robots, Dan.
Tell the robots? I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, I typed in Souvey Moors and they gave me all these images.
You on Wikipedia? Or you a Bing?
I'm just searching the internet, brother. The same thing everybody else does. My bad.
I understand that, man, but we already went through the Souvey, who the Souvey was. You can type in Souvey Americans and probably bring the pictures up.
Here go one of their Civil War hats now. Civil War Souvey fez with a tassel.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't theirs. I understand what you're saying. They wore it.
Here's a original German World War II Waffen SS Maroon Parade Fest. If you're shopping.
Yeah. Those are Moors.
SS 13th Fest.
Yeah.
See, bro, I would have had your money, bro. They'd be glad you ain't bet me.
They ain't said nothing about them people being no Moors.
If it walk like a dog,
man. Listen. Y'all looking up at Wikipedia describe who they were. They did not call them Moors. Come on now, stop that.
He just pulled up Souvey. He just pulled up Souvey Moors.
No, he typed in Souvey Moors. The article they showed them Souvey did not call themselves Souvey Moors.
If you type
in, you type something trying to search anything,
hold on. Hold on. You don't know how to have a conversation, sir. You say something, I say something. Let me ask you a question. If he was to pull up Souvey Martians, would something pop up?
Probably so. Type it in.
Type in Souvey Martians. Let's just test this theory.
Oh,
Souvey is the key word.
Exactly. So it don't matter when you deal with a search and they're looking up that key word.
Here you go. Will this help? French North African Souvey.
What? And
I think I got too many motherfucking tabs open. Let's see if we can find any more from the government.
Basically, the people that y'all seen in that thing just now, him, did not describe him as a Moor.
So they didn't describe him at all. We were looking at him.
They didn't describe it.
They just said he was a Souvey.
Yeah,
he had on a Souvey fez and he has a Souvey sword.
Yeah, and he described where he was from.
Yeah, Morocco.
Ooh.
North Africa.
It wasn't Morocco during that time, but I understand what you're saying, man.
Yeah, you know the area, man. Don't do that.
But that person there was not a Moor. The bet was that person. They say that Moor. We was arguing about something really serious, but Like I said, man, it's really irrelevant.
It's very relevant.
We'll give you that.
No.
He did not call himself a Moor. You said it. You said in that description that they called him a Moor. Y'all just said it. They just called him a Moor. We go back and look at it. They not called him a Moor.
No, we didn't say they called him. Look, somebody on the panel, you know, we just heard Moor when they seen the fez. Usually when a nigga see a red fez, Moor come out. But I guess that shit don't apply if it's a white motherfucker. Niggas ain't keeping it a buck.
No, because the fez is a hat.
If you see a picture of a nigga, all he needs is a red fez to be a Moor. All through history.
No, that don't make you a Moor because you got a red hat on, okay?
We can make
we got a habit of sometimes we'll look at something, we're guessing because of something similar, like they wear a particular hat or a particular color or whatever. That don't necessarily make it accurate, okay?
I agree.
Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna let you have that one, bro. We're gonna make a whole lot more progress. Hold on. We're gonna make a lot more progress by
Somebody echoing.
Hold on. You know, we got an echo.
I think that's you, King.
We got an echo. I can't talk right now.
I think that's your line.
No, I ain't echoing on myself.
Hold on 1 second. I think I know what it is. Here, I got it. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, well, I was just saying we'll make a lot more progress by conceding to you on the fact that it does not describe him as a Moor. We can't prove it one way or another. We just impressed by the image and how similar it is to a Moorish image. But it doesn't say Moor, so we're gonna concede on it. Let's just carry on.
We now know that we're not gonna say just because we see a red fez and somebody from Algeria that they're Moors. I agree.
Right. Because I had a question pertaining to the Civil War before we drifted off of that Moorish discussion anyway.
Well, actually, that's how, we were just looking at the Civil War photos. That's how we even amped up.
Right.
We wanted to see who was in the Union Army.
Right, but I had a question from before we even pulled all that up. Because I want to deal with the logic. I want to deal with the logic for what necessitated the Civil War in the first place. I can't. All the scenarios that I think of, contemplate on, I can't get past greed. Right? I can't get past greed as a bottom line core issue for the Civil War. Out of all the compiled evidence, I can't get behind greed. Has anyone else ran into that problem?
Did you say Greek?
No, I said greed. G-R-E-E-D. Greed. Okay. I can't. That's where I'm stuck at. Greed.
Listen,
I think somebody.
That wouldn't be a bad hypothesis, though. I wouldn't have no issue with that.
I'm of the opinion that somebody else wanted something that somebody else had. Right?
Exactly.
And whatever.
I agree with you.
Right. There may be a needle or a hay straw that broke the camel's back, but I can't get past it all being initiated if somebody wanted something that really wasn't theirs.
And listen, I don't have no issue with that, man. A lot of it had a lot to do with the land, had a lot to do with the trade, the way they did with trade, and both sides felt some kind of way, and they had their own reasons to feel it.
Well, I wouldn't blame it on trade because niggas been trading the whole time.
Yeah.
Niggas had been trading the whole time, so that couldn't have been the issue. Trade.
All right, cool.
Trade was never threatened. Like it was never an issue. If you got something I want, I'm gonna give you something you want for what I want from you. That's simple. That's just simple trade 101. Apples to oranges, right?
Yeah, I agree with
for
that.
ammo, just whatever.
I agree with that.
Whatever. I mean,
But I'm saying it though. During these times, we started doing business with, say, like the Spanish. We also started doing business with the French, then the English. Then you had the Dutch, and then you have other groups that were coming in buying things and selling things. It was like a world trade thing going on. And Ellis Island, that area they call Ellis Island, a lot of people were coming through there to deal with trade. But the things that they were trading with them might not have necessarily came from the north or that northeastern area. They may have getting that from the west. They may be getting that from the south. And they were making money off all the trade. So these people started feeling as though it'd be cheaper if I deal directly with, say, France, or directly with, say, Britain or England or whatever. And that was a lot of issues came in that. Then this war came out because of the depression. I guess they could have went up on prices or whatever. But then they left the Union. When the Carolinas left the Union, a lot of other southern states followed step and stopped dealing with them boys for whatever reason.
Hey man, Chief Sister Bethy said nobody else wears that damn hat but Moors. What say you?
I'm gonna have to call Sister Betty a liar, and I mean that as humbly as possible, Queen. But that's not quite accurate. But I understand what you're saying.
Just misled, misguided, perhaps.
yeah, we do have other groups with the Ku Rock Confederates. Not many, but we got.
I think misled.
See, we agree on that, Smoke.
I think misled or misguided is a lot nicer than a liar. You know, liar.
Yeah, you're right, and you're right. You sure is right. You sure, and you're right. And I apologize, Queen.
Intent. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I apologize, Queen. I might have came off wrong because we're in a male conversation, and I didn't mean to bring too much testosterone to my answer to you, Queen. It ain't like that.
Man, we here, man. We here to, you know what I'm saying, to iron each other out. You know, not even iron each other out, man. You know, help each other, brother. That's all.
True.
Yeah, because we got some Shriners and shit that wear that goofy ass hat too.
You got people graduating from high school with that same hat too, don't they?
Yeah, but that's
the same basic hat though.
Yeah,
it's the Civil War, my nigga.
Huh?
During the Civil War?
What does Civil War got to do with it? The Civil War only been like 4 years. That happened around for thousands of years, King.
Uh-oh. Contention. There's some contention.
What's that?
Somebody hit me on the Instagram with a little bit of contention.
Uh-oh.
Smoke.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that too, period.
What part do you disagree with?
Is that the definition of the word right there?
Hey, Lane.
You got a definition of that word?
Hey, Lane. Hey, Lane.
All right, man. You know what?
I'm always picking up some fun facts fucking with you niggas. My arsenal is gonna be inexhausted by the time I can be fucking with you.
Hey, man, that's the purpose of it.
All right, gentlemen, we're gonna get back on course and stuff, man. That dialogue was tight, for real, for real. We're gonna go into part 2 of the reparations rally. Of course, here's the banner of the show tonight. We already went through the hard evidence for the Black Confederates, and we discussed that. Even though we're going to discuss it more after the reparations rally, Chief should have a nice charged phone, nice signal, and it'll be phase 2 of the show. So here we go with this. Boop. There we go. Here we are.
Okay. Take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Reparations. Now. Family, first may I say thank you for your time. As you mature, one of the things you come to realize, the most valuable thing you have is time. And everything that we're doing right now in our time is for a future time. It's for our children. And the theme I'd like to talk about is, where do we want to see our children in the year November 5th, 2122? What do we want them to have in 100 years? Everything. Everything. It's important that we understand this, family, to help us understand what we have done to make this possible. There are reparations all around the world. In Africa, they have a 10-point plan in Africa for the colonialism of what they've experienced. In the Caribbean, in CARICOM, they have a 10-point plan as to what happened to them in the Caribbean. For those of us who understand what happened when Africa was carved up in 1885 at the Berlin Conference, we understand what happened. England, and France, and Germany, and other countries of Europe carved up Africa and stole all of their resources and colonized them. In the Caribbean, they built up Europe. And here in the United States of America, Africans stolen from Africa built up this country. That's right. The hands that built the pyramids built the White House. I'm talking history. It's important for us to understand they're not giving us anything. We are just claiming what has been ours from the beginning. Not to mention the fact that the original indigenous people were black. Say it again. The folk that we know of today, with due respect, they are the 5th migration of humans that came to this part of the world. We were the first. The short-statured Twa and Mbuti people came here. Yes, sir. Yes. And they peopled this land. They are derogatorily called pygmies. But they are the original family of our world. They introduced the entire concept of Ma'at, justice and peace. They came here. And then came a second wave, who is called the Clovis Folsom. They were black. All right now. And then the third, the Algonquin. They were also black. Then came the Inuit, derogatorily called Eskimo. And then
Hold on.
Asian invaders. And they came in such large numbers, escaping Genghis Khan, that they then took over the gene pool of this country. So what was once black became red. This is history.
Hey man, why we playing this fake ass history, man? I thought this was Aboriginal motherfucking
See, I'm not
TV.
into
What's poppin'?
I'm not really into truth because truth can change. Because yesterday could have been a very cold day.
That nigga lying, y'all. Kick me, that nigga lying.
Man, you always gotta be careful listening to a light skinned nigga.
Sunshine, we in t-shirts.
Hey, that's the truth, and this one lying over there.
The truth, and that's a fact. So it's the evidence that you have to go by. Because it's the science, the knowledge, the wisdom of who we are as a people that will help us understand. When we're dealing with these issues, there are certain issues that are not to be argued. I'm not arguing whether or not we deserve reparations. We deserve reparations, and we're going to get it by any means necessary. And while we're talking about any means necessary, let's talk about security. You can have the world in your hands, but if you cannot secure it, if you cannot protect it, you don't have it. You're just holding it until someone stronger than you come along and take it. You got to protect what you have. You have to secure what you have. So even if they give you reparations, you got to be able to protect it. You got to be able to secure it. And we have that possibility. Because what we have to understand, family, looking at this from a global perspective, they stole Africans and brought them here. Now, reparations.
Who really subscribe to Africans being brought here
here
as slaves?
They
Traitors.
enslaved us and made us work against our will. We built this country. We built the machines. We could not, because we were enslaved, we could not claim it, we could not have a patent on it, but we created them. And they got credit for it.
Hey man, tell Chief to charge his phone, man, and come shoot this
What
nigga.
you do than the people that are working. That's the evidence. You in the big house and I'm down in the field. Who's going to build the machines? It's the people in the field.
That's right.
And that's what we did.
The inventors.
And down south, what was going on at the time is that the South was getting big money on the raw materials. And the North was having problems because they were the industry. That's where the actual factories, most of the factories were made, where the South had the raw materials. And pretty soon the South said, well, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like this relationship, this 13 colony thing. And so they created what's called the Mason-Dixon line. And in creating the Mason-Dixon line, what they did was say, well, that's the North and we're the South. And the North began to put pressure on them because something happened, family. It's called capitalism. Capitalism is fueled by competition.
Do the nigga know Mason-Dixon line running off
For
or
$300.
something?
Or you would pay somebody 30 years, $300 a year. Which would you choose if you are profit motivated? You would pick buying somebody for $300 one time. And so the North said, but you got to stop enslaving people. They said, why are we going to do that? They said, because we got to work together. And the South said, well, who need to work with you? I'm going to break away. The North said, you can't do that. The South said, why not? Because then that would break up the Union. Abraham Lincoln said it. He said, if I could keep Africans enslaved and preserve the Union, I would. That's evidence. He said it. And so the South said, but we're going to keep enslaving people. But you see, what happened is that they had to stop the enslavement of the transatlantic enslavement. Now, I know they tell you that they felt sorry, that they wanted to repair the damage. That's not why they did it. They did it because they gave so many guns to African people in Africa who were on their side, unfortunately. But we got some people on their side right now, so we shouldn't be surprised. We have to face the truth now. And what began to happen is that Africans began to fight the Europeans, and they could not enslave the way they used to. So they had to stop the enslavement process because they were losing money. And so what they decided to do was to now, they would breed the Africans in the United States, and that's how they were able to build up their enslavement, the Africans that were here, by breeding them and creating breeding farms. There's evidence and there are books on this. And then the South said, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to free our Africans. The North said you have to. So in the year check this out, family. In the year 1854, a man by the name of George L.W. Bickley, don't believe a word I say, Google this. George L.W. Bickley in Cincinnati, Ohio, decided that he was going to create an organization. And the people that were part of the organization were called the Knights of the Golden Circle. And what they decided to do was, from the Mason-Dixon line, they were going to go down into Mexico. They were going to go to Nicaragua. They were going to go to Cuba. They were going to make Havana, Cuba, the capital of the Golden Circle, where they were going to enslave Africans, keep enslavement going, and cut themselves off from the North. And the North said, you can't do that. And the South said, yes, we can. And not only that, I'm tired of talking to you. We're going to do it. And that is why the Civil War happened. They weren't freeing African people. They were preserving capitalism, and the Union is evidence. And they were going to create a new United States, but it was going to include the southern part of the United States, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And Havana, Cuba was going to become its capital. But listen to this. Check out the movie National Treasure, Book of Secrets. They'll tell you about it. It's of course fiction, but it still tells you about the Golden Knights. If you're into comic books, get Atomic Robo. Edition number 28, it deals with the Golden Knights. They were involved in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. They were directly involved with the assassinations. Reparations is what we are going to get for all the work that our ancestors did. And when we get that reparations, we're going to do it in the name of our children who are yet to be born, because they are the best. And they come from the best. And only the best of the best could have survived. You are the best of the best. Our children are the best of the best of the best. And we're going to get that reparations. And if not now, then when? And if not us, then who? It's going to be now, and it's going to be us. And this is a continuation. So as I leave the stage, I pay homage.
This is how our people end up in a hole. These 501c3 ass niggas, they come up with this lie and mix it with the truth and play with people's emotions. They get it to run head first into some shit that we know nothing about.
1989 to fight for reparations. No more games.
If you sue somebody for reparations, who the fuck would you be suing?
It's time, family. Reparations.
These white people were slaves themselves. So who the fuck are you suing?
Reparations when? Hotep. Give it up for Dr. Kaba. You guys having a good time? Yeah. Y'all good in the back? Yeah. Coming to the stage now, ladies and gentlemen, one of my good partners, financial expert, the creator of Your Black World News. You already know. Ladies and gentlemen, give a nice warm round of applause to our good brother, Dr. Boyce Watkins. What's up, everybody? B1? 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 Right on. Okay. Let's start with the obvious. Has anybody noticed how many black men are now on the apology tour? Apologizing for tweeting, apologizing for who their friends are. Poor Kyrie Irving, you got some others out there that are apologizing, and it's kind of sad, right? I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of sick of it. You shouldn't be apologizing to people who should be apologizing to you. Not at all. Now, I was thinking about this. I had some interesting conversations when we had the All Black National Convention on Friday night. I got a call from a brother named Kanye West, and we talked for a while, and I was kind of dissecting what's happening to him. We were sort of breaking down, and I think he was listening. I was explaining, look, this is what you're dealing with. This is not a matter of right or wrong. When you talk about something like reparations, this ain't a matter of right or wrong. In fact, everybody raise your hand if you know that we deserve reparations. Like, this ain't calculus. It's not something we have to prove. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote a book called Black Labor, White Wealth that explains why we deserve reparations. So when Ye and I were talking, because his name is Ye now or something, rappers, they change their names and stuff. I said, this ain't about like whether you're right or wrong. This ain't about whether those people should be doing what they're doing to you. This is a power game.
Yes, it is.
And when you play the game of power, right and wrong goes out the window.
That's right.
True or false goes out the window. The whole pandemic, we had people telling us what was true, when we had other people who said that's false. And they were muted. Because you're playing a game of power. So at the end of the day, just to finish the part about Ye, celebrities are not important, but I want to make this point. I said basically what they're doing is they have put an economic embargo on you. They have declared economic warfare against you.
That's right.
They're doing to you pretty much what they tried to do to every black man, woman, and child for the last 400 years. So the same way Kanye or Kyrie or whoever the celebrity is can't do what they want to do because of the economic consequences, a lot of us feel the same thing because we get up and we go to work every day working for people who don't like us very much. This is a common thing. So let's get back to that word power. Power is defined in the book Powernomics as the ability to pursue your agenda despite the opposition of others. Power is not the ability to do what you want if white people will allow it. Power is not the ability to do what you want if everybody helps you. Power doesn't mean that you have allies that are going to get you there. Power is the ability to pursue your agenda despite the opposition of others.
Say that.
So we are going to run into other groups that are going to attempt to use their power to mute the truth and keep you from getting what you want. So I talked to Tariq backstage. I said, tell me about the resistance that you're getting for this rally, because I know they're going to resist you. I know they're going to fight you. He said, yeah, there's been a lot of pushback. I said, absolutely. That's because you're doing something effective. The only black people who get no resistance are the ones who have submitted to the system. Weak-ass men don't get resistance. The punks don't get resistance. Most of your celebrities are punks. That's a fact. So the power in the community is not on TV. It's not in your favorite rapper. It's not with your favorite actor. The power is right here in this space. This is where black power lives. This is where the work is gonna get done. So out of tribute to a man I love like a father by the name of Dr. Claude Anderson. He lives not far from here. And just to tell you how effective he is, he's lived down the street from Howard University for decades. They've never had him come speak. They've had a long list of anti-black people speak, a whole lot of weak Negroes from Hollywood speak, but for some reason, the greatest economic thinker of our generation, he just slips off the radar. That tells you what you're up against. That's telling you what you have to fight. So let me give you something that will help you in this battle. I'm going to give you 3 core values that I believe in. This is not a solution that's going to come from the politicians. It's not a solution that's going to come from the celebrities. It's a solution that comes from us and our families. That's right. Black people have to do 3 things. We must educate our own children, because the public school is killing them at an early age. Our public schools are nothing but prisons on training wheels, and they're training our kids to become little white supremacists. Second thing we must do after we educate our own children, we must create our own jobs. A lot of our people cannot be free because you cannot expect to fight a power and beg them for resources at the same time. The man who feeds my family, I can't look at him and say, I'm the man of this house. He's the man of the house. So we have to create our own jobs so we don't send our kids across town begging for a job from people who hate them. The third thing we must do is we must support black businesses by any means necessary. Black people, you are not poor. You are not broke. Black people have 1.6 trillion in spending power. That exceeds the gross domestic product of Russia, Mexico, Saudi Arabia. We're tied with Canada. How in the hell can you have a spending amount that matches the GDP of Canada and call yourselves poor? So you don't have a lack of resources. You have a lack of planning, a lack of mindset, a lack of focus. Everything that we need, we've already got. So as we move forward with this reparations fight, and we should move forward with intentionality. I am not here to tell you what to do, but whenever a politician calls me, I tell them, if you can't support reparations, then I cannot support you. No reparations, no vote. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. That's all I gotta say. God bless you.
Are we still good, guys? We good on this side? We good over here? All right, now coming to the stage, we have one of our DMV sisters. She was in a couple of my movies. She's in the new movie that we have coming out called American Maroon, coming out in a couple of months. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. Mayat. Give it up for Dr. Mayat.
All right, Black Power, Black Power, Black Power, FBA, make some noise. Giving all praises to the Creator and the ancestors, for we are our ancestors and we stand on their shoulders. Ashe. Love and honor and gratitude to Brother Tariq Nasheed. Let's give it up for Brother Tariq Nasheed. And all of the grassroots organizations for raising awareness around the issue of reparations for foundational Black Americans and for mobilizing our people to demand what is rightfully ours. But before I give my spill, I gotta address the elephant in the room. FBA is not a hate group. FBA is a lineage. FBA is a lineage that we are proud of and that we will protect and advocate for. So to my brothers and sisters on the continent and throughout the diaspora, FBA is no different from you recognizing your Yoruba lineage, or your Ashanti lineage, or your Akan lineage, or your Bamaliki lineage. And so if you truly are our brothers and sisters, then you will support us and align yourselves with us instead of aligning yourself with the dominant society when you come over here. Dr. Sandy Darity, in his book From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century, he defines reparations as a program of acknowledgement, redress, and closure for grievous injustices. So reparations isn't a handout. It is given to rectify harm. And although all other groups have received reparations for the harm done to them, when we demand reparations, the dominant society frames the demand as if we are asking for a handout from the federal government. Well, so-called whites have been given, so-called whites have been given handouts since the human category was invented after the Bacon Rebellion in 1676. See, whiteness is an invention. There's no such thing as a white person. And after the Bacon Rebellion, this government passed a package of laws that gave psychological and material value to those who were classified as white. And these laws gave patriarchal authority to white men. It gave power to white men. And it disempowered people who were classified as non-whites. In Dr. Amos Wilson's book, Blueprint for Black Power, how many of you have Blueprint for Black Power? Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson. That book should be in every Black home. In that particular book on page, I believe it was 34 or 36, he lists all of the handouts that whites have been given from 1675 to 1975. White people have been given handouts for 300 years plus. All right, and so from 1683 to 1889, the federal government passed acts and ordinances that gave lands to whites. Specifically, the Homestead Act, which was passed in 1862, it granted settlers 160-acre tracts of federal lands without charges. Over 250 acres of public lands were transferred almost exclusively to whites in the most important land program in American history. In the book, The Hidden Cost of Being African American by Thomas Shapiro, we learned that over 1 million whites today still live off of the wealth that they incurred from the Homestead Act alone. From 1920 to 1975, our federal government, they passed the Mineral Leasing Act, which authorized the federal government to lease public land for the exploration of gas, oil, and other minerals. In 1926, they passed the Federal Air Commerce Act, where they gave licenses to qualified aviators. So you wonder why we don't have black-owned airlines. Your government made sure we didn't have black-owned airlines. All right, and the Federal Communication Commission, they issued the first licenses for television broadcast stations, and no grants were made to Negroes. This is Dr. Avis Wilson's language. He says Negroes until token awards in the late 1960s and 1980s. So family, you wonder why we don't have black-owned television networks, because your government designed it to be that way. And so Dr. Amos Wilson's list does not include the New Deal policies that were passed under the Roosevelt administration, right? I'm talking about the FHA loans and the VA loans, which created a white middle class. All right? And so while they were creating a white middle class, we were confined to ghettos. We were redlined and confined to ghettos. Ghettos are a government creation. And so this government has been complicit in putting us at the bottom of the dominant hierarchy. So it is the government that needs to fix this problem. Ashe? Man, we were enslaved. I mean, there's so many receipts, family. I mean, we could talk about enslavement, how we grew cash crops, you know, sugar, rice, cotton, and tobacco, which led to the growth and expansion of America. We fought in all of the wars. Hell, we helped white folks win their independence while we were still over here fighting for ours. We suffered numerous massacres. I know they like to shine a light on Tulsa, Oklahoma, but there were hundreds of black communities that they destroyed, which destroyed black lives, black properties, black businesses, and black wealth. All right, and so some people may say, well, Dr. Ma'at, well, what about today? Well, let's bring it up to today. They've murdered and falsely imprisoned our freedom fighters, free Mumia. Let me hear y'all say, free Mumia and all political prisoners. Free Mumia and all political prisoners. Ashe. Mass incarceration, police violence and killings, discrimination in housing and employment and credit markets, poorly resourced schools. All of these things, these laws, policies, and practices created a racial hierarchy that has placed so-called whites at the top and FBA at the bottom. We have been locked out of the American dream that they tell us it's so easy to get. Isn't that what America does? They project this image to the world. Just come to America and anybody can achieve the American dream, while they lock foundational black Americans out, and we are the people who built America. But no more, family, no more. We will no longer beg for a seat at their table. We're gonna build our own goddamn table. Just cut the check. Let me hear you say, cut the check. Cut the check. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, we are coming to get our check, and this time it better not come back insufficient funds. It better not come back insufficient funds. And FBA, never mind the naysayers, FBA, never mind the detractors. You just keep your eyes on the prize. You hear me? And we will be victorious. Ask me, how do I know? Say it louder. How do you know, Dr. Ma'at? Because our ancestors said so. You remember when Dr. King said he went to the mountaintop and he saw that promised land? Our ancestors said so. So I want to hear you say, we will win. We will win. Just keep the faith, family. Keep the fight. Black power.
Times close, I whittle them down, stick it to them by sticking around. The gang all out, Iwo Jima got one flag and it's sticking the ground, setting up shop. Think I got the message across, came for the titles and
Hey, what's up? We still out here, I think 5 hours now at this point. I'm here with one of my favorites. If y'all don't know him, Google him. Spoken Reasons.
How you doing?
Good, how have you been?
I've been all right, I'm hot, but I'm blessed to be here though.
I'm super shocked because I've known him for years, and I'm super surprised to see him down here. What made you say, I have to be at this rally?
it's history in the making. I mean, I didn't want to miss out. You know, I don't know when we gonna actually get this check, but I know at the same time I got to be a part of everything. So I want to be able to tell my kids and tell my my family that I was actually here for it. So I was fighting in the cause. I actually using my legs to walk. So I'm here.
So why do you think that foundational Black Americans? Why do you think it's so hard for us to get reparations? And they've given it to every other group. Why don't they want to give it to us specifically?
Because we have all the power. We have all the power. We have, they didn't steal from us from nothing, for nothing. So, you give us a check, then see what we do with it.
So I have a couple questions for you.
Okay, no problem.
Why do you think that foundational Black Americans deserve reparations?
Okay, I have like a number of list of things, but I'm going to numerize it down to a little bit. I'm going to minimize it. I believe that we basically earned it. And like I said before, I don't feel like this is something that we need to earn. I feel like this should just come natural to us because we have built the country. And a lot of people get that confused. It's like, oh, you came later, you're not foundational Black American. But we are FBA, foundational, the most important part. We were here first, and that part I feel like is the most important part. So I feel like that is a very, 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 very big part. We really deserve that. We really deserve that because it is ours. And I feel like we deserve land, we deserve money, we deserve everything. And I feel like they should be paying us, like when you get like foreigners and stuff like that. And I like to visit to other places too. So I'm not saying don't come here, I'm just saying pay us.
Guarantee of non-repetition. Awesome. So I think we're ready to bring up our next speaker. This is an elder, an esteemed elder. Give it up for Baba James Small.
FBA, do you understand who you are? Then stop being afraid of anybody that try to encroach on you. Secret to life is to have no fear. It was Malcolm that told us that. Reparation isn't a question. We're gonna get it because we're gonna take it. But it's your method. And so it's a legal question in the world. But how many people in here ever had a job or got a business? Raise your hand. You do it to get paid, right? So if somebody works your ass for 400 years and don't pay you, don't they owe you? I mean, think of it now. Somebody worked you for 400 years. Don't they owe you? And don't that come with back pay? Don't that come with interest? Isn't that yours? See, some people try to make us feel bad for asking, some of our own too, for reparations. This isn't a question of asking anybody for anything. We're telling somebody, you forced me to render a service you didn't pay for. In the process, you murdered nearly 50 million of my kind.
That's right.
You owe me. I'm not asking you for anything. Dr. Asa Hilliard said, and I want to get this one straight, because I know a lot of us have been speaking on identity. If you don't get identity straight, you don't have a case, okay? So foundation, I'm an African American. That's not a contradiction, but I'm also a foundational Black American. That's not a contradiction. You understand? If someone is from Ghana and he migrates here, he's not a foundational Black American. But I want you to hold up because I heard some stuff I didn't like. That's still your family. He just got another case. I've had cases. I've been in that precinct. I've been in that jail cell. And I know how you get a case. People have different cases. America committed a crime against people all over the world. And they got cases, but they don't have our case. We got a particular case. But I want you to be clear. I'm not giving up Africa. Now, if some of y'all want to give up the richest piece of real estate on earth, do it. But I'm not doing it, and I'm not going to advise you to do it.
That's yours. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a nation here called the United States of America that we built. We didn't just build it with labor. We built it with our intellect. We built it with our science. We built it with our technology. We built it with our spirituality, and we're still doing it. And we want it back. Let me tell you a little secret. People play games on your mind and it make you think you're weak, and then when you think you're weak, you take a certain posture when it's time to fight. When you break down the ethnic groups in America, the largest ethnic group according to their tallies is the Germans. The second largest ethnic group is the, let me get it right, the foundational Black Americans. Now I want you to understand this because I'm going to show you something. The foundational Black Americans, according to the stats done by this criminal enterprise called the government, right, is second only to the German in population size in America. But the big lie is we're the only people whose immigrant population, whether they're making mistakes or not, we'll deal with that before I'm finished, is not counted as their population. Italians is counted as Italians, no matter when they got here. Greeks are counted as Greeks, no matter when they got here. Chinese is counted as Chinese, no matter when they got here. But they don't do that for foundational Black Americans. If they did that, the African Latino, who is not even treated kindly by the white Latino, is still counted as white folks and isolated from us. If we just took the African Latino into the family, we'd be the largest ethnic group in America. I'm trying to tell you something now, how you get played out of pocket and then you're fighting out of the wrong pocket. The foundational Black American is the largest population in America. And when you talk about ethnic population wealth, you're the first or second wealthiest ethnic population in America. But if you don't get clear on your identity, you don't know how to take your riches and turn your riches into wealth. Because all the criminals that make up this government, the black ones, the white ones, and the brown ones that have not voted for our reparations, we should use the mechanism of how you get in office to get the criminals out of office. But we don't know how to use all the tools at our hands. The secret about voting is a tool. It's not an addiction. It's not a disease. It is a tool when you live in a capitalist society that uses electoral processes to pick your leaders. Now, if you're going to sit back and let somebody else use that tool, you're going to lose the game. If you want to win the game, you better take control of every tool mechanism you got. But the first one is your identity. Power is the ability to define your reality, and that includes your identity, and everyone else should respect your decision on how you define yourself as foundational Black American. So me, I'm not going to say I'm not an African American, because Africa is my race, America is a geopolitical place. But foundational Black American is an ethnic statement. It talks about a population for the last 400 years that have been under duress in the United States of America, and we come from all over Africa, and we formed our own ethnic nation. And you have to know how to identify your ethnic nation if you're going to be able to fight for them. Yes, my brother from Nigeria, he got a case against Britain, and he's probably got a case against America, but not the same case we got. All right? Now, I'm not going to argue with him. That's my brother. I'm going to fight for my case and ask for his assistance, and then when he fights for his case, I'm going to give him my assistance. Because this war is a race war, and it has been a race war for the last 3,000 years. The last 3,000 years you have been in a race war. This population, the foundational Black American, for 400 years, we have taken on the mightiest white empire ever built on earth. And we have defeated them multiple times at the game. You understand? So when we tell them we're coming to the table to get our reparations, we coming to the table not to ask them for our reparations. We are going to define methodologies for taking our reparations. Because it isn't just a conversation. It isn't just us being here talking today. Every one of you have to engage with Foundational Black American in organizing the mechanism necessary to take our reparations. And understand, reparations is a pretty name for the money they owe us, okay? We can throw that word out. We're gonna take the money they owe us. Back in the 60s, we called it reclamation. We robbed a bank here and a store here and a few things. And some of us did get away. Some went to jail, some of us did get away. We call it reclamation. You know? So we have to reclaim what is ours. And we have to be clear. Don't be ashamed of your identity. You're a foundational Black American, and you're also African. Africa is not a place. That is our ancestral, historical, spiritual center. When we came before Columbus, we came from Africa. When we came with the Mali Empire, we came from Africa. When we came on the slave ship, we came from Africa. Then all of us married together. I'm Native American, Chicora tribe, and African. I came on the ships with the Malians before Columbus, and I'm still African, and I'm here talking to you. I'm from South Carolina, the Gullah Geechee culture, Chicora Nation. Right? I'm straight up foundational Black American, because I got all the elements. But I'm not going to give nobody Africa. But guess what? America is as much mine as Africa is. I bought this. I bought this. I paid blood for this. I paid labor for this. And I want to control this. And we are going to control this. Don't be afraid. White people across the planet is at minus birth rate. Not zero birth rate. They're at minus birth rate, meaning they cannot have enough babies to keep up with the natural death process. So that's what the LGBT thing is about. That's what, no disrespect, if a brother or sister in that, they got to deal with that. That's what they got to deal with. But I got to deal with the politics of it, okay? That's what that whole thing of intermarriage, you saw how the intermarriage thing has souped up? That's what that's about. Trying to now supplant your gene into their gene, hoping that they can survive. But they're not gonna survive. But most of us here will not live to see their death. But we know their death is going to come. But what we can do is make sure we make the case for reparations now. And like that dude was talking about segregation, we want reparations now. We want reparations tomorrow. We want reparations forever, because we're going to take the whole damn country. Okay? So we just want to be clear. Don't give up being an African. That's yours too. I want that gold and that diamond. I'm not about to give that to nobody. I want the platinum and the tungsten and the coltan. That's mine. I'm not giving that up. But I want this too. I want this because I built it. I want this because I raised it up. I want this because if you look at all the major inventions in this country, we did it, not them. They took it, but we made it. We invented that light bulb, not them. We invented the cell phone, not them. We invented the computer, not them. And you can go on and on and on. Take our technology out, they die. That's a part of your reparations. They stole all your patents. They stole all your technology. They even stole your hip-hop rap music, made trillions of dollars of it. And when somebody stand up like Kanye, they try to shut him down. And so I spoke up for Kanye a couple of weeks ago and tell them, I'm not going to let them shut him down. And you shouldn't let them shut him down. Foundational Black America, be proud of your identity, all of your identity. If I went to Africa, I would meet a Yoruba man, and he would be a Yoruba man, and proud of that. He would be a Nigerian, and proud of that. He would be from Benin State, and proud of that, and he'd be an African, and proud of that. So don't let nobody limit your identity. You're an African. You're an African American. You're a foundational Black American, and you are some more stuff. Own your identity. Shackle yourself to your identity. and then make your case for reparations, 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 reparations now. Peace and blessings.
Next up, all shucks. All shucks. Mr. Greg Marcel Dixon.
Drip the Leonte coming off feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went from the back. Pull like John Waves on Serena, and the rock teams with the tech.
DC, where are you? SC, where are you? All right. All my people, give yourselves a round of applause for being here today. So we here, but we ain't arrived. And I'm gonna tell y'all why. Let me read these statistics to you. Between 1910 to 1997, we have had stolen 16 to 19 million acres. We are now left down to 10% and dwindling, okay? 19% of black families have a negative net worth. That's 3.5 million black families that are so impoverished that even if you were to give them money, it will not bring them out of poverty. It will just be to try to get them out the hole. An additional 4.5 million black families have less than $10,000 a year in disposable income, okay? Right now, as we speak, COVID-19 came along and wiped out 50% of black businesses. But before COVID-19, we were slated as a community to head to zero wealth. COVID has come along and accelerated that. So, when you look at this data, I ask, where are our allies? I mean, I'm sure some of them are here, but where are they? And then I ask, where are our leaders? I don't know where they are, but I know where they should be, and they should be right here with us. Exactly. And then you look at these politicians with their six-figure salaries. Now, the Republicans, okay, they suck. I don't know who's responsible for them keeping their job, but I know who's responsible for the Democrats, and I call them Democrats because they feed off of us while doing nothing for us. That's right. Guess who's responsible for them keeping their jobs? We are. We are. For the past 60 years, the Democrats have existed off of the black vote. They will not exist without us. And yet we are heading to the point of economic and political extinction because of them. Now, when these issues are brought up, they come to us with excuses. When we say reparations is owed to descendants of American slaves, the people whose ancestors were promised but never received their 40 acres and a mule, they start what Tariq Nasheed says, splaining. They start to say, well, you know, we can't do any policies for you based on race. That's one excuse they like to say. Don't fall for it. Reparations is not done based on race. Reparations is done based on lineage and political status. Now, let me give you some examples. The Catawba Native Americans in South Carolina, a tribe that was formerly enslavers, they just received 20 acres of land. 911 families, people who are family members, descendants of those killed during the 9/11 attacks, they get resources from the government. Illegal immigrants, right now as we speak, receive billions of dollars from the government to clothe and feed for them. One estimate says they spend as much as $8 million a day feeding and clothing illegal immigrants. Ukrainians have received $60 billion, and as of yesterday, they've given them another $400 million. So when they tell us they can't do anything specific for us, do not fall for it.
They do things specifically for everyone else, and right now, as we speak, they're making more promises to other groups. If you have a child, and your child decides that he or she wants to be a she or a he, the Democrats are saying, hey, we can do that. Right now, our country has taken in over 5 million illegal immigrants since the start of this administration. That's putting a strain on resources on the state level, the municipal level, and the federal level. But the Democrats will say, hey, that's good, we can take them too. The Democrats will say that abortion is a black issue, that there should be nothing more important to us than aborting our beautiful black children. Exactly. And they have sworn to protect women's rights. But who the hell is protecting FBA's rights? That's right. Exactly. They say they can't do anything specific for us, but this nation has done specific policies against us for centuries, okay? Chattel slavery was done specifically to us on the municipal level, the state level, but even the federal level. The Fugitive Slave Act, the Dred Scott decision, okay? After slavery, we had Jim Crow, we had redlining. When slavery ended, we were not just freed, but as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, we was freed to hunger and famine and terrorism. Our black Wall Streets that we managed to build from nothing burnt to the ground. Now, I was in a conversation with someone who is from Haiti, and I love Haiti, a beautiful country. I visited there, and I have nothing against Haiti. But he was talking about how his parents, grandparents came here, and from nothing, they were able to achieve a middle-class life. And I said to him, should I be impressed? My people from nothing built not just one, not just two, not just 3, 4, 5, but over 50 black Wall Streets. I've never seen any other group do that. Give it up for our people. Give it up for our people. Give it up for our people. Yeah. So, this country, again, has done policies specifically against us. But when it's time for them to repair the specific wrongs they've done to us, now they want to tell us they don't see color. Now they want to tell us that we're all human beings. I don't give a damn what you see or don't see, but I know what I see. I see my people suffering every single day, and I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Now, I want to address some things here. We do have an issue in our community with people believing that the answer lies in us building an economic base. And who can argue against that? We do need to build the economic base. I support black businesses. I support group economics. But don't let anyone tell you that the government is not the answer, okay? When white America was filled with poverty and homelessness, do you know what this government did? In 1861, Abraham Lincoln signed the Homestead Act. They gave away almost 300 million acres of land to European immigrants, to white Americans, some who were former Confederates that fought against the nation. They gave them land while giving black Americans nothing but poverty, okay? $10 trillion given primarily to white Americans. When World War I ended and millions of veterans returned from overseas, there were plenty of white veterans that were impoverished and on the streets. When World War II started, the president at that time, Roosevelt, said, we cannot have a repeat of that. So do you know what they did? The GI Bill that gave over $2 trillion to roughly 16 million white Americans, allowing them to become homeowners, allowing them to go to school, allowing them to get a pension. They did the Social Security Act. They did the Labor Union Act. There is no group in this country that has ever gotten the wealth they've had because they simply pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, okay? Don't let them tell you they have. No. Japanese Americans are one of the richest demographics in our nation. They got reparations. Chinese Americans, when they first started coming here en masse, they came to finish the railroads that our people had already largely built. Remember that. But not only they were paid for their labor, but not only were they paid for their labor, they were giving land, which today are the Chinatowns. So, at that same time, we were getting land taken from us. The number one cause of lynch mobs was not false accusations against a black man, it was black land theft, okay? Always remember that. So when someone comes to us and they say the government is not the answer, tell them to shut their damn mouths, okay? The government is the answer. And when it comes to descendants of American slaves, freemen, which is our congressional term, or foundational black American, which is a social term, when it comes to us, now the government better be the answer because they sure as hell have been the problem. Now, we cannot and we will not accept any excuses from any politician. The Democrats will have you believe that if you vote for the Republicans, because I'm not a fan of either one, that our hope of reparations is never going to happen. Well, I say for the past 60 years, we've been voting for the Democrats. Y'all seen reparations happen yet? Okay. The answer is not to feel enslaved to any party. The answer is not to feel beholden to any party. The answer is to feel beholden to policy. Okay? Say it with me. Policy always, party never. Say it with me. Policy always, party never. Now, when we go to the Democrats and we say, hey, our people are suffering, our people are hurting, they all like to say, well, what about the Republicans? You ask the Republicans? That was really interesting to me. You tell us the Republicans are bad. We believe you. You tell us that the Republicans won't do anything for us, and we believe you. And then we vote for you. But then when we go to you to hold you accountable for our votes, you say to us, why don't you go to the Republicans? Because you just told us not to. If I go to McDonald's and I get a Big Mac, and my Big Mac is undercooked, what the hell do I look like going across the street to Burger King? You see, the party that gets the vote is the party that gets the smoke. Remember that. Now. You see, you're not going to have it both ways. You're not going to have it both ways where you get the vote, but you don't want to get the accountability. Okay? Also, let's deal with another lie. I heard Tariq and I heard a few people up here shut down some myths and rebuttals against reparations. But there's one that people like to say, well, we can't afford that. Let me explain something to you. If you borrow $50 from me and you say you're going to pay me next week, and I come to you to get my $50, is it my responsibility to figure out how you are going to pay? No. That's your problem. Okay? But the good news is, the United States of America is what we call a monetary sovereign, meaning they can generate as much currency as they need. Don't ever believe this government has no money. The America can never run out of money. The only thing that limits what America can spend is inflation. But even with that, check this out. People like to say if you put too much money into the economy, you'll cause hyperinflation. That is historically inaccurate. I'm going to give y'all 3 examples of when this government has spent the most money. Number 1, the New Deal. Roosevelt spent trillions of dollars to provide jobs for struggling Americans, to avert homelessness. And guess what it did? It saved the American economy and brought us out of the Great Depression. Number 2, when President Obama got in office and we was going through the Great Recession, this government spent $29 trillion to bring our economy from the brink of another depression. Number 3, this was more recent. When the COVID-19 came, Donald Trump spent over $3 trillion. You know what I didn't hear anyone say? No one asked, what about the debt? No one asked what about the debt when this country was sending stimulus checks, not to descendants of American slaves, but to every single person. No one asks about the debt when this country sent trillions of dollars to businesses so they continue paying their employees. No one asks about the debt when this country doubled unemployment from 300 a week to 600 a week. No one asks about the debt when this country was spending trillions of dollars to not just develop the vaccines, but study and to distribute them. No one asks about the debt when this country bailed out the banking industry, the home industry, okay? No one asks about the debt when this country canceled hundreds of billions of dollars after World War I and World War II. This country has canceled debt before, but we ain't canceling ours. So before I wrap up, let me say to you, I understand no tangibles, no vote. I get that. I agree with that. But that's not enough. In order to get the tangibles, we have to run for office and be the candidates that's offering the tangibles. Okay? In order to get the candidate with tangibles in office, we have to support the candidate that's offering tangibles. And let me tell you, I have a message for someone. And Jerry, please let me get this message out to this particular person. Roland Martin. I don't need to know for this one. Roland Martin, Bakari Sellers, Torre, all of them. They like to speak condescendingly to us when we say we deserve lineage-based reparations and policies. They like to say, y'all don't know how the government works. I say to them, we don't need to know how the government works in order to see that it ain't working for us, okay? The second person, Tommy Tuberville, a senator from Alabama who said that criminals want reparations. Excuse me? Criminals? The only criminal is a government that owes money and inheritance to its citizens and refuses to pay. And you're the criminal for running on a platform that supports it. Last but not least, Hillary Fordwich, a commentator for the British Family. When Don Lemon, who sat there like a coward, asked her about reparations, she said to him that we need to start with Africa. Hold on, Africa? If you want us to start with Africa, then those of us who are African ancestry, you would have left us in Africa, okay? The moment you bought captive slaves from the continent of Africa, you took on the debt. It ain't the continent of Africa that received over 50,000 inventions between 1870 and 1940. It ain't the continent of Africa that when slavery ended, received over $42 trillion from black labor. It ain't the continent of Africa that poisoned our women, raped our people, fed our babies to alligators, imported our drugs into our community. It ain't the continent of Africa that we can go to Africa, we can go to Europe, but it ain't the continent of Africa to whom we belong. We already have a nation, and we're going to start right damn here, okay? It is this country. It is this country that owes us. It is this country that enslaved us. It is this country that has benefited from us. And damn it, it's this country that's going to pay.
All right, next up we have our own candidate, DC's own Greg Grant, who is running for mayor. He's going to come up and he's going to talk about his platform. Welcome, Brother Red.
Power to the people. I first want to answer a few things because I got some people on Twitter that say I do not support reparations, and that's a lie. I do support reparations, and I say it with my own voice. I don't need nobody on Twitter to say it for me. Yeah, I'm running for mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm the independent candidate running for mayor of Washington, D.C. When I left the Democrats, they was talking about some red you can't do nothing as an independent. And I told them, we can do it. We can do it. And now we facing Muriel Bowser head up, and now she's scared as heck. So I'm not going to stay up here long because there's so many beautiful speakers, but I do want to say this to everybody. We have the power to be powerful.
Is that the comedian Red?
Look around this. This is us. We got the power to be powerful, and let's continue to be powerful. Let's don't be scared of anyone. Let's don't let anybody turn us back. Let's keep smiling. Let's keep laughing. Let our spirit shine through this whole country. And let's don't let anybody stop us. I love everybody. That's why I wanted to come up here today and just tell people who I am. I'm Rodney Red Grant. I was born in Washington, D.C., in Southeast Washington, D.C. with a redskin blanket on my back. So I say to y'all again, I do support reparations. Okay, so my platform, I want to make sure our young people are empowered to succeed, first and foremost. I want to make sure that our seniors are incorporated back into society. I want to make sure our displaced and returning citizens are shown the love, care, and respect that they deserve. And I want to make sure our city is safe and affordable to live in again. And I want to break down the barriers that have been separating us as people. That's who I am as Rodney Red Grant. So thank y'all so much.
Now, the next queen coming to the stage by the name of Teslyn Figaro.
What's happening, DC? My name is Teslyn Figaro. I won't hold you long. Y'all know when I say that it really be long, but I won't hold you long. All day long, you've heard our sister Jade break down to you the 5 important pieces to reparations, correct? So when they go back on Twitter and say, "When nobody talking about reparations," are y'all gonna remind them that not only have the speakers addressed it, but Jade addressed it every time she got on this microphone? Every time. I need y'all to do that and make sure when they come up with these lines, we need to make sure that you were told repeatedly the 5 things that you need to do in order to move reparations. The second thing I want to point out is you've heard about the who should get reparations, the what is reparations, the who shouldn't get reparations, the how you get reparations, or the why you should get reparations. I came to talk about the who. Somebody say the how. Well, why is Sister Teslyn, I know y'all like to say sister and brother, so I'm going to speak in the why is Sister Teslyn talking about the how? Well, because Sister Teslyn got a decade plus of receipts on actual successful accomplishments on getting things done in politics. I got plenty of love for the reparationists, but I'm a receipt-a-nish. Meaning I have receipts on exactly how to move policy, receipts on exactly what it means in order to get these folks to pay attention. It's not just about Twitter Spaces. It's those who are willing to do this in real places. Give yourself some love for going beyond the Twitter space and being in a real place. A lot of folks don't like me because I stand with Tariq. Can I just explain to you that we don't always agree on everything, but one thing we agree on is that I'm a rider. And what does it mean to be a rider? It means that I get it. I know on social media y'all go buy 2 hot wings and a pepper and $85.99. Sister got back $25.29. But my real government name is Teslyn Figaro. You cross the T and you dot the I in Figaro. That means that I'm willing to dox my damn self to be crystal clear about where I stand. And this ain't no disrespect to nobody here. I'm speaking to those in the camera that have been talking about me. Let me do a side angle so they can get a good angle. I'm talking to the ones on Twitter space that's been running their mouth.
wasn't me, but thank you for the turnaround.
While you running your mouth under hidden names, push the line is what I came to talk to you guys about, which is politics until something happens. It requires politics like you heard our brother Marcel talk about. It requires, if you don't want to vote for the person on Tuesday, then the question is, who is going to run on Wednesday? Who's going to run their campaign on Wednesday? Who's going to be the digital content manager? Who's going to be the publicist? Who's going to be the campaign manager? You must, in order to push reparations or anything else that you're interested in, you must actually be the power that you're trying to change. To a lot of the folks in the elite that said they don't get it, they don't understand, that ain't nothing changing between now and Tuesday with these candidates. That might be true, but I got news for you. What's changing between now and Tuesday is now they know we ain't fucking around. Push the line training is about politics until something happens. Push. That means that you push the line in whatever way that you can. You are not focused on what the person on the left is doing, what the person on the right is doing. You're focused on what you can do. What can you do in order to move the ball forward? Critics have said, well, you got to be able to vote for people, to put people in office, or it's not going to never happen. Well, I got news for some of those critics. I'm not going to say their name because it's already been said. I got news for some of those critics. The current administration, most of the elected officials that are in office, they ain't doing this no way. So we are done begging. It is time to vote. I do believe in local politics. I'm not going to stand here and say it's a strategy. You got some people that say don't vote, no tangible. I'm telling you my strategy is to get people to run for office in local elections, state elections, because you're not going to change their mind. They've already been bought. It is time for us to vote.
That's right. That's right.
In California, the Reparations Task Force, that's a state issue. While the federal government is still trying to decide if they're going to do a study or not, California's already doing it. Who is running in the state of California in 2024 to actually vote on that?
That's right. That's right. You gotta
it can't just be Marcel. He's just one.
That's right. You got to put them in place, grassroots. Right.
After today, 10 or 15 of you should be in my next training to figure out how do I run for office to actually get the job done. This is how you push the line. And then I want to know who's going to help them run that campaign. No matter where you live, you can run somebody's campaign. The devil is a lie. No matter where you live, you can contribute your gifts and your talent to put people in office. Even if they lose, you still winning. If you're interested in the training, I want you to take your phone out. I'm going to give you the number to text in a second. In September, Jade told you about it. Christy, shout out to Christy, one of the trainers that I brought. It's a nonpartisan training. We don't talk about issues. We don't talk about agendas. We don't talk about Democrat or Republican. We simply give you the tools. Step 1, step 2, step 3, this is how you run. This is what you need to do. There's 5 components to it. Campaign roles and responsibilities. Campaign compliance, meaning actually having your paperwork done. Campaign planning, campaign management, and community coalition building. I did another online one in October. I'm going to offer those same 5 classes online. I'm coming to some of your cities, but if you can't get it face to face, then get online so that you can get the tools to actually organize. We need 527s. That's a super PAC. That's what Bernie Sanders did. That was why he was able to shake up politics. You ain't got to like Bernie Sanders. I've checked him myself publicly. But I'm telling you, it's a recipe to it. It's what the Tea Party did. You gotta have a 527. If you don't like the no bucking, no vote campaign, then where are our commercials to counter that?
All right.
Donate your money to a 527. Somebody should be starting one outside of this, where you can support your candidates, not just financially, but also support them with advertisement. If you're going to spend 20 hours a day on Twitter Space, then somebody need to have a 527 so that those numbers count. You have to be able to tell these local leaders, hey, we've been able to touch 50,000 people. We've been able to engage. We took a poll. 60% of people believe in reparations. We can create our own poll, but you need a 527 in order to back that up. And then you mix it with your awareness. You mix it with your rallies. You mix it with your YouTube. You mix it with your new black media. All those things are important, but if you are not trying to organize on the local and the state level, nothing changes. But at the same time, you have to be able to put somebody in office, a brand new person that has not been bought. Don't let them tell you, you got a bad background, you can't do it. I got Regina Hill elected in Orlando, Florida. She was arrested 21 times. Somebody say 21. Regina Hill, I was her campaign man, her communications director, did it from out of town. She was arrested 21 times with a felony, and she won her very first time running for office against 7 other candidates. So don't let them tell you you can't run because of your background. If you're interested in the training, you text push the line, P-U-S-H, the line, T-H-E-L-I-N-E, push the line to 66866. The training is free. I went to Congressional Black Boot Camp in 2010. I went to Yale Campaign School for Women. I went to the White House Project. I got the game, I took the knowledge, I'm giving it back to you. I went to Ruthless, you name it, Emily's List. All of the top trainings in the country, and there has yet to be one that speaks to people like me and you.
That's right. That's right.
I've worked on campaigns on the local, the state, and the national. I've called out elected officials, including Bernard Sanders, who was my former employee. I'm the only one that sued his movement for anti-black racism with my name on it. And won. You may have heard people talk about the wheat and the tare. The new international version gives it to you this way, and this is how I like to quote it. A lot of people say Willie D said all tells you one of the GOATs, you one of the greatest of our time. You always see people hashtagging GOAT, 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 greatest of our time. Can I talk to you a moment about the sheep?
Come on now.
The Bible says that it will separate the wheat from the tare. But the international version says that when it's all said and done, there's going to be a moment when you're going to have to be accountable for what you did. Not challenging me on Twitter space, but accountable for what you have done. And the same way I see this crowd, they say that it's going to divide up down the middle. And it will be a separation from the sheep and the goat.
Say that.
I know y'all want to be the GOAT. I know y'all want to be the greatest of all time, but I need to talk to you about what it is to be a sheep. And a sheep don't mean go along to get along. A sheep don't mean fold when they come against you like a lot of our brothers and sisters are having to deal with in the media. A sheep don't mean I'm just going to do whatever they say. A sheep is about the shepherd's business. And if you are about the shepherd's business, then you will find yourself doing the work even when don't nobody stand by you. You'll find yourself doing the work when they talk about you on Twitter. You'll find yourself doing the work when that HR manager call you in the job and say, was that you on social media? Yeah. I know y'all don't want to put your real name out there because I know you got something to lose, but you're talking to a bride that lost it all. So I move different because I don't have no problem being an Uber driver. I didn't have no problem going to sell shoes at dealers for $12. I'm a hustler for sure. And I don't run no non-profit either. I'm a boss. Period. Don't nobody fund me. I don't take no check. And I don't want your little old cash app. You do need to be funding somebody, but I don't ask for y'all money because I always need to be in a position to tell you to go to hell. But it's something about a soldier that also put their fingerprints on the trigger. Quick story, for those of you that watch Boys in the Hood, if you haven't, leave now. That's a classic. But do y'all remember how remember when Trey said he was about that business?
Yeah.
Remember? He was swinging at the air. Had blood on his shirt. All up in Nia Long's area, crying and saying he needed to get a little piece just to help him get over. Y'all remember? When it was time to put in work, he defied his daddy. he jumped out the window and said, I'm about that business. Y'all remember? But when it was time to be about the business, shout out to our brother Ice Cube. Oh no, it wasn't just a coincidence. When it was time to be about the business, what did Trey say? It sounded good until it was time to put in work. And you notice how Ice Cube turned to our brother and looked at him with that look like we knew you wasn't about this business anyway. And he went ahead and let him out the car. I need you to let people in your life out the car. I need you to be comfortable going by yourself. I need you to be the Ice Cube in the movie and be willing to put in work by yourself. And when you go put in work, just like in the movie, I need you to get up out the car, because he could have just put in work, but he got out the car and he did it face to face so you can know exactly who did what. That's the type of soldiers I'm looking for. Because it was never meant for Trey to be a soldier. He needed to go on to Morehouse. We need our scholars.
That's right.
Y'all go on with y'all book reading self. We need our scholars. But we need some cubes too.
That's right.
We need some riders too. And today we came together to let people know the train is moving. You either with us or against us, but the train is moving. You either on the train or you under the train, because we're going to run you over. You either with us or you against us. Shout out to my sister Jade. Shout out to Tariq. I want to be clear. I know he always says he's not a leader, but I do want to be clear and say that he is a visionary.
He is a visionary.
Give a round of applause for Tariq. He's a visionary. He saw y'all in this crowd when others couldn't see it, including me, because I was nervous, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know if y'all was gonna show up. But he kept his cool and he said they coming. So shout out to him for having the vision that many of your elected officials would never do. And I respect him for that. I don't agree with everything he do and how he do it. But I respect consistency. I respect riders. I respect those that's willing to call out the powers that be on a daily basis and get the death threats that come with it. My name is Tesman Figueroa, www.tesmanfigueroa.com.
Squeeze off.
Peace, peace. Y'all still awake?
I'm here to speak on behalf of Hawk School. I'm just here to say a few words as he passed away during the airing of that video.
Who passed away, man? Doing the airing of the video. Wait,
New DJ. New DJ. New DJ. Fuck this nigga at, man. This nigga done went to sleep on his own video.
Boy, that shit crazy. Man, what the fuck was that, man? I think your mic muted, Bubba.
I said that was the weakest family reunion I ever been to. No bitches twerking. They didn't have no Hennessy. Wasn't nobody smoking no weed. That shit was. It was a family reunion, right? Is that what we was watching?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, man. Y'all go ahead, man. Put R.I.P. Hawk Scoop, man. He died watching that shit, dog. Nigga Hawk is no longer with us, man. This nigga DJ Cuddy done fell asleep eating frozen donuts and shit. Wake your ass up. Terrible.
This shit crazy, man. I'm from the South, man. I'm not sure where you guys from, man. But I think people get a fucked up perception about what's going on in the South, at least the Southeast. I can't speak for the rest of the South because I'm not really from the areas. But man,
Well, my people in Georgia, Tennessee, I live in St. Louis right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really a country nigga. I was born in Milwaukee, though. You know what I'm saying? Because my family went up there, you know, from down south. But
yeah, but it's different down here, though, right?
It's hella different. It's hella different. Every nigga up north trying to fuck a white girl. Press one.
It's crazy like that down south now, too, brother.
It's crazy. Crazy, man. Where this nigga DJ Cut at, man? Don't let this nigga host a party, man. The DJ just left, bro. Motherfuckers putting their coats on and shit. This shit crazy. How much we paid this nigga, bro? This shit crazy, bro. This nigga ain't getting his back end, bro.
Other than that nigga already got paid, man.
Oh yeah, man. Don't worry about me, man. I'm immortal. I'm like the hummingbird. You know, they say that motherfucker is reborn every day. You know what I'm saying? Did you know here? We'll give you a fun fact. The hummingbird actually shuts down its whole body every night in almost like a state of a bear hibernating. Its whole body shuts down because it has to use so much energy to fly. I think they can fly like 300-400 miles or some shit without landing. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind next time you see a hummingbird. That motherfucker might flew all the way from who knows where the fuck. 300 miles. Oh, and also their wings move in the shape of an infinity symbol. Peace to the tribes.
In shape of what?
Their wings move like an infinity symbol, you know, like a 8.
Oh, okay. I never really noticed, never really paid attention to it.
Yeah, I had seen one flew up to me, bro, like right in front of my face, like as close as this microphone is to my face, and I was standing outside. And that motherfucker flew like it flew. I batted the motherfucker. I thought it was a goddamn or dragonfly or some shit, because I just caught it out the corner of my eye. But it's crazy because some told me to just come outside. It'd be weird shit happening. Anyway, so the motherfucker, when I'm standing outside, you know what I mean? Just, you know, in awe of all the greatness, you know what I'm saying? All around me in nature. And that motherfucker flew over by me. I'm like, what the fuck is it big as shit? That motherfucker flew right back. That motherfucker did just like this, bro. That motherfucker did like this. Right in front of me, nigga, like this paper. Just like that, bro. And that motherfucker flew up in the tree, made some motherfucking sound, and flew the fuck out, bro. Fucked my head up. But then because of that, I went and looked up all shit like, what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? I knew it was, you know, nigga don't see no hummingbird all in his fucking face every day. So I knew it was some type of omen, or you know what I mean? So I just looked it up, see what our people had to say about the hummingbird. And you know, they it was like the phoenix to the Aboriginals. And the reason it's like the phoenix because it resurrects every day. You know what I'm saying? Because it shuts down. You know, just a little, you know, wild Indian shit for niggas to know what's going on around you.
True up. That's one of the bill.
Cut fired, man. He ain't even closed the store. Maybe the store got robbed. The lights out. Nigga need to go. Somebody need to get down to the store, man. Make sure it cut all right. What the fuck? Straight up. He at least leave the light on, don't he? Sheesh. Hey man, somebody do something, man, for this nigga. Free pop that bussy TV. Get the motherfucking uploading twerk videos and shit, man. We gotta keep him distracted. Give him some knowledge, man. He gonna get back to having that motherfucker. You know that shit like a problem, man. He had to go to meetings and shit to stop twerking and everything. Hang in there, free pop that pussy. Hang in there. Don't go upload no videos. Hang in there. Bro, gonna be right back and we're gonna get back to building, man. You gotta stay focused, man. You remember what they said to me, man. Just take one day at a time, man. You know what I'm saying? You could do it, man. Twerking don't control your life, bro. You gotta take hold of your life.
So who the gay dude?
You talking about the Marcella? I don't know none of them people, bro. I wouldn't know them motherfuckers if they didn't say it in the motherfucking chat, bro. I wasn't even looking. I'm looking at the chat and I'm just seeing the screen. I straight thought it was a nigga auntie with the Easter hat on. You know what I'm saying? And then I had to look up and I'm like, oh, this a whole motherfucking man. Bet that nigga got some Carmex in his pocket. Yeah, man. So I guess
chicken bread, man.
We was talking about the Confederacy, man, but I guess it's lights out, man. Supreme Chief, man, where's the GOAT? I ain't like how old girl was calling herself the GOAT, man. I feel like we got smoked, Chief. Where you at? You know what I'm saying? Marcelo, that's we ain't reading your message. Pop that pussy TV, man. Chill out, man. Just be cool. Everybody, man, shout out Pop That Pussy TV in the chat. Appreciate you. Free pop that pussy. Nigga, just because I'm light skinned, I ain't Cab Calloway. I ain't finna be up here tap dance entertaining motherfuckers. So what's poppin'? Hold on, Smoke. I got you. Yo, piece of the tribe, man. I'm on here, man. It's Hawk School, man. Big Hawk School, man. You know what I'm talking about? Take a real red nigga, hold shit down. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, man? I'm still in the trap, man. Last
Guess
one.
you the host now.
Hey, man. I'm in the trap, man. Straight up. We ain't got no music. The DJ left. I feel like the motherfucker got shot up, man. We waiting for the police or something, man. This shit strange as shit. Yeah, man. They robbed the store, man. They done broke in the DJ Cut store, man. We down here waiting for the law now. Make sure he cool. Said nigga free pop that pussy TV, ran up in that motherfucker. Got down with a motherfucking water gun trying to get all the goddamn Carmex out that motherfucker. He want all the Carmex, all the Blistex. Straight up. I'm talking about free pop that pussy TV in the chat. Nigga likes to be entertained. He told the nigga in the chat. He told the nigga in the chat, a juicy mouth prevents bacteria. You ever heard a nigga say some shit like that, y'all? You ever heard some shit like that, man? Hey, man, I'm really low-key worried about DJ Cut, man. Maybe I should call him on the phone, man.
Yeah, you might want to hit him up.
Yeah, man, make sure he cool, man. That nigga over there in a donut coma. Man, y'all just mingle amongst yourselves in the chat, man. Hang it. I'm putting you on the air. You on the air right now. Go and say something to the people, DJ Cut. Yeah, y'all hear this nigga? This nigga acting like I'm calling him for something strange, y'all. That's why I'm putting him on blast. He talking about what the fuck? Like I got the audacity to call him at this hour. Damn, bro. I'll just make sure nigga didn't round the stove, cuz. Wake your ass up, man. Try. Yo, man, y'all crazy, man. Real Indian shit be going on around here. Shout out to all the tribes, man. DJ Cut on the way, man. He good. He's safe, man. We sending free pop off to go down there right now and pick him up on his motherfucking 3-wheel motherfucking big wheel, you know what I'm saying, with the brake on the side. So it shouldn't be but a minute. Y'all stand by. This terrible, man. It's terrible. I can't do nothing, tribe. I can't control nothing, you know what I'm saying? DJ Cuddy got the keys to the store, man. Hey, but y'all know how hard they really be hating on niggas' channel? Like right now, I'm trying to go on my phone and go back to the video so I could get in the chat, you know what I'm saying? And gangster walk all over free pop that pussy motherfucking face. So I'm gangster walk on this nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like a little peon. And I can't even find Chief video in my history. And it's the last video I watched. You know what I'm saying? Like they really be fucking with our channels, bro. Like this shit really be hate, man. Straight up. Now I'm gonna have to go search. Why I gotta search? I was just watching it. That's crazy, man. Shout out to Spring Chief Holiday, man. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit the motherfucking subscribe. If you're new, go ahead and share the live stream. It's not over, man. It's never over. We still here. That's the motherfucking motto. Fuck you mean? Yeah, man. Hey, man, free pop that pussy. Don't be selling no pussy. No, don't be trying to sell no bussy in the chat, man. You're going to get the channel knocked off, man. We don't do that over here, dog. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep it all professional over here, man. You know what I'm talking about? You're going to have to go put niggas up on your motherfucking, what's that shit called? Your OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you can drop your OnlyFans link. You know, we 100. You get your money. You know what I'm saying? But just don't be, you know, I don't want you to catch no pandering charge and shit. You know what I'm saying? All in the chat. Respectfully.
So Chief and Cut has officially abandoned ship.
They wild like the zoo, man. I just called Cut, man. That nigga act like he was mad at me for calling.
Hold on, who that just came on the floor?
This Hawk School, I'm glad you're here. I see you got some control back there, so I'm chilling. I just want to make sure it didn't go dead.
Did we get a synopsis of that
Man, everybody brainwashed from that long ass, dumb ass video. Everybody confused, dog. Nigga, like they just was in a car accident. We was in a car accident, nigga.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Chief didn't come through with the breakdown. He usually come back with the breakdown.
Nah, man, we just sit in the car, you know, where everybody realized they didn't die. Niggas just looking at each other. That's how we feel.
Yeah, that was terrible. If I say so myself.
I digress. Man, you got it, man. I'm pulling back, man. I'm chilling. I'm hawking, man. I'm a sniper, man. I ain't even supposed to be on the mic.
Who got up here? Just me and you? We the only participants?
No, Big Bro was on here from down south. Where Big Bro at? He on there.
Yeah, he must have stepped. He must have stepped away too. Then.
Yeah, man. Y'all old niggas wild, man. You going to sleep like it's Thanksgiving. And nigga just go to sleep. Party over. And can you present anything on the screen or anything? No?
Who?
You. Can you do anything?
On the screen?
Yeah, or can you add people if we drop the link. You can bring people up, right?
No, I don't know how to do that.
Chief, where Chief at, man? Pick that man up, man. I'm about to call him too, man. It's still early in Vegas, man. This nigga trip.
Yeah, it ain't. Yeah, it's 11. It's 11:41 where I'm at.
These nigga popping melatonin like X pills or something.
Oh, this old boy, he barely making it. He's struggling.
His old ass on his last leg too. All you old ass.
Yeah.
He's struggling, one eye open and shit. He want to talk shit. I try to get the nigga to talk some shit, goddamn, get some energy.
He's old with it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm still. Yeah, like I say, I'm still.
Yeah, nigga. He had to put his shirt back on and shit. Nah, it ain't over. Put your shirt back on, big nigga.
Y'all niggas crazy, man.
Man, link in the chat, man. Y'all pull up, man.
Yeah, because if anybody out there can make sense of what we just witnessed, please do so.
Anybody. Anybody. We accept the application. You might goddamn, you made it on the curve. Free pop that pussy. Come on up, man. You might go and get in the gang.
Yeah, I'm officially at a loss, man. It's hard to throw me these days, but
hey, bro, I'm done, bro. My brain fried, my nigga.
Hold up. Did we see an old Indian African who was more African than Indian give a testimony? I'm like, nigga, bruh.
And he was dressed like NBA YoungBoy. I'm saying, what's going on, man?
I'm like, bruh, really?
What about what about the other dude? I think they was James Smalls. Both from there, South
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The man said he was I forgot what tribes he said. Well, he named at least 3 of them.
I know you said something from Geechee Gullah and some other kind of damn tribe.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, bro, it's like the 5th person I heard talk about this Geechee Gullah thing. And I'm here in Charleston. I don't know nobody that call themselves Geechee Gullah. That shit crazy.
Yeah, Gullah, Geechee Gullah. It might be interchangeable. I ain't sure how they do their wordplay.
Man, I understand people call us Geechee like by the accent or whatnot. I understand the Gullah Coast.
Yeah,
but I'm trying to find a tribe to call Geechee Gullah.
That nigga say Eskimos beat us to this motherfucker, man. That nigga need to kill his
My man said, man, can we shoot this motherfucker?
Nigga start talking about some raw baby seal eating ass niggas. And then the Inuits. The fuck is you talking about, nigga? Nigga, go to the store and get us some motherfucking wraps.
I think them boys get paid to push this African thing, man.
Oh yeah, they sound like they was pushing P, nigga, prison. Talking about some motherfucker, all that old bullshit. Get a nigga locked the fuck up. That's what you gonna do. That's what they did to all these niggas here in St. Louis on that Ferguson shit. Got all these niggas felonies for nothing. Hey man, free pop that pussy TV. See, I got you back, man. I rallied to get you back in the motherfucking chat. So put some respect on my name and tell your motherfucking mama put some cheese on my eggs.
That nigga like 12 years old. He know better. He ain't gonna wake his mama up. He
No,
really supposed to be. He really supposed to be
no,
sleep
she
now.
ain't sleep. I'm laying
It's
right
a
here with
school.
her. She
It's a
ain't
school
sleep.
day tomorrow.
No, she ain't sleep. She laying right here. She woke. Stop calling her, nigga, to ring her off. Go to bed. Now he got to he upload his twerk videos at this time, and it'll fuck with his analytics if he don't upload all his YouTube shorts at this specific time. That's his fan base, you know what I'm saying? So that's why little free pop that pussy TV had to dip off. So now he back in the chat talking shit.
Yeah, he's a strange little fella, man. I can't do nothing but trip off of him.
I just talk shit because I know he gonna Twitter finger it up, goddamn, keep the algorithm good for Chief and shit, you know what I mean? Make it look good to the robots. That nigga just food. I'll hold that nigga in front of me in a shootout type of nigga. When the revolution come, free pop that pussy, I'm gonna hold you in front of me while I'm shooting, my nigga. So that way you go out like a martyr, because I know you ain't gonna shoot back.
Damn, you got that young nigga stuttering in the chat. He can't even. He got all type of typos jumping through his comments now.
Yeah, man. I was
Calm
giving
down,
him a
little
break.
nigga.
I be giving niggas a break, bro. I'm hell with this shit, boy. I really be chilling, just hawking, minding my business. But you know, once niggas go there, you know, shit get incredible. All right, so we got a whole black screen on YouTube. It ain't even showing. It ain't even showing us. Maybe it's just black screen. Oh, okay. Now I see it. Oh, they be really fucking with the stream. Hey, this stream shit is fake, y'all. I wish I could show you the screen just to show you how StreamYard really be regulating how many motherfuckers be in your stream. Like they control your numbers, my nigga. I could show you an email they sent me to prove it, but you gotta just trust me.
How the screen go black like that though?
I don't fucking know, bro. Cause you know, we using this shit is through another motherfucker website at the end of the day. So some nigga in the back room got control of all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Probably a bot, you know what I mean? But I'm sure motherfucker can access it. Cause this shit ain't no different than Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Just another computer program.
Do all of y'all got your own channels?
I think so. Yeah. I don't know if Smoke got a channel. Smoke be busy.
Nah, I ain't got no channel.
Oh man,
I'm a
Smoke.
channel.
He a
Yeah, I'm a
certified.
channel hopper.
He a certified shooter, man. He don't, you know what I'm saying? He walk him down, man. He don't be getting in the car with nothing. He goddamn walking down the street every time you see him, ready to smoke something.
True. So what you be talking about on your channel?
Same shit, man. You know, I just be doing a little research on, you know, the history of the Americas. You know, I got a little bit lately. I've been dealing with like the ancient history, you know, the pyramids, and you know, really my main objective is to catalog my own research, share my research, but also to remind us of all of our greatness and, you know what I'm saying, how mighty of a people we are. You know what I mean? Just to instill that in niggas, you know what I'm saying? I just want to add power to my niggas, you know what I'm saying? Empower niggas to just, you know, love themselves, be on some real strong king shit, you know what I'm saying? And, you know what I mean? Be able to stand your own nigga from here to motherfucking Pluto, you know what I'm talking about?
Piece of that there, man.
Respect.
This is the information age, man. All this shit supposed to change.
That's right. Well, you know, I'm also here to run pass interference on all fuck niggas. They ain't, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm here for that too. All the fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? For little fuck niggas in the chat who ain't never gonna pull up, you know what I'm saying, and have no dialogue because they, probably an agent. I don't know how that nigga got a wrench, man. That nigga act like a motherfucking copper. But it's cool. I gotta get used to it because I'm an older nigga, so I'm used to being able to smack the shit out of nigga when he try to jump all live with you and shit like he tough, and it's different on the internet. So I just learn to have fun with it like the kids, and I just talk my shit. You know what I'm saying? Little idle threats here and there. You know what I'm saying? Verbal abuse. And it seems to goddamn draw them in. So try.
I feel you.
Hey man, it's crazy. This internet shit crazy, man. It's like a whole nother world, my nigga. You got, and really they say it's part of the what's that shit called? Is it the Gemini project? I can't remember the name of it. Somebody in the chat might know, but ultimately the shit is to like break you into multiple personalities, to split the personality. You know what I'm saying? So it's really some psychological heavy witchcraft shit going on, niggas unaware of. See, because a nigga get on the internet and most of these niggas turn into a whole separate motherfucker than who they really are. And so once you got these split identities, now you split. And that's how them motherfucking them dark forces could get to, they could get to working through you, because now it's an opening. You know what I'm saying? It's a void because you ain't whole, you ain't solid, as we say. You know what I'm saying? So it takes some getting used to, but you learn. We the best.
Oh shit, we got truth and Chief back.
Tribe.
Truth just jumped up in
Tribe, man. We been holding it down, man. Man, nigga done ran up in Cuddy's store, man, robbed him. He got knocked out. He was asleep when I called. Some ice on it.
Nah. It's rough out there, boy.
Hey man, that shit was too hilarious. I called Cuddy, man. That nigga was all the way asleep.
Damn, Chief gone again. He must have some complications with the device.
What up, Truth? Peace.
Shit, what's good? My bad, y'all. I'm rolling the blunt, man.
Oh man, please talk, man, so I can shut the fuck up.
Nah, you got it, bro. Go ahead.
I'm tired of my motherfucking self.
I'm on my way rolling up some white truffles and shit, man.
Yeah, I'm talking about we was
man, I just had some of that shit too, man. And my people don't got no more. Man, you know what you talk about? Yeah, white truffle.
It's crazy, man.
Truffle. That shit I got from oh boy.
Yeah, it might not be the same though. All growers grow different.
Yeah. But ain't that many growers. That's one thing I realized.
I know 1,000 right now in one location.
What?
Yes, sir.
You had them boys got legalized weed or something?
Yeah, shit. Everywhere I visit is legal.
Damn.
You feel
that shit
me?
still ain't legal down here.
You need to go to Mississippi then.
Oh man. That legal shit fuck up the economy, man.
You said what?
That legal shit fuck up the economy, man.
How's that?
I had a partner, man, on the West Coast, man, that been doing this thing out there, man. They dropped that fucking law. Shh. My dog working at McDonald's now.
Yeah, that's bad business.
So is this new weed, right? Is it GMO? Because I noticed. I don't see seeds no more.
You gotta be careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Like a lot of that Colorado shit, I'm almost 99% certain that shit is straight GMO, because a lot of they shit be like 27% THC, no CBD, and I'm just asking questions like how is that possible? It's a plant. It naturally
There are a
got
lot of
CBD.
scientists to start growing it, man. They put the scientists in the business, man. We got the peak scientists now.
Put my Timbs up. I'm like Ace. I'm like motherfucking money making Mitch and shit with my shoes, you know, man. Before I lay down that night, get them right. Damn, that's my other phone ringing. Who the fuck is this? What's up, little
Chief,
cuz?
you're Chief.
Hold on. Damn. Oh shit. Hold on 1 second, cuz. Let me mute this shit up real quick. I thought this shit was muted.
Chief, you're. We need your breakdown, bro. I'm still stuck. I
On
got to
what?
have a break. I can't even make no progress.
Oh, on which part? Are we talking about the rally?
Yeah, that's it.
We
You know,
traumatized.
yeah.
I mean, you guys see the issues. You know what I mean, across the board. It's never about when people talk about tangibles. You know what I mean? Okay. Can anybody name us one? Like, not knocking nothing nobody's doing. Like,
Land.
something is better than nothing. But
A check ain't shit. Nigga gonna spend that on big screen TVs, rims, and Gucci belts.
All right.
We're gonna put it right in the economy. They gonna fuck around, give it to these goofy ass niggas because they know they gonna spend it, put it right into the economy. We're gonna be right back where we at. Nigga, grandkids ain't gonna have shit. They gonna be
But
right
it's
back out there
almost as
protesting.
if they put certain people in the leadership of these groups to misdirect the traffic of the people, because they're telling you that you can't get race-based reparations. And even though they're lying, but it's all in the verbiage. You understand? It's all in the
I'm
verbiage.
just
No
curious.
white
Who are they
laws.
supposed to get
So
the
all we did is
reparations
for
from?
white people. Because I heard a lot of rhetoric that wasn't true. So it's not really about to break down the rhetoric and go back and forth.
What if he didn't come from slaves? You don't get no check.
That's definitely the fallacy of the year, of the conversation. The talking point is that the slave narrative is wrong.
I'm about to say, what if
Period.
your people own slaves?
It's wrong.
What they do
And
is
if you're
like half
hanging
their
your
people
whole
were slaves
foundation
and
on
half the other
something
people
that's
own
fake,
slaves.
you're
Who
gonna get a
paid?
fake result. But going
So
back to the reverse discrimination, once again, they're talking about certain groups of people. Well, don't look at they was getting it as a race base, but what was the specific things that they were pointing out to get reparations or restitution or remedy for their ailments. But here's the problem, that we're paying for a lot of people's stuff that they don't have nothing to do with, like the Ukrainians and so on and so forth. So yeah, take
Don't
care of
get them
us,
boys from
man. What about
Afghanistan.
us? So squeaky wheel gets oiled first. We need to get the squeaking. We need to get the turning up every day. Disrupting shit on a Tuesday, not on a Saturday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, when shit is business is happening. Disrupt some shit to stop their money. We need more social, political, economic power. So right now is the time to start taking power. Right now. In every aspect. Right now. So that's how I feel about it. Social, political, economically, all around the board.
I agree with that.
That's kind of where I'm at with it.
We need a plan though, man. 'Cause if most of these stores in our neighborhoods aren't ours, we see we can move the motherfuckers out
they're gonna get these
and set
niggas
up our
checks.
own stores.
They're gonna get these niggas checks. Everybody got bad credit, gonna have to pay triple for everything. Still gonna be fucked. We talking about empowerment. Nigga get his motherfucking credit straight. We teach a nigga that shit and empower a nigga next week. While these niggas over here talking about some Eskimos and shit.
That kind of information niggas need.
Respectfully, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because niggas really about the now. That's the main thing with our people. We don't look too far ahead because of the life that we've been, you know what I'm saying, forced to participate in around us. So, you know what I'm saying? The only way I think I motivate my people around me is by showing them shit that's gonna benefit them right now. So we can start leveling up right now. Cause what you gonna do but with a goddamn a million niggas with a whole bunch of money and badass credit? These niggas can't even rent no car, chief. They gotta fuck the money off just to survive.
Unless we start renting cars, issuing our own credit.
We get on our 10% of shit.
No, think about how a lot
So
of
we got the
Jewish people
car
did it.
rental. What's happening? Reparation car rental. Come on down.
Man,
No
boy got
credit check.
reparations. A lot of boys got reparations, man. They use that money to build their own banks.
Yeah, they could.
And put all that money inside one bank.
That shit
And
sounds
control the
slick,
bank.
but you talking about some niggas who talking about motherfucking Eskimos beating us to the land. So we know they ain't making no sense of the money.
Yeah, but a lot of us just need information too, man. See, a lot of the cats up north, I ain't going to say everybody up north got this issue, but a lot of cats I notice up north got a fucked up perception about what's going on and what happened in the South. And so I think they need to be educated. A lot of them boys come from the South. And going up there and telling stories or misleading stories or whatnot, that shit killing us. They're dealing with these so-called Jewish people to tell them who the fuck they are. And all they really got to do is get on the phone or go back home. Most of us got tribal land or ancestral land that we all belong to. Even if we don't go there to stay, just go there to visit. Take your phone with you. Ask a question and record the answers. That way when you get back up north or back out west or whatever, you got a basic understanding of who your people are. Because most of us still got our ancestral land.
Facts.
Contrary to what you may have heard.
Talk to him.
Well, I'm of the opinion, right, that the people are the primary resource, right? And anyone who knows this fundamental truth, can formulate a way to make a major come up. Hold on.
What's up, y'all? I'm back. Sorry about that, man. I got a call and shit, man.
Chief, a lot of us have this information.
What's up, brother?
Chief, what's up? You ready, nigga?
Well,
AP
we need one of our brothers to come to us and help.
We ain't gonna talk about it. I'm gonna let y'all get it out. But yeah, nigga, we on your
Yeah,
belt,
man.
nigga.
We got to talk about it though.
We
We had
on
to fight
your
over
ass,
y'all.
nigga. Yeah, he told me, bro. He was like, that nigga was like, nah, bro, you got to give me truth, bro. Cause you already know how I'm coming. I'm gonna just let the nigga go first and just beat this shit up.
Yeah.
But I don't know, bro. There's some heavy names on both sides, bro. That shit like the East versus the West.
Pressure, man. All-Star, man. All-Star weekend.
Yeah, let's wait till tomorrow, man. When it come out, man. We gonna leave it alone. Yeah. What's the deal, bro? What's the word, man?
Oh man, man, same shit, different stool, man. Just getting it in. You know, keep applying pressure, man. I mean, bro, you know, it's overwhelming evidence. I thought it was really interesting, you know, when we show the scientific evidence. They don't have nothing to say, technically. They have nothing to say. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately, you know, socially, you know, attacking this, saying the same stuff every day. Because, you know, it was a time when we all believed that we were the only slaves. It was even people that would be arguing like, no, only black people were slaves. White people were servants. You know what I'm saying? And it's just the social constructs and the social warfare and the psychological damage that we're suffering from. It's not laughable. You know what I mean? I'm not laughing at nobody because it's a real serious thing. Because this is a generational curse. So I know that this is the generation, this movement is changing a lot of the mindsets around the world. You know what I mean?
You know what's crazy though, Chief?
Yeah.
Is that statement you said when niggas be like, "No, the black people was slaves, the white people was servants." But when you look at all the little legislation and laws they was passing for servants, it was dealing with issues that sound like shit that was supposed to be happening to the slaves and shit, getting their ass beat, niggas getting swindled and shit, they being stuck in contracts, nigga, forever and shit like that, bro. Nigga running away and shit, they cutting their hands off and they feet and shit and all that shit. I'm like, hold on, man, this shit sound like slavery, nigga. This shit don't sound like no indenture shit to me, bro. They sound fucked up.
I mean, shit. Just think of a woman that was she didn't love this dude. She was just it was arranged marriages. You're gonna marry this guy right here. You don't have no rights.
Mm-hmm.
When did you
And
have something before your dad gave you away or sold you? You know what I'm saying? So people were really this is the real thing. Selling your daughters off, lending out your sons for work. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. I mean, this is a real thing. But when it happens to pale skinned people, right?
Right.
No matter what the situation is, oh no, because we have a psychological impediment, we believe that we're the only slaves when in fact that word slave comes from Slavonic people. Period.
Mm-hmm. The crazy shit
Okay,
is
that
if they
sounds
mother was an
that
indenture and shit, the baby will be an indenture too, nigga.
this all this all
Slave.
seems this all sounds draconian to me. So how is this ideology or this type of system even introduced here? Was it developed here?
What you mean by draconian,
Develop
bro?
here.
Draconian, you know, like male dominance.
Mm. Yeah, it's definitely some male chauvinist shit involved in that shit too, bro. I wouldn't disagree with you. But I think this is something that's been going on shit all over the world. Like that's another thing too. You know, they try to make that situation like exclusively to America. But when you look all around the world, you like, damn, hold on. This shit sound way worse. And it's doing the same time period. Like, hold on, man, this shit ain't adding up, man. How the fuck is these niggas doing all this when all this shit is happening to their people during the same time period and actually a little bit longer, not to mention all the other peoples the shit was happening to. Like, come on, man. Something ain't right about this shit. Shit not adding up. Y'all 2 plus 2 is starting to equal -3.
Well, don't you know, the farther we move into the future, right? The farther they assert themselves in the past.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm
And
starting to pick up on all the little nuances of this fucked up ass story, man. This is getting more and more fucked up because they constantly throw themselves farther and farther back into the past.
And that's a part of the game plan too, to insert themselves in the past and time periods that they weren't even around.
Right.
But
And
but
then
because but be,
when
oh
they
my
put
bad.
themselves in the yeah, I'll give right back to you. When they put themselves in the past, they changed the history of what was going on back then, making it seem like niggas is the ones who ushered in this old fucked up ass system that we dealing with now. All this shit got to be brought to the forefront. Go ahead.
But that's why they want you to be time travelers, bro. So they want you to go back in time and look at shit in a modern lens, and you can't do that. Over time, things changes. Words change. You feel me? Languages change. Customs. The way people go about their everyday lives. That shit changed, and then you time jumping back without going over everything in between. You just jumping straight there, nigga. Your ass. That's like this. That's like taking a motherfucker from kindergarten and throwing their ass in the 11th grade, bro. You can't do that. That ain't gonna be hella confused.
Yeah, bingo,
Yeah,
because
but
that's
you
where
gotta
we
stay
at right
on
Great
now.
analogy. And that's why motherfuckers is hella confused, brother.
Yeah, we hella confused.
It's confusing, man, but we got tutors though. Something
Well,
might confuse me. I come in this goddamn panel and bring up what's confusing me, and before I leave this panel, somebody unconfuse me. Somebody figure it out. Whether I want to accept it or not is on me, but once we got situations like this where we can go on these YouTube platforms and deal with real people that understand history. If you do have a question, maybe somebody they react with that same question before, or maybe somebody got the answer. That's a good thing about these platforms. As long as we got this, it make it easier when we dealing with the history.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Y'all good?
1 2
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Shit, man. But I did want to address the conversation we was having yesterday, man. Like, look, bro, I have a reverse one drop rule. You got anything of ours, I want all mines. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how we have to have that type of mentality. And if you're a righteous person, then we want to be a part of like-minded people. We want to build with like-minded people across the board. You got to think like that, bro. Like, we got to stop thinking. So somebody said that, like, we have turned into the white supremacists because we're pushing certain type of talking points and rhetoric. And guess who put those talking points and rhetoric? Guess who would even allow those type of talking points and rhetoric to be in songs and movies and jokes and all other things? But you can't even say the Jews without ruffling some feathers.
That's one.
See
You
what I'm
only
saying?
got 2 more before that motherfucker pop from behind the mirror.
But they still making slave movies for us. Fuck. The fuck you
We
mean?
going there watching it and looking at these lying ass movies.
Ain't no excuse for that. And they can't keep hiding around the terminology anti-Semitism when somebody is addressing bad business practices, amoral behavior, and all other things. Don't hide behind religion, behind your racism and all other things that they push, and then hide behind Hitler and everybody else. Yeah, I said it. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do.
Honestly, man, this is another thing we got to look at too, man. This thing we call racism. I really don't see the issue with it.
That's what they do.
We fucked up because we're not racist.
And they use niggas like Shaquille O'Neal and the rest of them. You know what I'm saying?
When we were racist, we
push
ran this
their
country.
agenda on our people.
When we were
And
racist,
are
we ran the country.
Trendsetters for this debacle. People got the nerve to say like we, wow, really? That shit these motherfuckers been doing ain't wild.
Well, if we compel to continue to operate, within the construct, then I guess we just gonna have to abide by the regulations, man. And the regulations require.
FBA stand for the Freedoms Bureau of America.
The what Bureau of America?
Freedmen's Bureau.
Who said that?
Hawk School.
What about it?
That's the Freedmen's Bureau of America. They running the same play the Freedmen's Bureau is running. Same old shit, bro. This shit just nothing new under the sun, bro. Them niggas is abolitionists 3.0.
I mean, once again, though, even when we're talking about the Freedmen's Bureau, we didn't set that up, right? And then you find out that the refugees are them, and then they took more of the benefits from it. And this is how they usurped into our culture, into our tribes, into power by being the buffer in between them and them. So, like I said, people on reservations, what the fuck is you mad at? We're not doing anything that keep you on reservations, got you on reservations, stopping you from getting any allotments of land, money, or anything. And we're not stealing anything from your culture. What the hell are y'all talking about? So once again, we have to just
agreed to it though, man. That's why history is so important, because some of our ancestors agreed to this shit.
No, I don't think they agreed to what's going on right now. They
no,
might
not right
agree
now, but they started it though.
Look, just what I'm saying.
A lot of these treaties were signed.
If me and you reach an agreement, right, and 100 years later, that agreement changed, nigga, you ain't the one ushered in the change. You just you initially agreed to something that changed, bro. Like, so we can't blame the ancestors on the shit that changed. We gotta blame them up. We gotta blame the motherfuckers who changed the agreement for the change.
Cool. All right, now our ancestors, all right, they allowed these people to come here. Our ancestors did business with them.
Right, but what I'm
And
saying
it started
is,
off simple. It started off
this is what I'm
simple, but
saying.
the people we were dealing with had
This is what I'm saying.
they never
Check it
had
out.
intention of being, audible with these deals, these contracts.
Check it out, right? Because we know
I'm
what type
listening.
of people. We know what type of people we, right? We know we got everything. So some motherfuckers come big and then squatting some vagabonds and some wretched ass people who depraved, right? They make the agreement. They the one come to us pleading for a certain thing. Now,
exactly,
an agreement is reached. We'll help y'all, but we're gonna need you motherfuckers to do specifically this and specifically that, right? Then they take it upon themselves. They take it upon themselves to go rearranging the agreement, putting themselves in a position of the grantor and the beneficiary, right? Making us the damn trustee, leaving us with all the responsibility, right? Because we gonna predicate this upon the law and how it's being administered right now, leaving us with the bulk of the responsibility, and never really meeting and never really fulfilling their end of the obligation. So what I'm saying is, how you gonna blame the ancestors for making an honorable agreement and the damn crossouts for dishonoring the agreement? I'm saying the majority of the blame is gonna have to fall on those who breached the contract, bro. Niggas didn't breach the contract.
No, they recontracted.
That's what I'm saying, but that wasn't authorized by us. They did that shit themselves. Look, then you got to consider, right? After the agreement was made, after the agreement was reached, you get to seeing shit. You get to seeing shit in history like burnt towns, flooded towns, massacres, riots. I'm talking about happening spontaneously, though, bro. You got to consider all that. Then you start seeing atrocities. You start seeing atrocities, floods, all this type of shit, right? Like, come on, bro. You can't. All this shit come into play. You just can't say niggas made an agreement for all this to happen. Nah, bro. Don't nobody do that.
Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question, right? Say you got a family. You decide you want to go get this dog for the kids. Man, family dog. Now, you didn't know that this dog had the potential to bite humans. But sooner or later, this dog started biting people in the house. Is it the dog's fault? No. It's the person that brought that dog in the house. And it's also his responsibility to do something about this dog that's biting people.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Right. That's a good analogy.
That's a good
analogy. So what you saying? We need to get rid of the dog? Because I'm all for that.
Well,
right.
exactly.
I'm all for that.
Well, I want my boy Libra son that. Shout out to Libra son. I mean, he talks about this a lot.
Tribe.
You know? Like once again, man.
You went to the store or something too? I don't know. Tom. My bad.
Some of us have had the experience that some of us are just speculating about. Some people have lived life experience of certain things to be able to come back and tell us, you know, their experience from going and trying to do said things. That might have been before their time or whatever the situation or whatever. But sometimes, you know, that's why when we have elder brothers and sisters, that we should definitely take heed to their counsel, whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
because they've experienced things that we haven't experienced. Right. So when we're talking about that, we know that in the early 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s, after Reconstruction, these people formulated plans, and they had been formulating these plans to disfranchise us from power.
Yeah.
Okay. And one of the ways that they did it was by reclassifying us, counting us, and all these things are illegal.
I understand what you're saying, though, but I mean, you got
by
access to them.
American law as well as
Who was in
international
power
law.
during those times?
They're
Remember now, Lincoln
violating
was black,
us
just like your
every
boy was
day.
black.
Say that again, brother.
The president of the Confederacy was black, just like Lincoln was black.
No,
They would
it's
be
bigger than
considered
just. It's bigger than just black.
ancestors.
It's bigger than just
I
black.
know. I'm saying, but I follow. I understand what I'm saying. I follow what I'm saying, right?
I'm
We
saying
went to
from
war
all
with each
the
other for
things that
whatever
they have
reason.
illegally, they have illegally done to us, that they're legally doing to us, and what they're legally going to be doing
Yeah.
to us tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? It's illegal. It's not lawful. They're breaking the law. Period. I don't understand why people are not getting it. And the more of us wake up to this, that's going to be a problem. We're not going to be, like I said, nothing wrong with rallies and stuff. That's cool. But we're going to be a little bit more strategic because, you know, they have this thing called lobbying and, you know, applying pressure to the representatives and the senators and the mayors and the governors and the councilmen and all those other people that we put in office and we pay their salary. We're not here to butter them up. And this is not no like sleazy mayors and city councilmen and that's been corrupt all this time and all these past, all that shit got to stop, bro. And that's our duty as men. It's enough. Oh, we got gatekeepers now. We kicking the gate down, knocking their ass the fuck out, even if he's 7'2", 390 pounds. You understand what I'm saying? That shit's over. Anybody that's in the way of progression, you don't give a fuck what you call yourself, what Greek you call yourself, how many Mason stripes you got. We don't give a fuck. You are the enemy if you're not helping. Period. I don't give a fuck about no boule. I don't give a fuck about no magic. I don't give a fuck about nothing that y'all talking about. And I think that's the problem that y'all don't understand. It's more of us than y'all, bro.
And I agree with that.
Niggas is hungry. We're tired of being disrespected every day on television. Tired of being, and motherfucker got a nerve to just keep doing it like it's cool. The Emancipation Slave movie is fucking disrespectful. I don't give a fuck what nobody say, and we're gonna stop them from doing it. They got some virtual slavery they about to do in the schools now. They're gonna start. Motherfuckers can go into metaverse and be slaves and shit in African American studies. Fuck them, man. See, I understand.
You know why they do that?
It's more.
So we don't bring a suit against them. Suppose we get together and bring a suit against them. People that make these movies and slander our characters.
These people crazy, bro. Fuck them.
Huh?
Fuck them and feed them beans. Any little sign of disrespect, we need to turn up.
Yeah, but turning up is the thing. How are we gonna do that? We got to come up with ways to fight these people. All this walking around with a fucking sign in front of these people, goddamn business and shit ain't never got nothing done.
Thing. Hey, man, ask y'all a question. What the fuck we got to lose? I'll wait.
We got this last chance, this last opportunity to lose.
I'll
That's
wait.
what we got to lose.
Hey, Friday night, man, it's going down, y'all. It's going down, man. Like I said, we can only say and do so much in the public. But we really building on and off the internet. Just wanted to point that out. Shout out to everybody, man.
That gotta be. That's also something. Yeah, that's also something that has to be addressed, right? If we can't stand on the truth, right? We can't stand on the truth whenever we have a chance to present it. And you know what I'm saying? That's a disadvantage, right? It's a disadvantage not being able to assert the truth when it's necessary.
And I understand what you're saying, and that's true. But just the information age now, the truth is coming out.
No, and now listen, y'all.
If the person don't know the truth for the next 5 years, that means they don't want to know the truth. Because it's all around us now.
Say it again, brother.
I said, this is the information age. So now, if a person doesn't know the truth, it's because they don't want to know it. It's all around now.
That's right.
Time for us to deal with the affairs of men now and start taking back what's ours. It's ours. Let's take it back. but it starts in the
Darius,
courtrooms.
baseball,
We
Baylock.
don't got enough sites to teach law and jurisprudence, or so we can't really. I mean, we don't really know how to take the next step. So we watch all these other nations do it. All these other nations got their rights, so they got whatever they got through courts, through acts of Congress. We got to do the same thing. We got to take Congress back.
Sound good.
Tayshawn, the Confederate Don, first round draft pick. Y'all already know.
Tribe.
Yeah, I'm fucking your ass up, nigga.
What's up with it, bro?
Tayshawn, what's good, Brody?
That Bush, man, I'm on this road back to South Carolina, man. I'm in South. Just hit Louisiana, you know what I'm saying? Halfway there. So
Tayshawn, can you hear? Anybody saying anything?
y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Check, mic check.
Mic
I
check.
hear you, King.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I said no. I'm on the.
But
I'm headed back to South
yeah,
Carolina.
man. Yeah, man. We just, like I said, man, we just gotta think different, man. And once again, be like, we black people. Oh, we were slaves. Poor us. Please, sir. What?
But you know,
Hey, my man from
Just
South Carolina. What part of South Carolina you from?
say what?
My man from South Carolina. What part of South Carolina you from?
Yeah, I'm from the PD area, Marion County, 843.
Where?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in Charleston, right at Goose Creek.
What happened in South Carolina?
Yeah, you right down the road. Charleston ain't nothing but the
Yeah.
same.
No, I didn't hear what you said. What happened in South Carolina?
Nah, he
No,
just
actually,
asked
what
him
part of
what
South
his
Carolina you
party
from?
was. Yeah.
I don't
I
think
don't know
Chief
if
can
you
hear
breaking
me.
up, but that's me. I
Chief, can
can't
you hear
understand what
Tayshawn?
I'm saying.
I don't
Can
think
you
he
hear
can.
Tayshawn, Chief?
Yeah, no, Tayshawn, you might have to go out and come back in. I can't hear you.
Nah, you can't hear him. Oh, okay.
Or is it me out?
It might be you. I think everybody else hear me.
Yeah, I hear
I
him.
can hear you.
Y'all can hear Tayshawn?
Yeah, we all
Yeah,
can
we
hear
heard him.
Tayshawn.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just me then.
Reverse. Slide to the left.
That nigga sick.
Oh man, shit.
But yeah, I missed most of the conversation with y'all up here banging
Shit, me too, bro.
Oh, y'all missed the torture session.
We all talking.
Man, loyalty test.
I'm gonna keep it a bug though. You
It,
know what,
it was a
man?
loyalty test, man. Chief had us watching the video so motherfucking horrible, bro, for so long, bro. I
Oh, I know what y'all
I
talking
wanted to
about.
unmute so bad.
You funny as hell. Hey, but you know what though? Homeschool, the brother with the D avatar and smoke. I want to commend you, brothers, bro, because I know now, but at first I ain't know who dude was, and y'all are all up here in harmony, bro. And the last time we all shared the stage, bro, we was at each other's heads.
Oh, we real niggas,
so,
man.
so I gotta salute y'all, bro, and that's what this shit all about, bro. You know, man, like brothers just coming together and shit, bro. You know, man, sisters too. You feel me? But you know, us brothers though, man, we the ones that really gotta start coming together, man. Because when we look in the streets, you know, we seeing the young brothers, shit, some brothers our age still out there perpetrating the bullshit, you know, minus the ideology shit. We just talk like on some real nigga shit. You feel me? Like sometimes we got to get past, you know, just the teaching shit and the history shit and start, you know, paying attention to our surroundings and you know what's really affecting the communities and shit. And unity is a must, but it's gonna be in small steps. We ain't really too much one thing about us and shit, you feel me? And I fall guilty to that shit too. We ain't too big on taking a lot in at one time. It's like our guard always up. You know, man, we gotta really feel some shit the fuck out and go at that shit one step at a time. I don't know, man. Nigga, I just got through smoking, man. Let me mute the fuck up.
Man, once you've been manipulated for so many years, man, when you hear something different, it's automatically gonna make you cautious. So I understand that.
Yeah, it's a fact, brother. Shit, why everybody
Yeah, you
so
gonna have to put
quiet?
some more. Yeah, you gonna have to put some meat on that bone, bro. Yeah, break that down some more.
Man, sometimes, man, we ain't gotta eat meat, man. Sometimes it's just time for vegetables and shit, bro. You feel me? Cleanse the body out. You feel me?
Righteous.
You feel me? You know, man. All the other shit, you know, on some G shit, like I know for a fact, Brody Tayshawn be one. He be like, man, how the fuck you fuck with that nigga? Not a coincidence. And you know, even other brothers like Black Power banging this shit. You know, they like, man, how can you fuck with them? Because you know, like, yeah, I take this information serious, but I'm about my brothers and my sisters over anything first and foremost. Now, a nigga ain't gonna make me into some shit that I ain't, and I ain't gonna go fight for some shit I ain't. But I will fight for my brothers and sisters. At the end of the day, man, we brothers and sisters and shit. It's just some niggas is confused, and you know, and that's why you got brothers be going at this shit every day and shit. You know, to slap them upside their motherfucking head. Hopefully, you know, the little marbles in that bitch will finally get right. That's
Man,
enough
we
meat
gotta
for you.
a lot of times
Righteous,
we're gonna have
right?
to crack swords until we get an understanding. We gotta find common ground. A lot of times we don't find common ground until we deal with battle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We got
Like,
we got common ground. We got common ground. We good though. We
Of
got
course,
common ground.
of course,
yes,
we
sir.
all do. You just gotta find it sometimes. You may have a group of people of us over here dealing with one thing and somebody dealing with something totally different. But if we can, a wise man can come through there and unite the two groups and find out one thing they both agree on and build from there. We were,
Yep.
believe it or not, man, we were many different nations, a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
different
we weren't
tribes, a lot of different
monolithic,
sets and
bro.
whatnot. But we all dealt with basic trade. We all dealt with each other. But we also
Mm-hmm.
had war.
Yeah, we weren't no monolithic people. And you know, man, that's when I started talking about niggas romanticizing and fantasizing and shit. Like, nah, nigga, man, nigga, we went all on one accord. But certain shit, that's what we need to be all on one accord about and shit. You feel me? But for the most part, though, we all did our own thing, and it still play out today. Like niggas in the Midwest rock a certain way. Niggas in the South, you know, the Southwest rock a certain way more than the niggas on the Atlantic coast. Like we all got different lingo. Niggas on the West Coast got different shit. You feel me? But at the same time, we same people and shit. You know, and we show love and shit. You feel me? Like, you know, you'll go out of town, go to a city. You know, man, you might run into some motherfuckers and shit. And they're like, oh, where you from? You tell them where you from. Like, oh, man, that's what's up. Woo, woo. Or, you know, you might run into some motherfuckers like, where you from? And, you know, they get on some other shit. But, yeah, nah, man, fuck that. I'm muting up. Now, high school, you gotta get the mic back, bro. To start about what the bro said earlier, like, yeah, let me mute up. Like, nah, man. Come on, man. Not all at one time, man. Motherfucker say something. Like, damn, Tayshawn, what's up,
Oh, my
man?
bad,
Open
my
up the
bad, my
mic.
bad. What's
Man,
good? Hey,
anybody, shit. Take this motherfucker.
no, I wanted to ask a question though. I wish a Pan African or anybody was on the panel with contention. Uh, how you were saying how we all went on one accord, but we all fuck with each other, but we all have our different cultures, even within niggas being in America. Like you got the Cali niggas different from niggas from South Carolina, niggas from South Carolina different from Baltimore niggas. But what I want to bring up was our accents, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like niggas in Louisiana, they got a certain accent. Niggas in New York got a certain accent. Niggas in Cali got a certain accent. You know what I'm saying? And I be wanting to ask Pan Africans, and I asked this before, where do these accents come from? Because even outside of niggas in Louisiana, you got Asians in Louisiana that talk like niggas from Louisiana. So where
White
did these
folks too.
accents come from? Exact white folk. That's exactly all
They
of them.
call them Cajun.
Exactly. So my question is, where these different accents coming from? If we came over here as slaves, where we get these accents from?
We didn't come over here as slaves.
I know that
Nah,
exactly.
he know that, bro. He
Yeah,
is rhetorical.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I wish a Pan African was on this bitch, because like I've been asking myself that. I guess I got the answer. I don't know why, because this is our language and all that. But that's a question for anybody to think about, though.
True. You do agree that
They
most of us
gonna
had
well
different
look,
languages?
advocating, right? Advocating for the Pan Africans. They gonna say some dumb shit like, well, niggas came from different tribes in Africa. And that's how they gonna try to play the accent thing, right? But I feel you though, because even the people around them still had those same accents.
Exactly.
Right.
Like these accents ain't coming from Europe. Like this ain't Italian accents. This ain't
Right,
no
right.
French accents. This ain't no Japanese. This ain't no African accents. It's just different nigga accents. Like I
Yeah.
don't know, man. It's
You
just
trying to go to
some shit
different
I just be
regions,
thinking about.
different areas, you can deal with a different accent.
Exactly. But none of these
I'm a
accents that
Muslim.
we have is over there in Europe, though. That's what I'm saying. Like that's just another
Or
point
Africa.
to destroy the narrative. Or Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and when you hear it, it be them trying to be like us and shit. Like it's done intentional. It ain't
Yep.
just
But most of
naturally
the people,
done.
you see over there, especially West Africa, a lot of them cats are Americans that went over there, that colonized them people over there.
Yeah, for shit
That's true.
show.
That's true.
Yeah, we speak on that
And a
shit
lot of
too,
them people
bro.
from the South. And you got some people that come from the North. People come from the Midwest. A lot of them was going over there in search of opportunity. And we went over there, motherfucker dog, and we were a bunch of different people. We had different accents, but we had one thing in common. We going to colonize that fucking land.
Take 2 niggas to do that. You ain't gotta shoot out of my day, beat them up.
Smoke, you gotta mute that mic up, bro. Yeah, that whole West African shit was crazy. It was like we touched down over there. We war with the Native Africans. Motherfucker, they snatched us up, sold us into slavery. Motherfucker, we snatched them up, sold them into slavery. Then a group of Native Africans and motherfuckers from America teamed up and just started snatching up everybody and shit, trying to sell their ass. Like, yeah, them niggas was on straight fuck shit. Like, it's definitely motherfucking correspondence about that shit going on and shit. Like, it wasn't no peaches and cream. It was motherfuckers who made their way back. They talk about the atrocities. Motherfuckers had like a 10-year life expectancy and shit. You feel me? The land was undeveloped, so they had to develop the land. That take time. You feel me? Like, that's like a nigga going off right now, going to buy some land in the middle of nowhere, packing up everything that they got, and then just staying there. That shit gonna be fucked up at first. You gotta build everything and shit. That shit
Yeah.
takes time.
And a lot
You
of them
feel me?
boys
It
came
take
back because they
material.
couldn't. A lot of people came back because they couldn't really get the agricultural thing to jump off down there because we wasn't really familiar with their lands. We
It
were
was
familiar over
swamp
here.
land.
Yeah, but there was some things that
And the
we could do. I
soil
mean, we did
content is
the rice
different
thing and
too.
all that.
Yeah, they got tougher soil content. That's why they took the rubber plant up over there and shit. You feel me? That's almost like a potato and shit. Them bitches can grow in rough terrains and all that, low density soil and shit like that. You feel me? That's
Yeah,
why now, a lot of crops that was able to sustain, and then they had to develop the land and get the soil a certain way and shit in order to grow some of the other shit. You feel me? Then a lot of that shit, other shit was just imported up over there and shit. You feel me? Like, yeah.
true.
But a lot of that shit come from here.
A lot of it.
Shit,
But
in
some
the
of the things they
upper
had already over there.
90%.
Majority. Majority
I
of them.
told
Yeah.
motherfucker West Africa no motherfucking clubhouse and shit. I was like, hey, you welcome, motherfucker. They like, for what? I'm like, nigga, for y'all Joel off, all that bullshit y'all be, nigga, you welcome, nigga. You couldn't even have that shit without some of them ingredients, with a lot of ingredients from over here being up over there. Oh, no, that's West Africa. What? Boop. Link at the top, nigga. Set your goof ass up.
Before we got over there, man, the British, the Germans, the French, they came over there already ran through that area. We start winning these lands through trade or whatever. The Americans start buying land from Britain, and we going over there and start colonizing ourselves. The people you see over there in that place they call Africa are most likely not indigenous. Every
No, a
time
lot
another
of
nation came in there, they start pushing the indigenous people out and
a lot of
repopulating
the
the area.
people in West
Then
Africa,
they fell, and
a lot
somebody else came to do the same thing to them.
A lot of people in West Africa is from other parts of Africa and other places and shit. So
Mainly America.
A lot of West Africans and shit ain't even indigenous to that area. They through
Exactly.
forced migration into other areas and shit like
Not just
that
West Africa,
mainly.
East Africa, or North
Yeah, that's
Africa.
what I'm saying. A lot of them mainly come from East Africa and Northeast Africa. They was trying to rid their ass from that area and shit. That's why you got all them Arab looking motherfuckers up there. And like, yeah, like, but we got to remember too that they didn't really attack Africa like that until the 1800s during the scramble for Africa. It was
Now
only
we was already over here,
so
though, man.
it was only so well. That's when we started going over there doing the scramble for Africa.
Yeah,
You
because we
feel
was
me?
over there in the 1700s too. Matter of fact, we was over there earlier than that, doing trade. But when this thing turned from trade opponents or opposition to war, I understand what I'm saying. That was around the 1800s, late 1700s, 1800s. We just started claiming the land, pushing everybody else out, raping the women, putting seeds inside these women over there, making, babies over there. So when they do DNA tests now, a lot of people in America do a DNA test. They got the same kind of genetics as the people in the West Africa.
Nah, that
So
shit.
they're us.
That genetic test shit is
Don't get me
bullshit, bro.
wrong.
That shit is
I don't
all cap.
subscribe to it. Don't get me wrong. I don't
Yeah,
subscribe to it. But I'm giving an example of
but
way how we can. How they connecting us over there because they came from here and went over there.
nah, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like that shit is bullshit. Like, look, bro. Like DNA and the way that they giving that shit out, like on that level right there, that shit is bullshit. On some G shit, like they set the stage and shit to get certain outcomes and shit. Because if you just put
Exactly, and I agree with
everything,
that.
if you put everything up in there and let the shit lay down where it lies, shit, you will get a million fucking options. You feel
Yeah,
me? And all they doing is seeing which one. They be like, oh well, we'll see do they DNA cluster towards such and such and such, but you already stacking in a large quantity of certain people that's going to give you the fucking outcome that you fucking looking for and shit like that. That shit is flawed. Like that shit is
yeah, and
bullshit.
I agree. I agree with it. Don't get me wrong. I agree with it. I'm just saying that a lot of people from this area went over there and we started populating that place. And over the years, we started multiplying. For some reason, we have a lot of kids. And in a generation, two people can turn into four people. In two generations, now you got eight people, and so on and so on. And you think about the amount of people that was going over there, the colonization acts and whatnot, it was a lot of people went over there. And we did some fucked up shit to them boy. But
I
military
agree.
with us too.
I agree. We went everywhere that the colonizer went, bro. That's
We
why
were the colonizers. That's
you'll
another thing
look
you got to
right.
understand too. We were the colonizers.
Yeah, I know, bro. That's what we saying the same thing, bro.
Yeah,
Real talk.
that's why I agree
We
with you.
saying the same thing. Yeah, well, I
I
agree with
know.
you
That's
too.
why I
Like,
agree with you.
yeah, yeah, like real shit. That's why you will be able to see a picture from over there, and you be like, damn, that motherfucker like somebody I know. But if you look at the other 10 niggas around him, like, nah, nigga. But then You know, that's what I'm saying. Cause like we can't. That's why motherfuckers be like, oh man, what about this? Like, bro, we got people that went the fuck up over there. They weren't just exclude. You know, they weren't just stationary in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Like, no, nigga, they traveled everywhere the fucking colonizer went. Nigga, they was right there with them, help colonizing and shit, bro. Like a lot of our people got duped to go over there with these little feel good sales dreams from niggas up motherfucker in the north and shit. And then families went up over there and shit and got fucked up and then came back. Now they no longer had their land. They ass was landless because they went somewhere else and
Exactly.
came back and they shit was taken and shit. And nigga, it was gonna be hard for them to get that shit back. But it wasn't even just Africa they was sending niggas to. Like they send niggas to Haiti. They got a
All over
motherfucking
the
town.
world.
They got a town and shit with niggas from the United States. You feel me? That sit right between Haiti and the Dominican Republic called America. You feel me?
Yeah.
Niggas went to Central America, South America. Shit. Matter of fact, man, we traced one of my motherfucking wife relatives. You know, her resting place was in motherfucking Central America. You feel me? Somewhere down there and shit. So she got family down there and shit. You feel me?
Yeah.
On some G shit. You
Yeah.
know, shit crazy.
And once we understand how things start going, we get a better understanding of history. As a foundational Black American, who do you really sue? We were the government. We were the slave owners. We were the colonizers. So who do we sue for reparations?
Yeah,
Who
that
was
being
getting in
so,
the
it ain't
court?
no, if that being so, yeah, ain't, there won't be no reparations based on that claim.
Exactly. But don't get me wrong, I understand the emotional ties to that movement. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of us that get caught up in these bigger cities, they don't have a connection with our family or our ancestral land. We get a fucked up perception of reality or history, especially. That's why it's important to go and see your family, to understand the culture, what your family came from, or what your family left. I had a lot of aunts and uncles that went to New York. I was born in New York. I was when I came back down here. I think I was like 6 or 7, some shit like that. When I came back down here. But I know a lot of cousins up there, and then for some reason, they don't really come back home to really talk with your family. And when they do come back home, they just like at all like they thought all this other bullshit they've seen on TV or hearing these damn, I mean, these street corner preachers. They got a fucked up obsession about what was going on down here in the South. Half that shit ain't never
That's a
happened.
fact.
They talk about they think we getting beat up by these white people making us slaves and all this bull. Man, the fuck has
Nah,
been slaves down here?
I ain't never seen no nigga back down to no motherfucking cracker, bro. In
That's
Mississippi.
only in the North. They
That's all
talk
my
about it in the
life.
North.
Like, you know, shit.
Man, we could be ops. If I see you fighting a white boy and lose to a white boy, I'm in that shit, dog. Even if I don't fuck with you.
I feel ashamed.
Yeah,
That's
we
like
definitely
watching
gonna
one of
blitz them.
that's like watching one of your homies y'all agree to like, yeah, they can fight heads up and he get his ass whooped. You're like, damn, man, why it couldn't be me, nigga? Let me fight this nigga. Let me fuck
I'm gonna tell you, I'm fighting this
like
motherfucker, dog. That one-on-one shit, my nigga, I think that should happen on the other side of Mississippi. I'm honestly, bro, I
Man,
very
I mean, it
seldom
was in
have one-on-one
Chicago
fights.
too. I mean, you gotta understand that, like, even though niggas be the same gang and shit, them niggas don't all rock with each other. Like, I grew up in the hundreds, it wasn't nothing but GDs, nigga. Like, that's what we. I mean, you know, I don't mean like that, but like, you know, that's all shit. A lot of times, who we was fighting, so it had to be a fair one on one. You feel me? And then sometimes that's
Yeah.
just what it is. And shit, you feel me? To shit like back then, niggas had thought process, even though it was still wild. Like, you know what, fuck it, nigga. We all right here, like woo woo. Like the two main ones that a lot of the shit be over. Yeah, nigga, go ahead, box it out. I mean, and we all honor it. You know, the moment. But like if you see him by himself one day and y'all tried to jump him and then we run up and you talking about some one-on-one, like hell no, nigga. One-on-one when he was by himself, nigga, we gon' go mode, nigga. Point blank
Yeah.
period. Like, nah, ain't no fair ones. Because if it was a fair one, you'd gave him that option and shit when y'all first ran into him. So no, that shit is out the window. And then I'm the type of motherfucker where it's like, I'm willing to run the fair fade and shit. But the moment a nigga try to jump me, bro, all bets is off the table, nigga. So any way I choose to handle that situation, it is what it is. You bought that shit on yourself. You should have shot the fair one. Like, and then shit, if you win, you win. But you know, not
And
even
see,
on
that's what I
no funny
and that's what I be
shit.
saying about
Funny
Chicago.
shit.
That's what I be saying about Chicago and those areas like that, those cities like that, because they, these people are very scared of y'all. And they should be, because the scariest thing is for these people in Chicago or places like Chicago to get a leader that's not connected to these CIA operatives and decide to make a real movement to do something real. You know how many different gang members it is in
Well,
the
they
United
tore that
States?
down,
It's
brother.
the
I
fucking
mean,
military, dog.
but brother,
There's more
they
motherfuckers in gangs than in the military.
we had that though, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like on several
Exactly.
on a couple of occasions, you gotta understand that the government did everything they can to make sure that type of shit. Like everything is orchestrated. At the end of the day, though, I'm gonna say it like this: we still at fault because yeah, they set the stage. We didn't have to jump on that motherfucker and play that bitch like we Denzel in this motherfucker. You feel me? They definitely
Yeah.
set the stage for where it's at, but we played the part. And that's our fault. And that's the reason why you gotta look at all like real shit on some G shit. Niggas that really had some shit popping and shit. We talking like, you know, a lot of niggas came up out of Chicago. Tomorrow you got Fred Hampton with the motherfucker Black Panther Party. That nigga was a fucking headache. The gangs and shit, you gotta understand, like even during the Martin Luther King riots and shit, nigga, it was some white kids that went to school on off 63rd and shit. You feel me? They was scared to come outside. Nigga Jeff Ford, a kid, walked up with his gang and blocked they entry and blocked the way for them to get on the bus and made sure they didn't get in touch because he understood the complications. If some shit like that happened, and he wanted to show his leadership skill on a motherfucker that they can deal with as far as our community go. Not only him, but even Larry Hoover and shit. You know, all them niggas, like that's what this shit was really about. So everything you see now, that shit is all staged and shit. You feel me? Like, and we playing a part, and we done played the part too long. Where like now, you know,
It
every
ain't that, man.
generation it get worse.
It ain't that. We got older and we either went to jail, we died, or moved on. But the problem is we left no guidance for the younger ones. And so they got to figure this shit out as they go. And it take time in order to understand this shit, especially when you dealing with real live things. You ain't got
Now let me
nobody
ask you a
who you say, listen,
question:
man, this go like
Is
this,
them
this go
young
like that.
is them youngest left to deal with that on their own? Is that by design or by choice?
By design.
That's what I'm
They had to
saying.
get rid of the civil
They
bull.
That's what I'm saying. They set the stage and we're playing the
Yeah,
part. And we're playing the
exactly.
part because they didn't know. You feel me? Like they growing up little and they seeing this and then they showing they showing a motherfucker on TV that resembles somebody in their neighborhood, but they putting it all in a bad image. So the whole time these little kids and shit growing up where they might not even really know them other than what's up, and they never actually even seen them do no shit like that, but because of the image that they see them as, and now somebody is portraying their image on TV in a bad light, they grow up thinking that what it is. Now, before he can motherfucking catch that short, they tell him, no, this nigga either dead or in jail, or you have to move the fuck away, bitch shit, in order to fucking get up out of that situation. That shorty don't know no better. Now him, his whole little crew got the same mindset. They run it like that. Now they fucking with some other kids and shit. Now that crew get their mindset like that. And then it's just a never ending cycle. Like I always say, a lot of these motherfuckers on the street and shit, 70 to 80% of them ain't even really like that. It's just that niggas ain't going. So you gotta be on whatever time a motherfucker on just to survive. It's really a small percentage of motherfuckers who is just really fucked up in the head just like that. You feel me? But it's all by design and shit. It's a government, you know,
Exactly.
man. It's a government shit. They even put
That's
people
why I
in
brought that
place to.
CIA thing up in there. But the CIA didn't start the movement. They just started. They just found a way to control it. But if you think about it, though, you look how far that shit has spread. You got gangbangers in Dade County, Miami. You got gangbangers in Charleston, South Carolina, up and down the East Coast. And
Up and
and
down the
most
middle
people
middle of the
say it's
map in the
them
West
from the
Coast.
West Coast. And this movement that was started over there though was so effective, just misguided now. That it's them
I
all
was
over the fucking
ineffective.
country.
But guess
All
how I
over the
was
country.
effective. Hey, but
So
guess how
imagine
was it
somebody unite
effective
them
though?
tribes. Just imagine somebody unite them tribes. We won't need a military. We already got a military.
But guess how that shit all effective? Because I was in Mississippi when some of these movies came out, and I seen the change in Greenville, Mississippi, a small town, bro. Just Greenville, Mississippi. This is before we moved to Chicago. When Colors came out, and when
Yeah.
South Central came out, I seen the environment change because the niggas that I kicked it with as a shorty, that's how we started moving because the motherfuckers older than us, that's how they was moving. And then when I got to Chicago, it was already organized gangs and shit and all that, which we knew down south about too as well too. We was
Yeah.
mimicking what we see on the TV because we done heard about them. We done got a family member that came back and talked about them, but then we seen it on TV and seen how they portray it. So you got to be like them. You want to be better
Yeah.
than that. You acting the part. And that deep down inside, that ain't really you. You feel me? Is and you know, man, like for instance, like in Chicago, motherfucking, you know, it's a well known thing that the police recruited motherfuckers to join the gangs and shit. Like actual police officers. Like not
Okay,
just no
hold on.
nigga on
Rewind
the
that.
street.
Time,
Not
time, 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 time.
not just
Rewind that
not
again. Say
regular
it again.
niggas. The police, you know, doing a recruitment class, motherfucker going to be a cop and shit, going through the academy, recruit new motherfuckers out of the academy to go join the gangs undercover and shit to help fight them down inside. The only fucked up part about it was that a lot of them niggas, shit, they was just a member with a badge.
Yeah.
Like real shit. Like, you know, a lot of motherfuckers in the county
And you
sheriffs
said spell
is
out the
G.
academy.
Look, let me understand it, help you understand this. It's a lot of motherfuckers that's Cook County sheriffs, you know, in Chicago.
Yeah.
They GDs, vice lords, Latin kings, you know, Spanish disciples. They part of the gangs. In the police department, there's motherfuckers that's GDs, vice lords, Blackstones, you know, part of gangs as well too. Not to mention the organized crime side of it. It's a lot of motherfuckers that's Irish and Polar that's part and connected with the mob and
Yeah.
Italian.
Yeah.
So even on the government level, is organized crime and gang activity up in there. And that's a known fact. So where you hear shit like down south where like, oh, these cops was part of a white supremacist group in KKK, man, these cops up here, these niggas, shit, they gang banging too. And I done witnessed that shit firsthand and shit on numerous occasions. Ass whoopings and shit and dropped off in the wrong neighborhood and they go let them niggas know. Now they hunting your ass and shit. It done turned into the movie that Ice-T was in and shit when niggas paid them and shit. He didn't know what it was. They threw his ass out in the woods and shit. And they hunting this nigga. You trying to survive, trying to get back to your neighborhood. I could put homies on the phone right now and shit. They'll back this shit because shit on some of them occasions, nigga, we was together where they fucked us up, threw us in the back of the car and shit, drove, took us to the wrong neighborhood and kicked us the fuck out. They don't even take us to the police station.
That's crazy, man. Then I watched a documentary a couple years ago. I can't remember who came up with it, but it was about Chicago. But they were talking about how these cops used to drop guns off in the alleys and whatnot, like boxes of
That's a
guns
fact.
and bullets and all that shit. My man was like, there was one dude talking. He was like, you can't even buy a gun in the city of Chicago or bullets.
Nope.
How come so many guns in that motherfucker?
Most of our guns come from Indiana, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Arkansas.
Yeah, that would affect
And
that in the
Missouri.
South. But it's
And
shipped to the
Missouri.
North.
And just think about this, right? You'll hear some shit like this on the news. In earlier news, freight cart moving through the Dalton area of the far south side was robbed today, and only one car got hit, and that's where these military guns was at
Yeah.
and shit. Like real shit. Like, come on, bro. Like only one train cart got hit, and it was the ones with
Like
the
that shit in the
guns in it.
shot. So you say that shit really going on, right?
Yeah,
Y'all see that TV show,
that's
The
what the shit
Shot?
happened at. Oh nah, man,
Mm-hmm.
that shit diluted. Man, that shit
No, I'm talking about,
diluted
I ain't
like
saying
a
that the TV show
motherfucker,
itself.
man.
I'm talking about the things that happen, like fathers them boy getting cops or whoever giving them boy a particular goddamn instructions of what car to hit in these rail yards that had guns and stuff in it.
Yeah, like it be some shit like that, bro. Like it definitely be some shit like that. Big Dog Philly in the backstage too, y'all. But like, yeah, I mean, but Chicago ain't the only place that type of shit happen at though. Like that shit
Yeah.
happen in every state. Like real shit. Like, you know, small town, big town, man, you see the same shit, just different accents. It's crazy.
And what's so crazy now, I notice a pattern. When these towns get affected with gangs, it's just before the Regentrification Act. Soon they decide to regentrify a neighborhood or area, they first flood it with gangs. Get
Well, I
everybody to
don't know.
move out.
Oz been there
And once they
since
move
like the
out, they sell up the
50s.
land or whatnot. These developers buy it and redevelop the land, and there ain't no more gangs there. Like everybody's left.
Yeah, our shit's been in the 60s since the 50s.
That's what's going
It
on
was
here in
all about
Charleston now.
it was all about community organization against the government and the police. That's what it was about. You feel me?
Yeah.
Uh,
But they took our movement and turned it into something to help them, to benefit them.
cut the head out the snake and you'll see the body just wagging crazy. Hey, Chief, Philly OG in the back of the stage too, bro. I don't know what Chief does. You know, that nigga like a celebrity and shit. That nigga kick off a show and just leave. Pop back up. The views go back up like 30, 40. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know, man. Like I say, our shit, niggas had political wing. Motherfuckers trying to get into politics, you know, just like how like the Italian and Irish and all them started off as street gangs and shit too. And then they was able to prosper and shit and start opening up, you know, non-profit organizations and shit and using government funding and shit to do shit for their people and shit. Same thing, they got mad because Jeff Ford and shit took a motherfucking got $1 million and shit for a grant and shit. And you know, we did the right thing with it and shit, but they was just mad because this nigga got it. they called him before a Senate hearing and shit. They tried to lie and say that he didn't that he misappropriated the funds and shit. They couldn't prove it. But then they hit him on tax fraud and shit, which I ain't understood that shit. It's some tax problems. I know they sent them up I think to Wisconsin and shit. They sent them to the joint. Or was it Ohio? It was one of the two and shit. But like, yeah, like, man, like, man, those nonprofits and them 501(c)(3)s, you know, it's things that you could do to help your community and shit if you do the right thing with it and shit. But what you got happen is you got people that use it to their advantage for personal gains and shit.
Shit, everybody else do.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the problem. Everybody, man, shit, if everybody jump off the bridge, shit, you gonna jump with them? Like, nah, like, you know, do what your shit is meant for. You feel me? If your shit to help the kids, make sure you use that funds and shit to help the kids. You feel me? If your shit for some other shit that's beneficial to what the fuck, where your community at and shit, make sure you use it for that. Don't be a sleazeball with that shit.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Cause my cousin take care of 200 kids right now with his nonprofit boxing gym and shit. Crazy thing is, the first 9 years he did it out of his own pocket. Somebody eventually put him up on the game with it. Now what? He employed like 9 of his homies. They all get a motherfucking rap check and shit. His wife, you feel me? They got funding to feed the kids, funding and shit to house them and shit when they go on their little boxing matches and shit out of the city and shit like that. Funding to take them on trips, you feel me? And it's all shit. That shit, that shit is thing. Like how he told me, he was like, whatever's extra, give them that shit back. Like, don't, man, pay yourself. Like, yeah, that's cool. You feel me? Just don't be egregious with that shit. Do the right thing. He was like, man, man, he shit, like, man, like he doing a lot, like real talk, like he work with them kids Monday through Sunday, ain't no days off. Make sure they got somewhere to be. Make sure they got somewhere to be at, so they ain't out here getting caught up in the bullshit in the streets. And just on the simple fact of who the fuck he is, and he changed his life around. Ain't nobody gonna do no fuck shit wherever the fuck they know he be located at with them kids.
Yeah.
Them niggas is gonna walk the fuck away. Like, it's a block where he used to train them at before he got his gym and shit, right? Now,
Peace. Okay.
Mic check.
Yeah,
Oh,
I hear
Phil,
y'all
my
loud
fault.
and clear. I hear
Okay.
y'all. We still
What's
here.
good, Philly?
Grand Rising. Much love, much respect to everybody. Grand Rising, man. What's good, Chief? What's good, everybody on the panel? Much love to everybody in the chat, man.
Peace. Something else, man? I wish something I would address. I don't have a platform, nothing like that, or a channel, so I can't address the issue. But we need to address this issue that they call welfare and the effects on the so-called black man, or whatever you want to call yourself, before and after the implication of this welfare system. I think welfare did more damage to our neighborhoods than anything else. And don't get me wrong, I love my sisters, but man, I've been locked up with child support dog for $1.50. These crackers actually locked me up. Most of our people that been in jail, most of them been in jail with child support. They brought this welfare system in play, and they separated our queens from our kings, and it led us down. I mean, listen, man, it been rough since then. Who got some insights on that or opinions on that? I know it's a touchy subject.
But I missed something.
Nah, he asked the question about welfare. Is like welfare, how detrimental it's been to our people. That's what he's saying.
Kept niggas stagnant for a long time.
Still,
Yeah, I was about to say I bought up the Section 8 thing before, and I was like, it's fucked up how Section 8 is. Like the man can't live with the woman and child/children for her to get that Section 8 housing, the projects or whatever. I feel like that's fucked up. A man can't get that shit.
and there's nothing for us but jail.
Hey, can I tap in and ask y'all brother a quick question?
What's up, bro?
Basically, like, you know, uh, from my research, like I always say, we can prove that we've been reclassified here in America. The blacks, the niggas, the colored, the African American, all etc. If the pan boo boos don't want to be a part of that, why can't we put in our own claim for because we were reclassified? Like I said, we know they're not going to prove the out of Africa story, but we can prove that we've been reclassified here through the birth certificates and the social security cards. So if they don't want, we can get aboard on something like that. And basically, if the pan boo boos, like I said, don't want to get involved, they don't want to get involved. Y'all status is correct. Y'all can stay African Americans, but us, colored niggas, and that we see the act of y'all reclassifying us. That's a crime against humanity. Why can't we build together on that basis? Because that's the
Because we
basis,
agreed to
like
be
I said,
reclassified.
we can prove, and I'm laying it right there.
Cool, peace. I understand what you're saying, King. But the fact is, a lot of us signed up for that shit. Them people, they send an agent amongst us to push this ideology and stuck back and hit their hands. And we all just ate it up. Because they own all the stars. Whether you in music, TV, or whatnot, they own them people. So through them people, the stars, these ideologies were brought up. And we ran with it. We agreed, we signed up for that shit. So it'll be hard to go back on the contract we signed. But we can't correct it though. Once you become what they call a majority in law, you got a right to go back and recorrect all contracts you have made. That's one of the first ones we need to recorrect. I say recorrect because we correct it every fucking 20 years. But we corrected what we so-called corrected, but we just exchanged for another code or another name that's going to put us further and further in the hole. We don't realize it until we end up in the hole. And these so-called leading blacks that push that on us, we let them get away with murder. We need to do something to them too. Because they knew better. Half these fuckers were Masons, lawyers, politicians. They understood what calling ourselves that would do to us, but they did it anyway because somebody paid them.
Anybody else want to tap into that question?
What was the question, OG?
Basically, like we like I said, we know they ain't gonna give compensation or give reparations for the slavery story. So, basically, but we can prove that we've been reclassified here in America out of our original status. If you're colored, black, nigger, Negro, African American. Even if the Pan-Boo-Boos want to stay in Africa, why can't we that under that birth status that got that birth certificate? Why can't we do a crimes against humanity for us being reclassified?
Shit, who said we can't? I think we should. I will hope motherfucker we get on this type of time.
Because, like I said, we know that we can't prove the slave ship story here in America, the slave boat story. We know we can't prove that, but like I said, my mother was born in 34. She got colored on her birth certificate. Colored is a dead entity. We can prove that we've been reclassified. We can prove crimes against humanity with that jabba jabba. We can claim, the miseducation.
I was about to say that miseducation. That I was
Yeah,
about to say.
all of that. Even if the Pan-Boo-Boos don't want to be a part, why can't we do it? That's the question I'm asking to the community.
Yeah, that's what I ain't never been ready to sue nobody, but I'm ready to sue this government or whoever keeps pushing the narrative like all these slave movies, like it's bullshit that like dig this right. They teach us this shit. They teach our babies this in school. We learned this shit in school about this African slave trade fairy tale. They make all types of movies about it, but then when we get to talk about the people that still believes in it, we get to talk about reparations and shit. They telling us to get over it. Oh, it wasn't me that did it. It was back then. But okay, but you still teaching that bullshit. You still pushing that bullshit. So how the fuck you want people to get the fuck over it? Like it's like it's just disrespect all around, and like even the our lost people, like it's like they don't see the disrespect. Like how the fuck you gonna tell me if I'm believing I'm an African slave descendant, I can't get reparations, but bitch you still sending billions to Ukraine back to back to back? You got me fucked up. What? Huh? I'm tripping? Get the fuck out of here, man. Like nah, bro. Like it's just yeah, I think the miseducation is what pissed me off the most about everything that's going on with the American Aborigines, aka the black people. Like it's the miseducation, that shit is disrespectful.
Now, for the educational board, now their ass can be sued, and they should be sued. And that's the first time I ever thought about it. We should sue them motherfuckers, dog. Where the fuck come up with this curriculum? We
Yeah,
should
bro.
sue them. Because by the you think about it, if you teach it to a child and you make them learn, I'm talking about you grade them weekly on their progress on this lie you told them.
Right.
And you do that for I'm talking about at least 12 years. By the time you come out here, you indoctrinated.
Yep.
It's hard for you to even accept anything else.
Yep.
Especially if you were like an honor student or something like that.
Yep.
I graduated top of my class. Type shit.
And
Mastering a
then
lie.
and then brother, and then they blend the religion and you're a slave through religion also. I didn't want to bring that up, but I had to. Because we taught we slaves through that also. So between the education and the religion that we slaves, it's pretty much
Hell,
nailed into our people.
and I
That's
understand what you're
true.
saying too. Because once you really start researching this Christian empire, Christendom, they're the ones that enslaved us.
Mentally.
And I'm talking
Yep.
about not just mental, I'm talking about legally. These legal documents, these papal bulls and all that is still in effect. These inquisitions and all that is still going on. We still paying tribute to the church and the crown. And nobody never really broke down what religion actually was.
Shit.
And then they make you Christians, but don't teach you no history on the Christians. That shit crazy.
But
That's why I
what
say I
was it?
want all the smoke. And
What?
basically, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead, because I'm just gonna ask a simple question. I ask that
Now,
after
go
you.
ahead and ask your question, brother Tashawn.
No, I was gonna say, so in the Bible, right? The Jesus character. He's Jew.
Jesus.
He's a Jew, right? Right. He's a Jew, right?
Correct.
That is
Supposedly.
correct.
What religion does he practicing?
He didn't deal with religion.
Judaism.
Judaism was
Judaism,
about then. There was no movement called Judaism.
but
He
it
dealt with the
wasn't
laws of God.
Christianity, though, right?
No, there was no
Monotheism.
movement called Christianity neither.
So I'm asking
These
because
titles got later applied on them.
shouldn't Christians be trying to shouldn't they be Jews instead of Christians? Is what I'm saying. If
It would seem
Jesus
like it to them.
is our Lord and Savior, Sky Daddy, I'm going from a Christian's perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shouldn't they be Jews though? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. Am I
I
tripping?
heard he was a
Is that
roster,
a dumb
bro.
All right,
question?
now that's the
Okay.
thing, and I understand what you're saying. But when you start talking about the Christian movement, the church and whatnot, those were Gentiles. Jesus was the face of Christianity. This thing they call the New Testament was not a part of the original scrolls. That was added later on. If you look at any real Jewish Bible, Hebrew Bible, or older Bible, or Septuagint, there's no such thing as a New Testament. That came later on. The Greeks added that to it. Not the Greeks. The Romans added to it, but it was written in Greek.
Who was the Romans? Who was the Romans?
Huh?
Who was the Romans?
The Romans. These people, don't get it wrong now, they were not white. They were also melanated. A lot of Israelites became Roman. That what the whole baptism thing was about.
Hey, I'm gonna say this in this quiet moment. As long as our people keep believing that religion, we gonna be enslaved again. We gonna basically lose our land and our birthrights.
No, King, if we don't understand it, we will. And I understand what you're saying. Because it seems scary. But the book
Dig this,
is
brother.
actually not a hard book to read.
Dig this.
And law
Hey,
that we
brother,
deal
no
with here in
disrespect, real
America
quick. Nobody in
stem
that
from that book.
Bible is proved to ever existed, brother. I can't go for no imaginary people as my people.
This nigga
King,
said
you
the
are the people they
Roman
talk about, King.
Indians.
King, them the people you talking, the people that talk about in the Bible, are you? That's you. This information we took all over the world.
That's mythology, brother. I don't believe
King,
in mythology. Mythology
King,
is
listen.
is
Cool.
a fairy tale. Nobody.
Everything is
Let me say this,
mythology.
brother. Nobody, you can't prove nobody in that Bible existed. Nobody. The government can't even prove nobody in that Bible existed, brother.
The Bible ain't nothing to do with the government, though, King.
Speaking
It's your
about the
ancestors.
Most High.
The people they talk about in that Bible, these are your ancestors. We start talking about your ancestors, King.
That's who control the
That's these people they talk about in the Bible. They're
And
referring
listen,
to.
brother, let me
The
say
names
this
have
real
been
quick. I'm gonna
changed
give it
throughout.
right to you, brother. Let me get 30
Go ahead.
seconds, man. I'm gonna
Go
give
ahead.
it right to you. I'm gonna mute up and be respectful. Thank you. You know,
How many been, bro?
the state controls the education. You can go to any university and get whatever degree in religion you want, any religion. So you can't tell me that the state don't control the religious aspects of all of it, brother. That's what I'm saying. They control the education system and they control these religions. You can go. That's how Dr. Martin Luther King got his degree. He was a reverend. He went to a university for 2 to 4 years, got his degree, and he became a preacher, brother. Don't try to separate the shit when it's connected. And that's the problem I have with our people. And I'm going to land right there.
Cool, I got you, King. But this is the issue, right? We start talking about this particular book they call the Bible. People with that Bible, people that held that Bible up, they were not Christians. Okay? The term don't even exist in the Bible. Once you understand these words, how they were transliterated because of different languages and the sources of the book. These things came from here in America, King. Egypt they talk about in that book, that was here in America, King. The people with that book, they were here in the Americas. They're your ancestors. And I know it seemed crazy because you ain't never heard nobody
Did
bring
you
you a
look
part
up
of
the
it.
word mythology,
All right.
brother? You ever look up the word mythology?
Yes. You did too?
Hey, I got a series of questions.
There's a story that can't be proved.
Hey, hold on one second. I got a series of
There
questions.
you go.
Real
Thank
quick.
you.
I got a
Go ahead.
series of
Well,
questions,
you
right?
know I got nothing but respect for you,
Man,
brother.
much respect to you, OZ. You feel me? And these questions only need a yes or no answer, no explanation. That's just straight yes or no.
I'm gonna issue a low name trick question. They loaded it and I'm not gonna fall for nobody
they're
trap.
not loaded. They straight to the point. It's just yes or no question, right? All right. Is the Roman gods based off mythology?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is religion based off mythology?
Yes.
No.
It's not.
No, You talk about the meaning of religion, man. There's a consulting with the stars. The observance of the stars and the things in the universe. That's religion. Connotatively, we use it as these different sets that practice the studying of these goddamn stars. But everywhere on the land you from, that you claim you study, have these different observatories. And they deal with astrology.
Yes or no question, brother. Yes or no question.
And I said, and I answered the question. I explained why I said that. Because he asked me the question, I answered why.
But
I told
he said
no.
it was a yes or no question.
I said no.
Keep it
and I said
moving.
no.
I
said
you.
no.
Much respect to you, brother. I'm not trying to.
Have you ever?
I'm being respectful.
All right. You feel that it ain't? You know. Cool. I'm done with my line of questioning shit. But
cool. Now what we gotta do, brother.
I just
we understand.
You said no. Okay. Cool.
And trust me, I feel what you're saying, okay? We start talking about these subjects, such as the Bible or whatnot, or religion. Our ancestors dealt with religions. All right, but when you start digging in what they were doing, how they deal with it, it was all based on astrology. And all of it is
astrology based off mythology. Isn't all mythology based off astrology?
You understand what mythology is, right? That is something you can't prove.
What is the key?
Or whoever tried to prove it can prove.
What is the key word of mythology?
What, myth?
There you go. I'm done. I
But
rest
do
my
myth
case.
mean not true? King, but does myth mean not true?
Yeah.
You brought that word up as if you done read that definition of it. If you read that definition of it, King, you know that the word myth is not synonymous as lie. It does not mean not truth. Every culture dealt with myths.
Hey,
the people who write about these cultures call it myths because they can't prove it. But the people of that culture don't call it that.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
All culture deals with lies too, bro.
Yeah, but truth in there too.
I mean, so is the
All
tooth
supposed to
fairy?
deal with a certain amount of truth.
So is the tooth fairy real or is it a myth?
Tooth fairy, come on, man. I'm a grown
I
ass
mean,
man. Come on, don't ask me
I'm
that
just
question like that,
saying,
man.
bro. You gotta look at it like these are things that we are taught to believe. Tooth fairy, Santa Claus, are they real or are they myth?
You know what, King?
I just
I'm gonna
asked
go
the
ahead and
question,
Great
bro. Like,
question.
I
Great
mean,
question.
no,
man,
no, they're not real, King.
I know
But
they
what I
not.
can tell you was real, that these things, that these laws that came from that particular book was written on the side of a rock here. And they're writing, the
brother,
I
so-called
know
people, the
what you're
so-called
talking
scientists,
Israelis
did
about.
these
came up
writings
with two
back
new
You
older
talking
than the
commandments.
about
Adam Person.
you talking
Hey,
about the lost Looney
those
Stone?
Not only
commandments
just
don't
that,
matter
listen,
no more,
The
fool.
brother.
lost Looney
And
Stone.
they had all kind of other signs.
Hey, brother D, they broke those
I'm just,
commandments about a week ago and did two new ones. Man did it. Did you know about that?
the problem
They
is you
was in.
follow man,
Hold
King. You
on,
ain't supposed to follow man. You're not supposed to follow man.
hold on, brother. Let me say this. They was in Mount Zion for 2 weeks, from November 5th to November 18th, talking about changing the old Ten Commandments, which they changed them. They were talking about climate change, and they were talking about one world religion, and that's what they were voting on. And it was the Pope and these 7 world leaders that's making these decisions. Man making the decisions. I'ma land right there. Look
But
it
does
up.
that make it true though,
Prove me
man?
wrong.
Yeah, cool. The Pope made you pay him an annual tribute. The Pope told you you was a slave. The Pope told you your ancestors were slaves. But now that you deal with your history, you understand that's not true, correct?
I got
So
niggas
because the
telling me I'm
so-called Pope
slave.
say that, don't make it true.
I ain't never met the Pope. Only niggas been telling me I'm a
Yeah,
slave.
I know, my man. I'm
I don't
responding
deal
to
with
my
the
man.
Pope,
He
and I
said the
don't
Pope
believe
told
in
him this,
no
and the
religion,
Pope said
brother.
that.
Shy
All right,
Alpha's in
now
the back.
for the record, I am not a Christian. All right, I don't follow those. I mean, no different sects. I read the book. I got a lot of Bibles. I read it for myself. I realized once I read it for myself that the things I was saying about the book made me look stupid. Once I read the book, there ain't none of that shit in there.
Hey, y'all know that myth
There's a
didn't.
book of laws
Hey,
and genealogy.
myth didn't even mean what it means to us now until 1840. Previously to that, it was synonymous with legend.
Cool.
I ain't surprised.
Yeah,
I won't put
it
it
still is.
past it.
It
It still
says
is. But it's still
speech,
a legend. A
thought,
legend is something that somebody said and can't quite
speech,
be
thought, word,
proven.
discourse, conversation, story, saga, tale, myth, anything delivered by word of mouth. And then it says myth is actually a word of unknown origin, quite possibly pre-Greek. And then it goes,
Exactly.
Bring it out.
and then it goes down. It says 1660s. Hold on, let's go back. Mythology, exposition of this early 15th century, exposition of myths, investigation and interpretations of myth, from late Latin mythologia, legendary lore, telling of a legend, a story. From mythos, myth, a word of unknown origin. See myth, meaning a body or system. Hold on.
But who was known for storytelling
All right,
though?
but
Everybody.
cool. But let me ask you another question, King, because you read that. Is anywhere in that definition or the etymology did you run across myth being synonymous with lie?
Nope.
Okay, because everybody use the term myth as if that means it's not true.
Hey,
Because
brother.
we use the term too much.
Hey,
We not understand what it means.
can we
Fact.
deal with, if we don't want to deal with that, can we deal with the state controls the religious organizations? Like I said, you can go to any
King, this is the
university
Christian
and get
empire.
a
22 different
degree in
jurisdictions.
religion, brother.
Yeah,
And
but
you
there's a
don't
whole
want to,
Christian empire.
and they using their same book, brother. That's all I'm saying. They using the Bible and the Quran.
Exactly.
You can get an
Exactly.
imamship or a pastor
Exactly.
at any university, brother. So it's pushed by
Exactly.
the
My
government.
thing is, right, we call each other guys on this
But we
panel,
started
right?
the government though, right?
Can I say something real quick, elders? We call each other guys on this panel, right? So you got to be accountable for that title. So we know these
Yeah.
things. Why are we talking about it? Let them live
Because
that.
obviously there's a
Let
misunderstanding.
them live their life.
Because I know, but it's obviously a misunderstanding when we start talking about that particular subject. A lot of people have had so much, you know what I mean, emotional damage done and blame it on this God character or blame it on this particular book.
OG,
Because
you
there's a
know
lot of
that
things that
though.
were done to us in the
No
name of that
disrespect,
book.
OG,
We was,
to you,
yeah, I
but you
understand that.
know
Listen,
that
I
though.
understand that.
D,
Yeah, I
you
know that.
know
We was
that.
conquered
They
in the
got
name of
it
that
here.
book.
You you walk in that walk though. Let them deal with
Exactly.
that shit.
Yeah, but the question was directed to me. So I'm
Okay,
answering
my
the
bad.
question that was directed to me. Got me? I'm not trying to
Yes,
convert
sir.
nobody.
Hey,
I
real
just
quick.
like to. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I just like to pick people brains and shit. But like I said the other day, you know, like even though I know how niggas feel about it, I consider myself a Hebrew Israelite.
Me too.
But I'm gonna pick
Real
a
quick.
nigga brain and shit to see where they
Can I
head
say
at
this
with it.
real quick?
Exactly.
We
Man,
can
that's
get
the only
off
way you can find
religion.
out.
Let's go back to the question about, reparations and basically, proving what we can prove. If we get off of religion, religion is a dead beat. It's beating down a dead horse. So I'll mute up. If y'all don't want to build on that, I'll mute up.
Nah, I'm good.
Listen, I
Much
understand what you're
respect to
saying for the
everybody.
reparation thing
But you
too,
already
man.
know I got respect for all y'all brothers, man.
Yeah,
Much respect.
I understand that in these days, Bubba, we've been beaten down so bad that a lot of us are what they call cur. Anybody know something about dogs? You understand that term cur?
Hell yeah,
Now,
I know that term.
sometimes you can be beaten so bad, all you can do is just sit there and say, fuck it, I'm not even trying to fight no more. I'm just gonna blame it on this, or blame it on that, or blame it on whatever.
Hey, can I
You know what
ask
I'm saying?
one more question for the
Go ahead,
Hebrew
King.
Israelites?
Go ahead, King.
Damn, we
If the
Hebrew
God,
I'm
if
not
the
Israelites.
land
God of,
king. I
real
birthed
quick,
the
if the God
Israelites.
of the Bible, if the God of the Bible curse you, what makes you the chosen people? He curse you.
What you mean?
I
Think
thought
about it.
he.
All right, cool. Let me break it down to you in the way you can understand it, right? You got kids, correct? Everything you
Yes, sir.
build basically for
Yes,
your
sir.
kids. Everything you build, you're doing basically for the kids. But you gotta teach your kids these particular laws or these statutes, whatever you got going on in your house. So within your house, you know what I mean, he have to abide by these particular laws. And he can do whatever he want to do. As long as he don't infringe on none of the laws. So now he bring friends over. He don't got no problem with that as long as he doing what he's supposed to do. But supposed to skip school. He used to have to come home early and he and his motherfucker with a bunch of goddamn friends doing whatever. You're gonna check him. You're not gonna check the rest of the kids because you don't have jurisdiction of his friends. But he belongs to you. So you're gonna check him. And you put him on punishment. You might even let his friends go outside. They'll play in the yard with his basketball on his court, ride his bike. Was not really his. It's whatever I gave to him. But he did something that offended me, his father. So I checked him for it. He on punishment. He ain't coming outside. He ain't answering no fucking phone. He ain't watching TV. He ain't on the internet. He can sit his ass in that fucking room until I feel like the punishment has been goddamn. So basically that's the same thing going on in the Bible. And the same thing going on earth. Most of these things that's going on right now on earth, they spoke about in the Bible a long time ago. Now, when we used to turn the Bible, I understand that a lot of nations came and took Israel and started taking these scrolls and putting them all in one book and coming up with one religion for their empire. Their empire fell, or we left out, got out of, the bad graces of the Most High, got back in good graces, went back into our normal status. But then we fell again. And they've been going back and forth since the beginning of time. That's all that is, baby. It's really simple. So if you curse, it's because your daddy cursed you. If he cursed you because you did some shit you wasn't supposed to be doing.
Who house you come in?
Church.
Say it again?
I just saying exactly who house do you come in?
You don't go nowhere. You sit your ass in the corner in your room until restrictions over. And if whatever you done bad enough, I put hands on you.
And it all goes back down to order.
Exactly.
Tribe.
And law. But the key is genealogy.
Yep, and that guy told you obey your heavenly father and your earthly master. I say
What
fuck
guy
both
you
of
talk
them.
about, King?
Speak for yourself.
King, listen.
Can't
We
serve
cannot
two
allow
masters.
another guy to read that book for us. We got to
I
actually
say
take
fuck
time out
both of them.
and read it ourselves. That
That's
way, when
what
we
I
start
say.
talking about it, you ever heard? Listen, you ever been to
I don't
school, right?
believe in God,
And had to read a
and I'm
damn book
saying
for
fuck
school,
the
and then
heavenly
they make you start talking about it in class.
master that they
And
got
somebody start talking
ruling
about the book in
over us.
class, you can tell by what the fuck they say. They never read the book.
The government is basically using the religion to control us.
King,
Prove me wrong.
we're being King. Listen,
it's for the who need to
King,
be controlled.
I don't have no issue with that. I don't have no issue with that statement. We've been conquered by the Christian Empire.
But it's controlling all of us. We send our
Yes,
kids
and
to
I
this
don't have
education.
no issue with that.
We pay taxes.
I agree with that. I
Taxes
agree with
is a
that.
They
choice.
use
That's
a
a choice.
religion to control us.
Yeah, them all
That's all I'm
choices though.
saying. I may
That's
be
voluntarily.
wrong. I got you, family. I
King,
may be
listen.
wrong. I'm
Now we
willing
They
to
building.
conquered
learn.
us under the
Everybody path
cross.
different, but that's a choice. It's all participation is the number one drug, man.
But one
That's
thing you
my
can
problem.
say,
The majority of our
each and
people is
every
still
one of
participating
you guys on that panel has a Christian name and a Christian identity number where your Christian dues get sent to. Every last one of us.
Unless you resurrected.
Unless you what?
Resurrected.
Explain, King. I ain't want to say that. I want to come and explain what you mean.
You I'm well, from what I'm hearing, you represent the Israelites. Am I correct or wrong?
No, I don't represent nobody. I am an Israelite. I'm not a part of no camp, though.
Well, with that said, I'm glad you said that.
Cool.
Everybody in that scripture, they changed their name, right?
No.
Oh, never mind. All right.
I saw the name change. Go. At one particular time, these people were in bondage or in servitude. Once they got out of servitude, a couple of these people, when they got out of servitude, they had to correct their status. That's why you notice the name change. Like from Abram to Abraham.
That's what I'm getting
or
at.
from Jacob to Israel. These people
So how
left
did you
bondage.
say Abraham in Hebrew?
I like
I ain't hear the last part. Say it again.
Ibrahim.
Is that handmade?
So how do I say it?
Basically, that's what I was getting at, OG, because majority of us that don't know the path yet or found remedy, they still going by the name their mama gave them. And so you look minor to the so-called government if you want to keep talking about the government.
Exactly. But that don't have nothing to do with the Bible. That has something to do with us not dealing with the affairs of men. Once we came of age, we supposed to go back and correct all those things.
I'm going back to you. If you want to say it's all about the Bible, right, or spiritual, right, then it is in the Bible.
That's not what I said.
It's all contract, though. Well, I'm basically saying it's all contract at the end of the day. Like you said,
I would agree with that.
right?
And I would agree with that.
But yeah, we got to clean up
with the Most High.
Period.
Some niggas out here contracting with the devil though.
On God.
Exactly.
I guess it's just up to you who you want to do business with.
Big facts.
Exactly.
I say they both are imaginary characters.
But like I said, I'm Israelite, so the devil thing,
the God and the devil,
is a touchy subject, a whole nother damn discussion.
Don't exist in my paradigm.
OG, but people gonna continue to operate in the fictitious corporate construct. Then they can't be complaining. You can't have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Can't straddle the fence.
I'll agree with that too. Now, y'all do me this favor, right? We start dealing with the laws that we deal with here in America. I'm not talking about the statutes. I'm not talking about ordinances. I'm not talking about codes. I'm talking about the actual law. And you start looking at the maxims of these laws, you notice they stem back from the Quran or the so-called Bible. That's what makes them so important. All these scholars, all these judges, all these lawyers, everybody who control our fate or dictate our fate in these courts, they know that.
Truth, can I ask you a question?
What's
Cause
good, brother?
we gotta get deep though. We gotta open it up for everybody, if that, especially that got scorned by the perception of religion and how they got how the doctrine was taught to them. So when we talk about law, don't it go back to the L's, to the elements?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
That's where the
So
first
we
law
got
started.
so Elder break down to Philly OG and the rest of the people who got a bad taste about it. You gotta let them know like what it is from the root, from the source, length, angles, and width, land, air, and water, so they can get comfortable and know what time, how to move and operate.
Yeah, but you
I
got to
got you,
actually
but
read it first.
you still can't prove to me that the
That's a
system
fact.
controls that information. Like I keep pointing out, they control that information, brother. They control all these religions, but
Gang.
y'all making them separate.
Remember that thing I was talking about
different.
earlier,
When I
Kurt?
I
keep them
can't
all
say that
together.
because I was self-taught Philly OG, and I had to
Exactly.
go, and I
When
had to
you
go
in a
through the
state of
institution at
But
the
curism,
that's
same
what a
time.
lot of our people do.
when you in a state of
They leave
curism,
the
King, you
church
don't
and
never
leave the
get up and try to
temple,
do nothing.
but keep the books. The books
Nobody
belong
don't control you.
to the state. You're
I know,
right, brother.
King. The books don't
Nobody
Shit,
belong to
else
the state.
control
all the
you.
books do that we read. What book we read that don't?
Mm-hmm.
The
So
Bible.
I just want to know, why do niggas have so much to say about these two books they've never read, but niggas read every other fucking book in America with no problem?
They
Because the
read the
school
other
of thoughts we
manuals
come up in.
to the
We come
Paul,
up in
to
these
the
school of thoughts.
PVs, to the
And these
Carl
school of
system.
thoughts
Nigga buy a
talk negative
cookbook.
about it,
Nigga
then we
buy
gotta
a
do it.
cookbook. Nigga buy a cookbook. Take the recipe, put that shit straight in their mouth.
And use the right off the top.
That's indoctrination right there too.
Like I said, I practiced Islam for
Great
20
point.
years. I just denounced it, brother. I
Uncle
denounced
Philly
all
OG.
religion.
I understand.
That's
That's why I
all I'm
understand. And
saying.
you was in the service, so you had to go through those institutions, and you got to find remedy for them situations for going through that, for going through Islam and going to the army and whatever not, or going through these schools.
I'm just curious. What was your issue with Islam? I'm just curious.
I have a problem with all religions. Like I said, I done said it.
What
They're
is the
working
problem?
with. I got you.
He
They're
don't like
working
it.
with the state. They're working with the government. Like I said, you can go get any degree you want in any religion. You can become an imam or a preacher at your nearest university that teaches theology. That's the problem I have.
Uncle G, so
Because they
I ask you
teach
a
it?
question. What if you found out your tribe you came from, right? They was the progenitors to that shit.
I would denounce them too.
Oh yeah, so you would have been a wild Indian for real.
No, it wouldn't.
I'm just
Be the
being, hey,
same dude
like I
sitting
said,
on
I
the damn
practiced
bench
Islam for 20
drinking a
years.
40, where everybody out there working,
I
out there
choose
hustling,
not.
out there grinding to get there.
Once I
Just
did my
done gave up
research
on
and
life.
connected the state and the government to all these religions, I don't
Said
want to be a
drinking a
part of it.
40.
I'm asking you a question, King.
The state
Do you
ain't
actually read the Bible?
Hold on, the state is connected to these churches and these mosques. It's not connected to these scriptures. They've connected themselves through these Freemasons infiltrating these different sects. So now they control it. Well, what I'm
Them books
saying
have a
is,
patent on them, right, my brother Hawk? They have a patent. Somebody patent them books, right? Yes or no?
ain't no patent on the Quran,
No.
bro. No. Ain't no
No.
patent
There's
on
no
the
patent
Quran.
on
It might have a
Bible or
publisher.
Quran.
It might have a publishing company so he could print it on
You
paper.
cannot patent something you didn't invent. These scrolls out there before the patent system came about. You cannot patent
So
a book
I
like
can
that.
look up and see it
The
ain't
shit,
gonna be
these
no
lands
patent
was here
on no
before
King
them
James
and shit.
Bible
They
or no
patent these
Quran.
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
I
but
can
when
look.
these lands were here, when we came to these lands, we was given a law.
We came to
And
these lands.
that's
all
mostly
good,
what the
brother. Much
Torah is.
respect. I'm gonna
Just
mute
basically
up.
the law, how
So
to
you
live,
think
basic
we
shit that
came?
I'm
everybody
gonna
already
get out
know.
the way.
One mic.
So SC, South Carolina, cause you think we came to these lands?
What you mean? I think these lands were ours.
But I just heard you say
Nah,
something
he
about.
didn't mean to say that. He didn't mean to say that.
I was just asking this shit though to keep it a bug. You feel me? Shit,
All right,
just trying to pick
now
your
when we
brain.
start talking about, yeah,
He
now
didn't
follow
mean.
me now. Before recent time, there was no border that separated, say, South Carolina from Georgia.
Right.
or say United States from Mexico, or say Mexico from whatever,
Right.
It was us and the ground, the dirt, the land, God's land. And I understand a lot of us don't like dealing with God secretly, or it's publicly don't like dealing with it.
Well, ask
But
them
as
why.
soon as you get in
Ask
the
them why they
fucking
bury their
bond,
dead. Then why do they bury their dead? That's in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
you're supposed to bury your dead.
I'm
And they
just
buried it there.
asking.
All our ancestors dealt with this.
Everybody buried their dead now, and this shit is coming out of the Bible. I'm just trying to see what's going
Exactly.
on.
And I agree with you. We really are the people in this particular book. But because of the trauma we've been dealing with through life, we made the book our enemy.
It's still going on now, Elder. Like, for instance, people give away their free intellectual property, or we know them niggas that Philly OG talking about might be writing a new Bible.
You can write. You probably can write a holy
They
book.
moved up. They moved up. They worshiping the AI now.
But all this shit has already been. I mean, these come from archaic symbols. This book already been put in words in all different languages. The basic law is the basic law, Torah.
So
It's written everywhere.
Both them books tell us not to eat hog, and hog is
And I agree with that.
has been a major thing killing our people. So
yeah, and I agree with that. And I don't deal with it either.
I'm gonna just say something as simple as that: an instruction not to eat this animal because it's filthy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Elder, I got a question. My bad. Go ahead, Hulk.
I'm good. I'm good.
Let me ask you a question. Who ever been in a how can I put it? A near-death experience. Whoever had that on the panel?
Shit,
I've had several, nigga. That's why I believe in the Most High.
So deep down on the side, we be honest now with ourselves. We keeping the buck now. After that experience, that person or that being, whatever you want to call them, you spoke to or gave thanks to, that's what we talking about.
Hey man, all my niggas believe in God because we from the trenches. So you know, shit different.
Exactly, and we were dealing with this particular being before we became Christians.
I like to laugh and have a good time. I don't pour no pain out on nobody on this shit. We come to
Yeah, I
heal
had
and
a
build.
near-death experience, brother. Would you like to hear what it was?
Go ahead.
I was struck by lightning.
You lucky. Shit, I always want to get struck by lightning.
I woke
You
up in the
funny as
hospital.
hell.
Didn't know what happened.
Real shit. That happened a lot in North Carolina.
And you say you don't deal with God?
Shit, that would have made me more of a believer.
Left it alone.
It made him more.
It just made me a believer. Just hearing you say you don't believe in God and you got struck by lightning.
He don't even know it. He
I
black.
left
He
it alone
anointed.
because, like I said, I see the connection between the states and these governments. All these, like let me say this real quick. It talks about the seven-headed of the beast. Those are countries. They're not animals. They're countries that
we understand that.
Enslaving their man.
We understand that.
Yeah, but somebody
now,
warned you.
Somebody
Warned you about them countries.
Something now.
Been
I
warned
am
about
not.
them.
I am not what you call a Messianic Israelite either. I'm a Torah-based Israelite. But don't get me wrong. I understand John and the Revelations. I understand him. I understand the dreams he had. I understand what you talk about.
Hey, y'all brothers have a good night. I'm going to get me some Grand Rising. Much love, much respect to everybody. Have a good night.
Hey, nigga, enjoy yourself.
Peace, gang.
You already know I am.
Don't have a heart
Much love to
attack, nigga.
everybody. I'm gonna try not to. If I do, at least I'm going having fun.
Lay off
Much
them
love
blue
to everybody.
pills.
Man, I don't need them. You already know. I'm eating my fruits and vegetables already, brother. You already know.
Yeah, I
don't need
already
no
know.
pills.
You gonna motherfucking sip one of them
Ginger root do it.
smoothies, motherfucking smoke you a blunt. Your ass got the energy of 10 men.
Peace, everybody.
Man,
Grand
peace
Rising.
up, man. Grand Rise.
Yeah, me personally, man, I just think, you know what I'm saying, people haven't really, I mean, like I always say, bro, you niggas try to tell you they don't like a movie and they ain't never even watched it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Exactly.
most niggas will argue with you about the Quran, the Bible, whatever scripture. They ain't read none of that shit from cover to cover. You know what I'm saying? So they don't even know what they can get from it. But me, type of nigga I am, everything I read, I get something from. If not, it'll at least take me to the next place that's gonna be beneficial to me, even if this was some bullshit I just read. It's like a constant evolution. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the hunger for knowledge. I got you. A lot of people, believe it or not, came up in these schools of thoughts. And these schools of thoughts themselves did not want to deal with the Bible. So they really, a lot of times, they never really had no issue with the Bible, but the people they were dealing with had so much issue with the Bible that it became their issue. And you don't even know why. You bring up Bible, man, that shit, man,
Yeah,
you'd be
a
surprised what
lot
the
of
kids
people,
listen to.
that have a religious motherfucker, so-called, religious motherfucker, whether it be Christian, Muslim, whatever the fuck, and they'll do them dirty and it'll turn them off. I've seen it happen. You know what I'm saying? I've
Yeah,
seen it
that's what we
happen
put there.
Yeah, I
in
done
real
seen some
life. You know,
crazy shit at
So
church
we
back
putting too
in the
much
day.
faith. A lot of times we put too much faith in man.
well, that's the issue, and I think that's what I really be trying to build off. I really don't give a fuck what a nigga believe in because it don't affect me either way. But it
Mm-hmm.
is a duty incumbent upon me to say what I know. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I do. If a nigga asks me, I convey what I know. But ultimately, bro, we all here by our fucking self, my nigga. I ain't never seen a two-seater casket.
That's a
Never.
Real
fact,
shit.
bro.
We said,
I seen the Cadillac casket, but not a two seater.
boy, they ain't never see a two-stick casket. I like that. I might use that one.
But man, it's free. It's from you for you.
It is you.
Better hurry up before I
It's the
patent that
story of us.
motherfucker.
I had an argument with somebody the other day. You would talk about the flood, but then claim you don't deal with the Bible. Well, that was the only book that was spoke about the flood. Problem is, these fucking devils that manipulate the geographical area, they start naming these places, biblical names. So we start dealing with the Bible, we go back to these places that we think that the Bible is speaking of, and find out the Bible ain't speaking of that. So now we lose faith. This damn book can't be right. The
That's a
problem is we
fact.
ain't ran across we ain't never really go and present the question to our family. Maybe together we can figure that shit out. Once you realize what the fuck happened, they start renaming these places over there after our places.
That's a fact.
So now we start talking about this book. We looking for these proof of this book in places where the book never really been at,
Right.
or these stories never took place at.
That's a
We the
fact. That's
land
an
of milk and honey already.
American. That's an American story. I keep telling motherfuckers.
Exactly.
You
And
feel
if you
me?
really understand that book, you would know that that happened here.
So nothing new under the sun, right? The same people
None.
who not on it and paying attention is the same people in the past, like, bro.
Tribe.
Yeah, but they'll be on it soon as the information age. It's gonna hit everybody.
Oh, and that's another thing with the actual elder 5 minutes ago. That the beautiful thing about it, right? Only thing you gotta do is witness. You don't have to participate. You just gotta witness the shit unfolding.
And that's all.
You know,
That's all it takes.
He only sent you here to witness the shit.
yeah, see, I don't come here to like the shit I do and say isn't for niggas to become believers. It's for the believers to remain believers.
That's deep. Or no, because we in the age of knowing.
But that's a fact. You know that. You know, belief just means to accept as truth based on little or no evidence.
Without proof. The acceptance of something as truth without proof. Once we get in the higher state, we either know or we don't know.
But Elder,
Ain't
you
nothing wrong with not
definitely on
knowing.
point
I talk about
about
these
that.
little channels like this right here, dog, just so I can find out some shit.
about that near-death experience, that divine intervention ain't no joke.
Hey man,
it will humble you.
Exactly.
Yeah, faith. That's. I think that's what people mistake faith for belief. You know what I'm saying? And then I hear niggas say that, oh, I don't believe in, I don't have faith and all this shit. Nigga, what the fuck you setting your alarm clock for? You don't know if you finna fucking wake up tomorrow if a comet gonna fall on your fucking head, nigga. You just hope that you finna sleep through the night. Cause niggas wake up dead every night.
Any age.
Man, that
And
shit
when
crazy.
you do the etymology on faith, that all that shit basically boils down to is loyalty and confidence, trust. Trust, to confide. So that's all it is. I gotta trust. I'm being paid out of a trust, my nigga.
I
Trust the
still want to work.
process.
Well,
True that.
you ain't gonna get nowhere till you overcome the world. That's what the Christ say. I have overcome this world. So until you overcome the world, you ain't gonna see shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? And,
Mm-hmm.
even the scriptures say only argue with them with that which is best. You know what I'm saying? And nigga talk all this old shit about Islam, bro. If you read the Quran, there is no compulsion in Islam. Nigga, I can't try to press on you about Islam. That's straight out the book. Don't press on that nigga. He don't want to be on it. Leave him alone. That's what the book say. Of course, that's a synopsis, but like niggas don't know what's in the book, bro. You know what I'm saying? Describing, you got the Quran describing how a baby is developed in the womb before a nigga could allegedly could even cut a motherfucker open to see or any of that shit. Like these motherfuckers just finding out shit. Or when he says that the Most High is Lord of the Sirius star. You know what I'm saying? When these niggas didn't even have no motherfucking telescopes, because this is all our ancient knowledge, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's been transferred around the world through our people, that's been documented. And like you say, niggas put it all together and call it whatever book they want. This Bible shit, niggas talk disqualifying the Bible. That ain't even that ain't even all the books.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
You ain't even read the whole Bible. If you read the whole King James version, you still ain't read all the books. You still didn't get all the scriptures that your ancestors done left.
Because there's so many different books. When they came, when they got in Rome, how Caesar the boy came inside there and inside Israel and took all the scrolls. The boy had a whole these different scrolls on carts. It was a lot of scrolls.
Man, these niggas burn what they
You know
burn.
how many
Why they
different
burning down the
books?
libraries? Niggas gotta ask themselves, why the fuck is they burning all the books? Why are they burning down the libraries?
They disconnect you from who you are. That's why they not only that, that's why they give you vaccines when you're a baby. So you don't develop in who the fuck you supposed to develop to. Because
Nigga,
you'd be scared of them.
that's why ain't none of my kids got vaccines, nigga. My son got down right now, nigga, 6'2", nigga with a six pack, do a no hand backflip. Ain't never had a vaccination. Healthy as a motherfucking ox.
And it was so crazy, man.
He
I just had
said,
another I just had another granddaughter, about to have a grandboy, and I try to tell these fucking girls about breastfeeding and stop them getting vaccinated, but they think I'm
Only
crazy.
they can.
That's why they run around here with them guts, because they want to throw a motherfucking bottle of Similac in the baby mouth, hit the club, and now you walk around here with this motherfucking gut when you could have just breastfed this baby for a few months, bitch, and been back skinny.
And help your baby develop
Yeah,
the
and
way it's
create a
supposed to
bond,
develop.
make your baby smarter. You know what I'm saying? We the only mammal that even drinks the milk of another motherfucking creature.
The only people that do that shit. And it was crazy. It's only in the Christian Empire. You say whatever about them Africans, but you don't see them boys going to the store buy no goddamn Similac for the baby. These not the indigenous ones. Same thing with the so-called people over that area they call India now. It's just us. And we got to really start studying this Christian empire and the movements of it. Then understand his New Testament. I say I'm a Torah-based Israelite, but I'm also a Moor. My nationality is Moorish. I got a tribal affiliation with these people they call Israelites, and we can prove it. And I can also prove that everybody on that panel got that blood running through their veins. If you consider yourself indigenous, if you are indigenous, or you connect to somebody that's indigenous, you got that blood in your vein.
Live from the Republic of Atlantis.
Tribe.
Peace.
Peace,
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, niggas mad about it too. They could eat a dick.
I'm arguing with a mother the other damn day about Greek mythology is supposed to be stolen from Egyptian mythology, and they all talk about our history. It's called different names.
That's a fact. Every culture has the deluge story, the story of the flood. Every culture.
Every one of them.
All right, man. Y'all boys have a good night, man. I'm finna get up out of here, man.
Tribe.
Peace, peace.
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 Peace, gang.
Shout out to the chat, man. Peace to the tribes. Love, love, love. Sleep is for the weak. Nigga, stay woke.
I ain't gonna lie, dog. I gotta go fucking pour a slab tomorrow.
Shut it down, GOAT.
Let's y'all boy talk about something.
There's 70 people in the chat, man. I'm about to go live, man. Turn up or something.
Say less.
Word? How many people in the chat?
We still got 70 people in the
Salute
chat.
to the chat,
Unless I ain't refresh my shit or something.
Well, somebody start communicating with the chat. At least we might have something to talk about. Shit.
We need to talk about these white boys from North Africa fighting against us in the Union Army, dog. We need to get to the bottom of that shit.
We need to start going to Ellis Island, find out who these people were.
We already know. I was just looking the whole time nigga been talking. I've been researching this war, and this, man, you know how many motherfucking Germans was over here fighting against us? They was already over here. I'm looking right now. Foreign enlistment in the American Civil War 1861-1865 reflected the conflict's international significance among both governments and their citizenry, blah, blah, blah. When hostilities first broke out, roughly 13% of Americans were foreign-born, the vast majority concentrated in northern cities. Now, you see how they snitching on themselves? So that just let you know, sometimes you got to like read history from all these different angles. How is only 30?
Well,
No, I can't share the screen. I don't have no control. It ain't nobody to let me in, I don't think. I put it up.
Crazy, right?
How
do you say that 13% of Americans were foreign born? It wouldn't be Americans then.
No, listen, but listen, that don't match up with all these millions of African slaves that's supposed to be here.
It does. The problem is we thinking they black. So-called black.
Let's say roughly.
Probably they so-called white.
Yeah, roughly a quarter to a third of the Union Army was foreign-born, or 543,000 to 625,000 out of 2 million troops. An additional 18% had at least one parent born abroad, meaning close to half the Northern Army had some foreign origin. By contrast, only several thousand foreigners served with the Confederacy, comprising just 5% of its armed forces. So that show you. Look, it says, reflecting the influx of immigrants leading up to the war, the largest foreign contingents on either side were German, Irish, and British, including English, Scottish, and Welsh. Most other foreign recruits were from Canada and the rest of Europe, particularly Poland, France, Italy, and Scandinavia. Smaller numbers came from China, Mexico, Hawaii, and various Native American tribes. Several high-ranking political military leaders in both the Union and Confederacy were of foreign or immigrant background.
Because they were dealing with the North, getting these things like tobacco. They were getting this cotton. They were getting these sugar cane. They were getting these things from the North, but the North was getting them from the South. You know what I mean?
Listen to this. It's saying
and when we stopped dealing with them, they needed help because they really wasn't that powerful. There were too many immigrants.
Listen, it's saying the 14 years leading to the outbreak of the war. In the 40 years leading to the outbreak of the war. So the war
There you go.
1861, right? So we talking about 1820 type shit, right? Now listen what this motherfucker said happened 1820. It said in the 40 years leading to the outbreak of the war, the United States had received 4 million immigrants. The vast majority came from Ireland, 1 million, the German states, 500,000, and Great Britain, 300,000. By 1860, well over a tenth of all Americans were foreign born. It said the influx drove a significant demographic shift in the country. At the start of the 19th century, the U.S. population was around 5 million. By 1860, it had swelled to roughly 31 million.
Word.
Nigga, motherfucking invasion, bro.
Exactly.
They were lining them up, putting their ass on a
Because they
train.
wanted to do trade. A lot of
Would
time,
that
man,
be
the boys
considered
they
spoils of
needed
war?
that trade route, man. The Moorish Empire was so important to a lot of these nations. And when the Moorish Empire fell, that trade route fell. The creatures took over it, and it ran it different.
Bro, they got the German division of the Army of the Potomac sent against General Jackson, led by Hungarian Major General Julius Stahl. And
That's good,
German,
King.
you said
You
what,
got like
brother?
a little split screen. You got like a little split screen
I
on your
want
phone.
I can't share it because they got control of the room. Ain't nobody in here to goddamn press none of the
Yeah,
buttons.
I'm gonna text
I
Chief.
got you. I'm not talking about the room. I'm talking about like on your phone. Cause I want you to compare those wars and then look up Indian wars that was
Oh
going on
no,
during the same time.
I'm here. I'm big hip on all of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So if you
I'm with
notice
that.
what was going on during the same time, all these different wars,
Yeah,
the Christians ain't
the whole planet was at war at the same time.
yeah. But right here in this country, we was beefing with each other during the same times. And if you look at the things that was going on and compare it to these wars we was having with each other,
Well, if you look at all these motherfucking Union goddamn high ranking soldiers with their hand in their pocket, you'll know what was going on. You know what I'm talking about? I'm clicking on the pictures of these niggas in charge. Every one of these niggas got their hand in their pocket shot.
yeah, it was like a little like their own little thing, that little fraternity that
Who
something
let
they
these
do.
niggas in the door?
Man, all these niggas got their hands straight in the pocket. I'm looking right at these niggas right now. All
Another
the
thing too, you gotta remember too now, because
all the
we start talking
Union
about
niggas.
world history. Y'all heard something called the Inquisition? These inquisitions was going on throughout the countries out there abroad in Europe. And all the people that wasn't from there, once they nationalized their own country, you wasn't from there, you got kicked out. Same way we do the Mexicans or
Uh,
whatnot.
but they was
They was
really
doing us over there too.
they was
So a
expelling the
lot of them coming home too.
they was expelling the melanated people from all the continents. They was trying to wash niggas out everywhere. That's the colonization.
Yeah.
They was doing that Australia shit all over the world. Here the
Yeah, but during
Indian.
that time though, it was black people doing that. So we
Yeah.
wasn't just
Well,
not
it
just
was
trying to put
black.
black people out.
It was black people's descendants. You know what I'm saying? Mainly because most of them was the washed ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? But of course, the niggas still had power. But that's how they lost power, fucking on them albinos. And then I'm looking at this that Zube shit we was looking at, and it was talking about the Arabs and how the Arabs had went and rounded up Marmaluks to put into their army, and that's how they got washed because they motherfucking took their slaves and put them in the motherfucking military, and then they slaves overthrew them. That's how the Turks overthrew the Arabs. That's why now what you see is Turks, and niggas call it Arabs, and that's why niggas is repelled by it because they see these pale faces that ain't even the original people.
It's like Ottomans then. A lot of time, man, we start
Yeah,
having sex.
exactly.
We start getting these goddamn females, and we start having sex with them, and our kids start becoming lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter. Turks didn't, if I'm not mistaken, Turkey was just founded during that particular time. A lot of them were like Ottomans and different other nations that got called Turks.
Not
Oh
only
yeah,
that, man,
they were just calling them names. They ain't nothing but some
Yeah,
European
yeah,
Caucasus Mountains.
yeah, but they were melanated.
The Turks, they was at one point,
Yes.
but the Turks that invaded wasn't not at that time period. The ancient Turks were, but they was already washed by then.
And a lot, you know what? And a lot of them was because we started having, like I said, started using them so-called pale people as concubines, and having kids with them. The males couldn't really make it, so they pushed them off in the mountains for some reason. But the question is, where did them people come from? Because there's a lot of different theories, but I can't find no actual real hard source.
Which ones?
These so-called pale people.
It came from the Caucasus Mountains.
Where did they come from?
Nah, I think it started ever since Moshe. Supposedly in the scripture, when Moshe stuck his hand in his bosom, that was a foreshadow of that coming.
Yeah, but they were talking about leprosy though. Leprosy is not heretic. I mean, so you can't, because you got leprosy, don't mean your child got leprosy.
You know what I'm saying? But his hand came out pale.
Behold.
Yeah, I understand that.
That was supposed to be one of the signs, right?
That was God trying to prove to Moses who he was. Because Most High is showing power to Moses. That's why he told him to do that.
And there's something shy that's connected to them putting their hand in their pocket, bro.
Yes, sir. I read the symbols and decipher them.
These Masons, we start talking about Masons, and
we can't give them these titles. Remember, they demonize everything. I am amazing. When they came into Amazon, who they was looking for?
Professor John.
Okay.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, man. But
we won't tell them how to build them pyramids, so they killed our grandfathers, and then they, use it.
Well,
that whole shit. That's what I'm saying.
We killed each other off. Them pale people never did shit. Once we killed each other off, they just came the fuck out and started goddamn pillaging.
Well, when I say they, I mean the enemy. I don't put no specific face on nobody because the shit is made up of everybody. So when I say they is the enemy. You know what I mean? To me.
All right, cool. So when I say street nigga, you understand what I'm talking about? Whether you're a street nigga now or ever been a street nigga or got that mentality. So an enemy can change. See, most of our enemies are right next door.
Yeah,
we start with going to war with each other.
Yeah, but you know one thing about the enemy, they always them and we always us, and that's why I said they.
Yeah, but they be an enemy now. 20 years, 50 years, they're ally. 100 years later, they're enemy. Then they're ally. That's how things happen.
No, man. You know me, you said street nigga, bro. I don't believe a nigga become your enemy. I believe a nigga was always your enemy. You know what I'm saying? Because what the niggas say, envy is close, hate is far away. You know what I'm saying? A nigga can hate you from across the street, but for a nigga to be able to do something to you, that's envy, and that's a nigga that's up on you.
Just because nigga hate you don't make him an enemy, though.
No, that's right.
And you ain't gonna have no enemies unless you beefing with yourself.
If there's no enemy within, there will be no enemy without.
I wish that was true, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, you say you're an Israelite, so at the end of the day, that mean can't no nigga do nothing to you that ain't supposed to be done.
Say that again.
Don't no nigga have the power to do nothing to you that ain't supposed to be done to you because you adhere to something higher, something bigger than yourself, correct?
Not exactly, but I understand what you're saying. A lot of spiritual people go with that. God got me type shit. I mean, no weapon will understand that.
Well, that shit been working for me.
They took that out of context.
Shitting me.
Israel had plenty of enemies. And we were also enemies. The tribe was split up for a reason.
Hey,
we went to war with each other.
Hey, you know, my auntie used to teach me. My auntie said, "Don't even mention the enemy name because he has no authority." You give him authority.
Give him power when
you give him authority by mentioning him. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say I don't have no enemy because he ain't no authority. You know what I'm saying? Niggas think it's God versus devil. It's not, nigga. It's man versus devil. God don't have no opponent, nigga.
Yay.
And that's real shit. People don't realize that the so-called devil worked for God.
Yep. The whole story is you
wrestling. Do whatever the fuck God tell him to do.
Oh, he just seeing which one of these nigga whole ass niggas gonna go for the fall.
Exactly. And when I test it, when I think about it now, if I give everybody amnesia, put them on a new playing field, But I allow this particular person they consider the devil to go around checking everybody, testing them, but there's a reason. The Most High never smited the devil.
No, not
It
till
is what it
judgment.
is.
Not till judgment day. He asked for a reprieve. He said put me on probation, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So he on probation. That's what the scriptures say.
Did the Most High give him one?
Yeah, because he
So he
said,
wasn't his
oh
enemy then.
And he still
no,
ain't killing
Remember,
them.
Satan goes back and
well,
forth from heaven to earth.
well, according to me personally, I believe that all things in the heaven and the earth glorify the Most High, willingly or unwillingly. So even you could be a fuck nigga, you still gonna glorify God on accident,
Exactly.
because ain't no way
Because you
around
who
it.
he is.
That's a fact.
And once we really start reading about this particular being and understand the things that he wanted done,
Hey man, well, if nigga really learn something about this ordained shit, life would be a lot easier for them because they quit doing shit they didn't have no business. They'd be able to see the signs. But I think that the blind, the Quran actually says the blind and the seeing are not equal. They're not alike. You know what I'm saying?
no. But the seer got a responsibility though for the blind to look out for him.
That's why I'm talking.
Who asked for it?
That's right.
I'm
Salute
still at
to
the
the
contention
family.
that the so-called Quran is just another extension of this thing they call the Bible.
So, I agree 100%.
So break it
They took
down.
the book and broke
So
them
is
down
it
in so many
true?
pieces and
Is it
split them
true
out
Elijah
amongst each other.
Muhammad is John the
I might
Baptist?
give a man the damn Torah. I get this dude here the damn scriptures. I get this dude here the gospel. Get this man here the goddamn Quran and split them up. As long as they beefing with each other, they'll never become their higher state. But if they ever come together and put the bickering aside, knock down the fucking fences, you realize we're the same people on the same mission, talking about the same particular being.
Everybody tribe up, that would be major.
And if we apply these same codes, we back in the ladder of the Most High.
No,
And can't other nations fuck with us.
I could have swore Ishmael and Isaac had the same daddy.
Exactly. And Ishmael and Isaac daddy, Abraham, was supposed to be a Hebrew. That made Ishmael fucking Hebrew.
I be trying to tell these niggas, bro.
But I think people get dismayed by the modern names instead of like hearing Akhenaten and Tutmosis instead of, you get what I'm saying, a Thorfast King David, and get repackaged and they throw them off.
Yeah, and then they think all these people is different people. Oh no, he got that from him, nigga. That's another group of people talking about the same nigga.
That's all it is.
Name.
This information is being passed around the world.
And you know what's crazy?
You know what they all got in common?
You know what's
Gabriel.
crazy? Look, they say that's a fact. What's crazy is how niggas, some people will say that there's some scholars who believe that Buddha is Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's even deeper is that his Buddha's mama's name is Maya. You know what I'm saying? And that means water. But even just the whole thing with Jesus and Mary and what's the other Jesus supposed to be Buddha. What's the other one? Yeah, of course, Tutmosis is Moses. Enoch is Thoth. Who else? Who else been mislabeled? And then Enoch is in the Quran, but his name is Idris. So you would never know they talking about Enoch because they didn't translate it to try to curveball you because it ain't their job to like this path for you.
That's the issue I got about the Bible that I don't quite got about the Quran. The reason why these people broke the rules of linguistics to start translating names. And I respect that about the Quran because a person's name is their name in the Quran. Within this particular thing we call the Bible, depends which Bible you're dealing with, whether you're dealing with the Gileans, King James, the New Word, whether you're dealing with the Tanakh or the Word of Yah or Sefer Bible, they got different names.
Yeah, they don't translate their names in the Quran. You're right.
And it's illegal to do that anyway. It don't matter what language you speak. My name is Darvis in English. In Spanish, my name will be Darvis. In French, my name will be Darvis. Arabic, my name
You
will be
fucking
Darwin.
right,
Hebrew,
tribe.
my name will be Darwin. You do
Tribe.
not translate proper nouns.
Well, you know what a lot of niggas really don't understand is that the Christians in Saudi Arabia, even being Christian, they call God Allah because it's the proper name for God in Arabic. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
the name for that. But take
It's not a different God. That's why I say the Most High, just to because I'm not talking to a nigga who speak Arabic. So why would I confuse a nigga? You know what I'm saying?
exactly, and that's the issue. I got a lot of new religious people. I do like when I say like a new issue, like instead of saying peace, you say shalom.
Fact.
A new Muslim, instead of saying regular peace,
Facts.
you say I'm you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
why
it's
you
some
saying this to a
wisdom
nigga who
behind that
speak
shit.
nigga speak
Because you speak
English, man?
English.
Why, yeah, man. And that's
That's the
but you
language you
know,
speak.
but that's for niggas who ain't really, you know what I'm saying, elevated above this world. That's what I be
But
talking
it's
about.
also a sign of deceit. So
Try,
when you
try.
hear that, you automatically, you know what I mean? Your
Like when a
antennas
nigga be like,
automatically stand up.
brother. I'm trying, brother. Nigga, you ain't my brother.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Yeah, you right though.
Which one of y'all niggas ever check out the thing they call a seafood? I mean, the OWASP.
Say again.
You ever dealt with the OWASP?
No, put me on game.
That's another so-called Bible. It's supposed to be some dude that I guess fell in some kind of trance and supposedly wrote out the whole book.
Damn, Chief, if somebody don't woke up, put me on the screen. Oh, they turned it
Damn,
off.
somebody else?
Somebody got down behind the scenes. Come on out, Wizard of Oz.
Sleeping on with
This nigga rolled on the phone and shit.
It's the
Man,
ghost.
I was about to go in. Tribe. My nigga back.
Uh-oh.
Hey, it's funny, man. He talking about the inhabitants of this part of Arabia nearly all belong to the race of Himyar. Their complexion is almost as black as that of the Abyssinians. Their bodies are very finely formed with slender yet strong limbs. Their faces are Semitic. Nose is generally aquiline.
Exactly. We are Hebrew. And as people who deal with the Bible, we got to do, I'm meaning to do it too, man, but I don't got the time or the resources. We got to make a blood connection from us to these people they call the so-called Jews. They got books out now like the Star in the West, the View the Hebrews, that speak about these particular tribes here that call themselves Hebrews. They also talk about people who came here and mingled amongst the tribes, and they wrote books about the way they carry themselves. All of them seem Hebrew because of the laws that they practice and the Sabbaths and whatnot. I mean,
and the language
and the languages. They say the oldest form of Hebrew was here.
Not only that, just listen to the word
They
like
found some shit in Hebrew. The boys talk
Hebrew
about.
and the potter's wheel. We straight out the clay. Like it just niggas be too far going on added together. The potter's wheel. We all heard of the potter's wheel, and then you talking about Hebrew is he that make something hot, and we all come from a hot climate. It's like these terms they gave us. They all describe sunburnt or people of the sun.
Yeah, but these are a bunch of people that's not really from here, a bunch of aliens writing about a place, and they try to give us these particular attributes because they thinking that's why we got like that. This the promised land, is God's land. God said this land is for Israel.
I could have swore I just read a book, 1733, Journey to the Land of Eden, talking about the Americas.
Exactly.
Virginia, to be exact. And that's what's crazy because niggas will argue with you, but when you pull up all these books, all these motherfuckers all around the world is saying all this shit about America. It's Eden.
All this shit,
These are the
dog.
chosen people. This is Atlantis. All the shit we be saying, everybody else saying this shit, my nigga. Except
Everybody
niggas.
else.
Everybody except niggas. And that's why motherfuckers
Except for
looking
us.
like, man, these niggas dumb.
That was so crazy. Your main advocate or main person you debate with is within your family. I feel like you got to debate this shit with your goddamn mama or your goddamn brother or your sister.
Hey, that actually reminds me of a story that's in the book, and it's the story of Noah. And it always fucked me up as a kid. It's powerful as shit. And it was talking about how you know, Noah's son, Noah tell his son, like, nigga, it's up, and the flood coming, nigga. And the nigga say, of course it's worded better. I'm not as eloquent, but basically, the nigga Noah
Yeah,
telling
put
his
it in
son.
translation. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, he telling it. I'm gonna give you the. You know how I do, Shy. The nigga he tell Noah. Noah tell his son, "Hey, get on the ship. The flood. It's up, nigga. Like it's going down." The nigga say, and it's crazy how the Quran is so fire with it because it says that Noah's son tell Noah he like I'm gonna go seek refuge up in the mountain, and Noah say this is the day for which there will be no refuge from God. And it said right then that the wave came in between them and washed Noah's son away. You know what I'm saying? And then Noah, he go to the bow. That's the front of the boat, right? He go to the bow of the boat, and it said he cries out to his Lord. You know what I'm saying? And he's saying, "Why? You know what I'm saying? Why have you taken my son? You said that you would protect me and my family." You know what I'm saying? So he feeling betrayed. The Most High response was, "I did protect you and your family. He is not of you." And this
Bars.
is fuck me up, bro. That's his son, bro.
It wasn't a son though.
No, it was a trial for him because that's what it say in the Quran. That's why we tell niggas, bro, y'all niggas don't know shit. It say your children and your wealth will be a trial for you. But since these niggas broke with no kids, they don't understand.
That's rough, man. Boy, these
Terrible.
fucking kids, boy.
Terrible,
Nigga, I
y'all.
got goddamn 6 girls.
Hey, man.
One
Like, share,
boy, boy, he
subscribe,
mine.
man. Support the channel.
Peace.
Cash App. Only Builders. Cash Out. DJ Kuttack. Hey, y'all know we got Friday. We got the DJ, the GOAT DJ Kuttack movie night, y'all. So it's going down, man.
Is the nigga gonna be awake?
Is what?
He knew, man. He don't know that you P. Diddy. You might just goddamn shut down the studio.
My bad. This is some new shit. I never seen it before, but
Yeah. We can't really talk about, the private stuff in the public. You know what I'm talking about? But we're gonna have a double feature though. You guys, we're gonna definitely have a special guest coming through, some other stuff, man. So, and like I said, we can make some other moves offline that we necessarily can't make, online. So, once again, we're building. You know what I'm saying? Once again, that's what it's about. This group is about building. Only Builders, man. America empowered, man. The things that we're doing to empower ourselves and empower our people. Create our own jobs, create our own infrastructure, create our own shit. Stop waiting on somebody to do it. That's the only thing. That's what men do. You know what I mean? It's men on this panel, man. It's men in this community. So, man, I'm just, super excited, man, to be a part of this community, man. And we got a lot of stuff we're going to be dropping all December, man. So it's going to be crazy, man, just to go into the new so-called year strong, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, it's gonna be a powerful year, man. We're gonna, hit them real hard this year, man. Real hard, man. Pressure all year, man. Pressure. That's what we on, man. Just applying pressure. Shout out to everybody, man. Presco, if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, and put a number one beside that, man, because y'all are truly number one, man. So, yeah, man. So, and yo, so Hawk, they told you about the little thing.
Oh, you had mentioned it to me, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting, man. We kept got something we want to do, man. So we putting it together, man. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, you know, I'm just hawking, man.
Yeah, man. So yeah, we're gonna laugh about it.
You missed it though, Chief. We found some real strange niggas in the Union Army, man. Somebody gonna have to explain.
What you mean?
Boy, we done found a whole motherfucking platoon of white boys with goddamn red fezzes on from North Africa.
Sure.
Fighting in the Union Army. It's part of their uniform. I just want somebody to explain it to me. I ain't saying shit. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, man, it's really interesting.
Yeah, man, we found it on accident, man. Just researching.
Hey, so going back to the Robert E. Lee stuff, right, and the Jeff Davidson stuff, right, coming from those newspapers. Y'all know what's so interesting? That they will explain that away as if, they wrote that to disguise themselves. Like, you understand what I'm saying? They would find the clip. Bro, I've seen it all with these people, bro. It don't even make sense. Just the conversations don't make sense. Hey, Tasco, I think you might have to come back on here. Let me see.
I'm telling you what's crazy.
There we go.
Oh,
They
damn.
waited after
I
all
think
the
I
little
took
movements.
it out as soon as you did. My bad.
It wasn't until after all the little statue movement, the memorial movement, the flag movements, so all this information started reaching the masses. Here in Charleston, though, we started tearing down all the Robert E. Lee goddamn statues. The Confederate flags, most of them shit got thrown out before we realized, at least the masses realized, that those were our flags. That's what fucked me up.
Hold on, Hawk. I got the worst reception. It's stupid. Shout out to Gretchen in the building. Mansa Musa. Nahu, the Mississippian River Morrow was in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. Is it there?
Right here. Hold on, let me find the we was looking at the whole zoo fact. Yeah, all these motherfucking Russian and German niggas, all the motherfucking high ranking and shit.
I mean,
this nigga got his hand all in his pocket.
I don't know how anybody thought that was a great idea. Like, to ever allow anybody to come here and gain the advantage. You know what I mean? Oh, they had these groups. Yeah. Did they outnumber us? No. Okay. That's all I don't be believing all these the bullshit now. Let's be clear. Niggas ain't that motherfucker. Was that motherfucking let's think about it. All these free niggas.
Here goes some Arabs.
Go put themselves in harm's way for some pale skins. That don't even make sense. That's just dumb. Like, what? No. Wasn't no draft.
They wasn't doing it for the pale skins.
Right. They were doing it for their mama. They were doing it for their shit. The hell y'all talking about, man?
This where it all went south, late 1800s. This nigga right here is the Arab over the slave trade. British colonial official with Islamic slave traders in Zanzibar. On the far right is Hamid bin Mohammed bin Juma bin Rajib bin Mohammed bin Saeed al Mugabi, more commonly known as Tip Tip. He was the most notorious Islamic slaver. Al Mugabi died in 1905. So here go your Arab slave trader right here.
Shout out to Gretchen. Movie night. Sis.
Portrait of Arab Horace Vernet, 1789-1863, representing the Arab Abbasid caliphs who first brought the albino slave soldier Mamelukes to the West. Here go your Arab. Here go the Arab.
Man, I got some more pictures, man. Like, bro, these niggas was in chains until late 1899, 1900s, bro. So I don't understand the conversation that people be saying. You know, just when you even just talk about history, you know, it just doesn't make sense. Like this, like we would just talk about just the conflation of time. How they'll be telling you about something, literally telling you about something after Reconstruction and telling you it as if it's slavery. Why are they explaining the 1619 project to you? Remember, niggas just got free in 2019, bro. Y'all remember that, right? They celebrated their freedom, they 400 years of freedom in 2019. I almost fainted. But I was like, okay, what are y'all gonna do now that y'all free? And think about it. What changed for them in 2019? I think it was like April something, 2019. They became free. It wasn't Juneteenth, 1860, whatever. It was, see the problem here? Like niggas is trying to fulfill a biblical fucking prophecy. Well, when did the 400 fucking years start, nigga? In 1619? When, bro? When? Now everybody rushing to be the chosen people, right? But I definitely do not see the pale Arab, the pale Ashkenazis raising their hand to be the ones who were in 400 years of bondage here in America. I don't see that. How y'all get that? Well, yeah, who told y'all this dumbass shit? Like, bro, and then anytime I hear about some shit about Moses and them and Charleston Heston and them, I just be like, I don't know. Like, I check out, fam, because I lived that shit, bro. I studied that shit, but I didn't study just the theology and all that shit. No. You study the study. Where did this shit come from? Who came up with it? Why did they come up with it? When did they translate it? How many times was it translated? How many times was it translated? And who agenda was it with the translation?
Hey, chief, nigga be confusing the nation of Islam with Islam. That shit is not the same.
That needs to be on the table in the conversation, my G.
Hey, bro, them niggas, bro, it ain't even nowhere to pray. It ain't even. Hey, look, bro, it ain't even nowhere to pray in the Nation of Islam mosque. So how can you be practicing Islam? Niggas ain't even praying, bro.
Hold on. So let me ask you a question. Were you ever a member of the Nation of Islam?
No, sir. I was a 5%er though. I mastered their lessons. I had enough knowledge on cap verbatim to be a minister.
No. And you're not saying nothing wrong. You're not saying nothing wrong, right? And I don't know what year that was or whatever, but a lot of the brothers in the nation started moving towards more orthodox stuff or whatever. And that was the split anyway back in the days with Wharf Dean and them. He wanted to do it like that. He wanted to be more Arabized and whatever. Huh?
I think it was after Malcolm came back from Mecca. That's when the split started, because that's when Malcolm was leaning more towards the Orthodox Islam after his experience in Mecca. And that's what started separating the shit, when he started realizing it wasn't the same thing.
Hold on, yeah.
She look Hindu.
They balling like a motherfucker, whatever they is.
I was thinking deep earlier, like, when really choose up. What if all these nations coming to us, and it's the aftermath of our children? Now I ain't gonna the people, but just overall, if she would came to see solid, that maybe these women was choosing up on us. The same architecture over here. I think Lotus did the build on that already, right? With the structures. I don't think he up here. Well, your hook was the medicines originally from America. So
I was just looking at them.
and they whitewashed him too. When I found his original picture.
Uh-huh. It's talking about the Medicis in here.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. The Medicis.
Mm-hmm. I already know I ain't tripping on that shit, dog. Hold on, where they go?
I'm thinking he had that so-called Mayan blood in him too, that Peruvian flow.
Well, see, that's my thing too, man. When we think about, you know what I'm saying, how niggas was moving with all the trading and shit, and we talking about, cause we reading books about niggas doing trading shit for hundreds, 200 years, you know what I'm saying, and everybody getting along. So, like niggas say, cause South Carolina, that was a British colony when niggas was in charge. You know what I'm saying? So it just somebody got down. This nigga, this badass jaw, this motherfucker Habsburg jaw. This I'm gonna do a build on this Inca King list. We gonna go over this shit. What up, man? Rise and shine, man. Peace, peace. Rich Rise.
I see you tried to call me and shit.
Oh man, you must have been on sleep on the phone unless somebody else answered. I didn't call you. You was
Nah,
acting
man,
like
sleep talking. You know how I
yeah.
go.
You was mad at a motherfucker too, man. I'm like, damn, we live, bro.
I see y'all still building. Did Chief come in at all?
Yeah, he just came back in. We just got back on the screen. You done did a full 360, bro. We right back when you left, which is crazy.
Oh, okay. I ain't know if y'all needed me to.
Oh, here we was looking for this Medici nigga right here, the Medicis.
All right, I was just checking on y'all. Think Chief would come back in and end it and stuff.
Oh, you got to show the other one, the other Medici. Well, you gonna show all of them hopefully, but yeah, the other one looks solid.
Yeah, this nigga here, Juicy Smollett looking at.
But yeah, they was assassinating a lot of the melanated nobility over there. There you go. It look like he got an Aboriginal hairline to me, edge up line. Don't look like a European forehead.
They showed going back and forth over this motherfucker.
Yeah, and that's one thing I've been learning too is that you could be a duke in this location, a king over here, and different positions in different territories. Yeah, that coat of arms official.
See that description? So he'd be a very fine man if he was not ugly. He is tall, built like a Hercules, but with an almost African complexion. Casanova. Jacques Casanova DC.
Was it called Africa then?
Oh no! You know what's crazy is I seen a letter where I think it was Phyllis. Is it Phyllis Wheatley? And she was writing, and they're writing, and she said, I'm a African with 2 C's." And then I seen them write it Afrique in the book, AFRIC. Look at the Royal African Company though. And these is the niggas on the Gold Coast that's working with the British. The Royal African Company became the where is it? Transferred the New African Company of Merchants. Boom, boom, boom. It became, because England took it over, originally known as the Company of Royal Adventures Trading into Africa. By its charter issue in 1660, it was a great monopoly over English trade along the west coast of Africa. Blah, blah, blah.
Might be part of that Pressure Empire shit. I seen that coat of arms over here at the university.
What you say? It says they surrendered its charter in 1672 to be followed by the still more ambitious Royal African Company of England. But see, they was working together with this nigga right here. They grabbed this nigga. What's this nigga name? He grabbed up one of these African slave traders' sons and then treated that nigga like royalty once they got him over there with them. And sent them back and all motherfucking. And he went back to the Gold Coast. They used to call it the Slave Coast, and he went back to trading niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, not to get back into this biblical, but like sibling rivalry, because then was it Daniel might be having it wrong. Then his brother sold him out and shit, or was that Joseph, one of them dudes?
Oh yeah, his brother sold him into bondage, and he ended up being a king, working under the king in Egypt. Well, you know what they say is Egypt, so that mean here, right? Yeah, they supposed to put him in a well. His brother's supposed to throw him in a well and shit, and they really was trying to, you know what I'm saying, get rid of the nigga because he was his daddy's favorite. But he ended up working up under the pharaohs and shit, being free because he could interpret dreams. And he interpreted the pharaoh's dream and he gave him freedom because of that.
Shit deep. It seemed like they always brought up in they system, but not of their system to get their people out that system.
Oh yeah, this the nigga name. That's the shit I got lined up. The Look at the title of this book, The Royal African or Memoirs of the Young Prince of Anamabo, comprehending a distinct account of his country and family. His eldest brother voyaged to France and reception there, the manner in which himself was confided by his father to the captain who sold him, his condition while a slave in Barbados, the true cause of his being redeemed, his voyage from thence and reception, blah, blah, blah. Shit long as shit, but we're gonna do a build on this. I'll fuck around and read this whole thing just because it's this book, Royal African or Memoirs of the Young Prince. But this the nigga that they His daddy was a slave trader, and the pirate nigga sold the nigga into bondage. William Ansah Sassaruco. But what's crazy is when I was researching this, another nigga, what's this nigga name? Another nigga that's supposed to been kidnapped and treated like royalty. And they got the same picture. They on this old Nat Turner shit. What's this nigga name?
That guy you got up right there, they be showing him in this show called Bridgerton.
Oweda Parker. What's this nigga name? Shit. What's this nigga?
He was a duke or some shit over there running shit.
Yeah, this nigga, he's supposed to be originally from Africa, but this nigga, look how they be doing. But he's a he a British loyalist ass nigga, you know what I'm saying? Fucking with England and shit.
Yeah, he's at the big parties.
Yeah, they made him a prince. They made him a prince in was it London or something, France, some shit. Enslaved on his way to Europe. 1747.
I just want to know where the business really go wrong, because we know it's all business and resources. Like, what was the catastrophic event or just what, man? Like,
well, you know, when we was doing that reading on the on America's Assignment with Destiny, looking over that Manly P. Hall shit when they talking about the New Atlantis, that shit started with Francis Bacon. They said that they was moving in on this motherfucker as soon as he hit the soil, that they was already finessing they plan. As far as the brotherhood handled.
You right. I'll be forgetting it's like it ain't like a plan can't be set for the fellows that's in the future to not fulfill it.
Right, because remember, everybody's working on the great plan. That's all the nigga. That's the whole brotherhood shit right now. And the great plan is the New Atlantis. So why are you gonna have a new Atlantis if it ain't an old Atlantis? That's all I'm asking.
We will be renowned again. Bring back the first world order.
Tribe. But it was interesting to me that this is the Royal African Company trading slaves. But I don't see nothing but some motherfucking Indians right here.
Yep, we know about them Indian sea merchants. Facts. And I was about to say the queen was getting her tobacco and her coke from the fam over here.
Look what it say. Who's the founders? The House of Stuart, British royals.
Wow.
Royal House of Scotland, England, Ireland, and later Britain. And that's all set up in Ghana. But he goes into it and he describes his story and he talking about niggas and all types of crazy shit. Cause you know, he think he better than niggas. You know what I'm saying? Prominent 18th century royal and diplomat, best known for his wrongful enslavement in the West Indies and diplomatic mission to England. After his father, John Corriente, sent Ansah's brother to France, he sent Ansah to England to gain an education. Curry favored with British and served as his eyes and ears in Europe.
Who was his son?
This is son. This they talking about his daddy. His daddy was a slave trader in what they call the Gold Coast.
But I think his son was the Duke though.
Oh no, this his son. He is a Duke. They made him a Duke. We finna right here and say because he had got enslaved. The nigga sold him in Barbados, right? They say in England, 1748. That's when he got free. They say years later, a free Fonte trader discovered Ansah in Barbados and quickly alerted John Corriente of his son's fate. Corriente petitioned the British to free Ansah, and the British Royal African Company emancipated Ansah and transported him to England. In England, 1748, he was received as a prince and gained the respect of London's high society. They made him because they got the painting as a Duke nigga that did the painting. So this is modern day Ghana. He was born in Anamabo, modern day Anamabo, Ghana, 1736. But this nigga, they talk about these motherfucking forts. And then in his book, he actually goes in and he tells about the white boys and the niggas that they got mining the cannons and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he went back to that motherfucker. Hold on, let's go down. Time in England. Ansar was received in England in 1748 as a prince, right? And you right, Ock, under the protection of George Montague, Duke, second Earl of Halifax, blah, 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 received privileged treatment. Most notably, he attended. And look, I feel like they was teaching this. They was trying to do a psyop on this nigga. He attended a showing of Oronko. It's a play, right? A play depicting the wrongful enslavement of an African prince and his wife by Europeans. This nigga was wrongfully enslaved. You gonna take him to the motherfucking play about an African prince being wrongfully enslaved? Said the prince and his wife are sold in slavery, transported to West Indies, where they are forced to work long hours alongside lowly slaves. When Amoinda becomes pregnant, Oronko stages the slave rebellion, blah, blah, blah. They telling about the movie. But they got, not the play, I mean. So they got this nigga watching the play. It's saying William Dawes, the African prince now in England, is Zara at his father's court. Ansar claims, I can't recall the scene. 'Tis pain too great when referring to Oronoko. He talking about the shit. They making a nigga relive it. Like, yeah, come watch this play. Like they were doing some MK Ultra on this nigga. So boom, but he go home, left England, left the fairy tale life of European prince, but the extravagant found Europe was simply not present. After only a year back in Africa, he began work as a writer to see the British power on the Gold Coast, employing both his position at Cape Coast Castle and powerful connection in London. He worked with his father, John, to play the British and French off of each other. See, because they was over there taxing them niggas. They had them fighting for prices and shit. By pledging allegiance to neither of the two powers, forced both Britain and France to offer competitive trade offers and regular tributes to remain in good standing. A nigga telling you this is a slave port. Niggas running the slave port though. And they goddamn running up the price on the white man. Additionally, Ansar is known to have personally accepted lavish gifts of whiskey from the British that were meant for the Greater Fontaine people. They told her, get this to your people. He like, yeah, fuck them niggas. In 1761, however, Ansar became infuriated that William Mutter, governor of Cape Coast Castle, had paid him in watered down whiskey. This nigga getting paid in liquor, bro, to sell you his motherfucking, man, y'all niggas crazy. When he confronted Mutter, blah, 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 he said he's not a person of consequence. Oh, this nigga must have fell off. Him and his daddy fell off. Said Ansar Sir, important precursor to the mainstream 18th century abolitionist movement in Britain. His time in England as the quote-unquote Royal African set precedents that some Africans were above slavery and comparable to British nobility. And they got all these niggas writing books. So you got niggas from Africa talking this old Africa shit, but they British. They British loyalists from Africa telling you from Africa. You know what I'm talking about? Because they with the shit. They all part of it. With the homie and shit. Him and the homies. The Royal African. So we're going to go over the whole book. You know what I'm saying? Break that shit on down, man. Fuck around, read that whole motherfucker. Damn, man. I'm just steady talking and shit. Everybody gone? Sheesh. It's a cold game, man. I'm still in the trap, man. I still had some work to get off, man. I'm trying to re-up. Yeah, they put that nigga in trading places like a motherfucker, then to tribe. Yeah, then he started writing all these accounts about the slavery, but I really want niggas to go into the book. Cause it's really heavy. I got to read. I probably read like half of the shit. But you know, he calling niggas Negroes and shit like he ain't black. It's weird, bro. Reading, you know what I'm saying? Reading from his perspective, knowing he's an African. And another good book is to read is that what's this shit called? The Big C by Langston Hughes. I damn near it's so I was reading that, it's like a movie, bro. But he talking about his trip, you know what I'm saying, on a steamboat. He working on, I think it's a steamship or whatever. He working on the steamship and shit. And he just talking about his experience, you know what I'm saying, and how he interacting with the different people. I think this is like early 1900s or some shit, you know what I'm saying? But I recommend you read it because it's crazy because there's one quote in there where the African is telling Langston Hughes that he ain't, you know what I'm saying, he ain't black. You know what I'm saying? Because Langston Hughes was like he was getting mad about the way some white dude was treating niggas on there or something. One of the white dudes was racist as shit. And he had some issue, if I recall correctly, but he was talking about how the African nigga told him that he wasn't black. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you ain't black. What the fuck is you talking about? You know what I'm saying? This is what the African told Langston Hughes. You know what I'm saying? And Langston Hughes was like, I ain't white either. You know what I mean? But that's when they first starting these old black white things. Because what y'all niggas got to understand is even when you're dealing with the white, only these poor scallywag motherfuckers is even calling themselves white. Other motherfuckers calling themselves French, Italian, German, whatever the fuck. Even though German just came in the 1900s, they still ain't calling themselves white. This white and black shit is for real for poor people, bro. This is all poor shit. That's why you got all these first motherfuckers on goddamn welfare is motherfuckers who became citizens. That's how they got all these goddamn people to become citizens. Because in order to receive the government help, you had to become a citizen. And see, that what nigga don't realize with them reservations. A lot of our people stop calling themselves Indian so they won't be put on the reservation. Because if they saying they're Indian, then they gonna put you on a reservation. And then you got these poor motherfuckers saying they Indian so that they could get the welfare check. You know what I'm saying? But our people like, nigga, I ain't no fucking Indian, get the fuck on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you take me to no motherfucking reservation, they was finessing the game. So that's why, you know, oh, well, why you ain't on this list or why y'all ain't in this tribe? Nigga, cause nigga wasn't trying to be in the motherfucking concentration camp. Press 1. Straight up. All these motherfucking foreigners. Where them numbers at? So I could show y'all them numbers. Nigga thought I was making up. Where them numbers at, man? Where them numbers? Here they go. Start of the 19th century, U.S. population was around 5 million. By 1860, it had swelled to roughly 31 million. And here go the source. Nigga, I was talking about some Wikipedia. Dumbass nigga, all the sources right there. Go look for it, nigga. Immigrant armies, the multicultural American Civil War. Military history now.com. All right. So you could get the source, nigga. You don't know how to hover, motherfucker. Hover, nigga. Hover. There you go. Hover. I don't know what, man. Wikipedia is a good ass research spot. You niggas slow, bro. I get so many books out of here, find so much shit, because you go and hover, nigga. You click right on this motherfucker, boy, and you can find the real motherfucking source for shit. It's called research. That means you were searching, and now you're going to research, nigga. You're going to search again. German division of the Army of Potomac, all right? Talking about the Civil War. Here go to your Union Army. The Union made a concerted effort to recruit foreigners both at home and abroad. One recruitment poster written in Italian, French, Hungarian, and German called on 250 able-bodied men, patriots of all nations, to serve their adopted country. Their adopted country. You hear this shit? U.S. diplomats who sought to garner international support while undermining recognition and aid to the Confederacy reported enthusiasm for the Union cause among many foreigners in the summer of 1861. Just months after the war began, a U.S. mission in Italy received hundreds of Italian volunteers, somewhere in the patriotic red shirts of the Italian. Oh, my God. The red shirts is the Italian unification movement. That ain't the red shirts, nigga. You see how they mix this shit up if you don't read? Look what this say. The Civil War was won by immigrant soldiers. Ain't that a bitch? Told y'all niggas it was an alien invasion. 216,000 Union soldiers were born in Germany, nigga. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? Nazified, man. I told y'all this whole motherfucking country, this Nazi Germany right now. Look at these Boy Scouts. That's a whole nother bill. The Hitler Youth on the way. We're gonna end them on that. Yeah, they was getting them boys ready. Sent them boys right over here. They jumped right on the motherfucking horse and got to burning down your grandmama's house, nigga. Talking about the KKK. They've been training these niggas. Here go your orphan train riders right here. Training these niggas, man. Getting them ready for Jim Crow. Where Hansel and Gretel? Getting them ready for Jim Crow, man. Jim Crow history. Hansel and Gretel. See, this the Blitz. During World War II, they had the Blitz, right? That's where they emptied the whole city out, all the motherfucking kids. I need to find the one with the article attached to it. This might be it. Well, I think these are the Greek kids. They're about to put their ass on the trade. Hold on. Yeah, this the evacuation right here. You see, they at the train station, nigga. Oh, well, we don't know where these orphan trains came from. That's because you a fucking Nazi, nigga. And that's why you got all these pictures making these videos like you got some exclusive shit. You got them Nazi-ass pictures from your Nazi-ass granddaddy probably live in California. Look, they done took all the kids and sent them off, but I'm going to find you the link. I ain't even going to leave y'all hanging. Look, they packing them up, sending their ass off. Fuck on. Boy, they motherfucker, you know they with it. They got down, send their kids off to boarding school. As a bombing raids attacked Britain's cities increased during World War II. And this is still going with what we saw, because we just saw these the same soldiers who was fighting against us in the Union. The evacuation of Britain's cities at the start of World War II was the biggest and most concentrated mass movement of people in Britain's history. In the first 4 days of September 1939, nearly 3 million people were transported from towns and cities in danger from enemy bombers to places of safety in the countryside. Yeah, all right. They were placed on the motherfucking train straight from the motherfucking Nazi camp. If you start researching the motherfucking Nazi camps, look at little baby bro. What y'all see? He getting out of Germany. Britain, I mean. Because the Germans attacked a small black boy carrying his luggage as he left London for the country with a party of other evacuees. See, they was evacuating all the kids. They just putting their ass on a train. You know how these white folk be. They don't want to watch their goddamn kids. Boy, we could pull up a whole bunch of pictures of black women goddamn breastfeeding their baby. You know a motherfucker's sick when you let another motherfucker put their titty in your baby mouth. You know you on some other shit. Press 1. If this then ain't the epitome of what I just said, this motherfucker got a big ass smoking full of babies. You people crazy. I told you. But see, they would have did that and shipped their ass over to these motherfucking Mormons and shit. These motherfuckers' descendants is in Mexico selling motherfucking cookies right now, $3-4. I can't make this shit up. I can show you the video, man. It's on my channel. The Tribe now. Now, when you do the history, at the same time that this is going on, motherfuckers is loading up trains and dropping motherfuckers off all over the continent of North America, all in the South and shit. So, but they gonna say, oh, well, we don't know where the kids came from. We don't know where the trains came from. We don't know where all, it's 3 million motherfuckers was evacuated, goddamn. But you know, niggas don't be knowing that all these niggas Nazis. You know what I'm saying? Nigga tell you, oh, you got this from such and such. Man, these niggas Nazis, bro. Them niggas ain't with us. Indian Volunteer Machine Gunner, the Indich, Legion of the German Wehrmacht, preparing for the Allied assault on Normandy. They got a whole turban on. This nigga's a Nazi. This nigga's a Hindu Nazi. What you talking about? I got a whole, yeah, these just the Hindu Nazis. Go back to the Hindu Nazis. We got some more Hindu Nazis. Yeah, nigga. I got the Hindu Nazis on their ass. Look at them. Hindu Nazis. Oh, you didn't know they was Nazis too? There's collaboration to access the power. It's the troop of the Legion of Freest Indian France, February 1944. You niggas don't even know who y'all enemies is. A nigga will tell you one of these niggas taught me Islam. Boy, this nigga's a whole motherfucking Nazi, a whole Nazi, motherfucking Punjabi. Boy, them niggas don't know shit about what we doing over here. Let them motherfucking towels on them niggas' heads fool you, shouty. That shit is not in our book. This shit is not in our book. Nah, man. See what I'm talking about? Keep on going down the rabbit hole. See, that's who Blavatsky and over there. She was over there sucking all on them niggas' dicks trying to get their secrets. Oh, man, you be going down a rabbit hole on this shit. Some nigga said something about Pinterest. Nigga, it's a website with photographs, dumbass nigga. Where else is a good place to get photographs? Well, everybody be putting their shit on here. Look at these niggas, man. These niggas different. Look, the Jewish history of Afghanistan. See how these niggas look? That's how, you see them niggas? I don't look like them niggas Kanye arguing with. Look, and these niggas atheists and shit. Ridley's claim materialists, atheists, and secular humanists. See, that's why you niggas be getting confused and shit, because you see some Arabic writing and you think that, boy, that's just the language niggas be speaking. Boy, these niggas on some other shit. All these niggas is on other shit. Yeah. That's how you be getting all confused. It be niggas like that come goddamn try to tell you about something. Oh, brother, I'll tell you about it. Nigga, you take your motherfucking hand out your pocket before you tell me anything. These niggas living in the motherfucking Netherlands with the fucking goddamn Nazis. Oh, you got your book from, boy, that nigga's a Nazi. Oh, well, it was Arabic writing. The fuck? That don't mean them niggas with us. That's where nigga be getting tricked, man. This shit all infiltrated. Motherfucking Saudi Arabia didn't even exist. You know what I'm saying? That shit, they sent Lawrence of Arabia, motherfucking white boy from British, goddamn, in there to set that motherfucker up. This nigga CIA like a motherfucker. Here goes Sean Connery in this motherfucker. But these niggas different, man. Born in Holler, Erbil, Kurdistan, living in Netherlands. The Kurds. You know what I'm saying? Shit get different, man. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, boy. You have one of these niggas teaching you what Islam is, boy. Telling me I'm crazy, boy. Don't you listen to that nigga, man. He knows Arabic, boy. You look at this nigga mustache. Don't trust that nigga, shawty. The fuck? Shit, sometimes you gotta just use your nigga powers, man, and be like, man, something ain't right about this nigga, man. And leave him the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? All these motherfucking Nazified ass niggas, man. Oh, here go one for you. We'll leave you on that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah, you see where they coming from. They had a meeting. Oh, my bad. I ain't mean to put that Arab on the screen. You know how pale faced they be. Y'all be getting motherfuckers mixed up. That's what happens when you don't read enough. You think you research, but you don't know about the nuns going to the Hitler meeting, nigga, and you don't know where the orphan trains came from. So shut the fuck up! Juicy J voice. Peace to the tribes, man. I'm out of here, Chief.
Hey, you guys have a great evening. We're gonna get out of here. I want to say peace and love to everybody, man. See you guys tomorrow. We're gonna get some of this technical difficulty taken care of, man. So, like I said, shout out to everybody that came through and supported this channel this evening by coming on the panel, by sharing, by being in the chat room, man. We want to extend our love and thanks to you guys, man. And hope you guys had fun this evening, man. I had a lot of fun, man, with you guys, man. So see you guys tomorrow, man. Once again, Friday movie night, man, is going down. Like I said, man, we'll see you guys tomorrow, man, later on today. And grand rising to a lot of people just getting up, man. And good night to a lot of us that's going to get a little catnap in, man. So like I said, one love to you guys, man. We out.
It's the go.
Cut, you killing them. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Man, it feel good to be aborigine. 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 Man, it feel good to be aborigine.
Exes ain't the same no more. Don't give a fuck about they name no more.
Man, it feel good to be aborigine. 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 from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. How you gonna refute that? How? Man, it forget to be aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
It's the go.
Cut, you killing them. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Man, it forget to be aboriginal. Man, it forget to be aboriginal. Man, it forget to be